school leaders who understand how these are set up and operated. The third thing we found is that mental health challenges among the school community, both in students, in teachers, as well as parents, are quite large. We have moved on, certainly, from many parts of the COVID pandemic, but we feel that the mental health challenges that remain are going to be significant over the coming year. As we think about the various ideas that are being discussed at the summit, I encourage you to think of the leadership that will be required to make this happen. How do we support returning to learning and our position to succeed in school and life? So I encourage you to think about this question of leadership as you go about your discussions during the course of this summit. Congratulations to all of you again who are attending.
In my own understanding, to be able to reimagine education in Africa, we first of all must understand where Africa is headed. Africa is at this moment being looked at globally as the next big frontier. Africa is a youth market majorly, or youth continent majorly, and Africa is likely to become the dominant part of the globe in the next, say, 50 years. If that be the case, what type of Africa is emerging? Africa has to first and foremost be self-sufficient in food production. Africa has to learn how to develop technology advancement that is very African-centric or Afrocentric. And so, for me, the main issue here is reimagining education in a contextual sense. We have to look at African problems, African challenges, and African opportunities, and design educational systems to create the kind of people and skills that can take Africa or solve Africa's problems and bring Africa into what I presume is its sure destiny. So it's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I think we can start with little steps, taking on the food production and food sufficiency, and maybe learning from nations like Israel, who today are food sufficient and are even exporting food to the rest of the world. How did they evolve into that? Today, Israel has gone beyond food production. They're now into technology, and they're driving technological advancement around the globe. I feel Africa can learn a lot from that nation, and then together, if we have partnership with them, our educational system can begin to take on a lot of dimensions that will really produce and, like you said, close the skills gap for what Africa will become in the future. Thank you very much. I think I've said enough.
I just want to congratulate Dr. Moore and the team for this 7th edition of NEDIS. What a landmark. Thank you for asking me to speak about what the education community needs to focus on in order to ensure that the teeming population of African children and youth build important skills of the future. One of the things they need to focus on is nutrition. Research has shown that students are able to learn better when they're well nourished. held that nutritional deficiencies prior to school entry have the potential to impact upon cognitive outcomes in school-aged and adolescent children. Even when the child is in the womb, the woman needs to be well nourished. We did find out, a research showed that deficiencies in vitamin B12 and many other vitamins like that cripple the child's ability to learn. There was a breakfast club that was research that was done where the children were given very well-planned breakfast, and over the years their tests were done, their test score was done, their intelligence, cognition was tested, and every time they had high academic performance. This is so critical. Even in our own little experience, we found out that when children had a lot of marasmus and kwashiorkor-like symptoms, nutritional deficiencies, they really were not coping in school. And when we just gave them this little intervention, milk, we found out that we had very, very, very cheerful, happy, and brilliant children. So that's something to look at. Thank you very much.
Greeting to all the attendees gathered for the TEP Center's summit focused on innovation and education. Congratulations to Dr. Mo and the entire TEP Center team for this gathering, and I send you best wishes for its success. My name is Azad Umin, and I'm the CEO of Global School Leaders, an NGO that supports school leadership in low and middle income countries. Over the past few years, we have worked with organizations in Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana, and Sierra Leone on the African continent to support NGOs that train school leaders. This summit is happening at a critical time on the African continent. Following extended school closures due to the COVID pandemic, education systems across the continent that were already stretched are now at a dire stage. We know from research that has been happening in the continent that over the last year, 9 out of 10 children are not learning at grade level. We know that this is going to be a huge challenge as parents whose children are not learning may soon decide to pull their children out of school. So while dropouts have not been as dire as some are predicting so far, if we do not catch children up to grade level soon, we worry that many more will drop out in the coming year as they fall further behind in the classroom. At GUSL, we focus on supporting school leaders. We know that school leaders are critical to improving learning outcomes, and yet in many countries they have provided little support or training to meet this mandate. This year, we completed a third annual survey of school leaders in low and middle income countries. We learned 3 things this year from the 2,000 plus leaders that we surveyed. First is that many students are not returning to school. More than a quarter of school leaders around the world are reporting that less than 90% of their students have re-enrolled. So this is going to be a huge challenge going forward, especially on the continent if children are not caught up to grade level soon. The second thing we found is that learning losses are large and school leaders do not have the support or knowledge to address this. How do you address a learning crisis when 9 out of 10 children are not able to read at grade level? We need massive remedial learning programs, and we need school leaders who understand how these are set up and operated. The third thing we found is that mental health challenges among the school community, both in students, in teachers, as well as parents, are quite large. We have moved on certainly from many parts of the COVID pandemic, but we feel that the mental health challenges that remain are going to be significant over the coming year. Mm-hmm. As we think about the various ideas that are being discussed at the summit, I encourage you to think of the leadership that will be required to make this happen. How do we support our education leaders, both with training as well as with on-the-job support, so that they can ensure that children are returning to learning and are positioned to succeed in school and life? So I encourage you to think about this question of leadership as you go about your discussions during the course of this summit. Congratulations to all of you again who are attending the summit, and I look forward to hearing about the wonderful learnings that are going to come from this gathering. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. How are you doing today? Once again, you're welcome to NEDIS 2022. I just want you to tell someone seated beside you, you're welcome. I can hear you say you're welcome. All right, my name is Iberia Amo, and I have with me here, and together we're going to be your host for NEDIS 2022. Please clap, please clap.
Okay, so just before we start, just a few housekeeping details. Please make sure that you take care of your personal belongings. So whether you're going to the bathroom or you're seated, make sure you hold on to your phones, your keys, your ATM cards. If you have your passport here, you should probably hold on to it too. And any other thing that's important to you that you have with you, that's really important. Make sure you take care of your personal belongings.
Absolutely. And if you like to use the convenience, the bathroom is just to my right. Just walk down to my right. We have the male section and we also have the female section.
It's also important that if you're with your phones, which I kind of guess everybody is, that you should make sure you put them on silent so that your notifications don't disturb anybody during the event, and it also doesn't distract you. So please make sure that you put your phones on silent so we can have a smooth flow.
Absolutely. All right, do we have first-timers? This is your first time of attending NEDIS? Just wave your hands in the air. Just wave your hands in the air. Good, good. Just clap for yourself. Just you're welcome. We're excited to have you here in NEDIS 2022. So I'm just going to be telling you a bit about NEDIS. The NEDIS Education Innovation Summit is an annual education stakeholder convening organized and hosted by the Education Partnership TEP Center. This event is designed as a platform to highlight the role of education innovations in solving challenges facing the delivery of accessible and high-quality education.
Awesome. So does everybody here know the TEP Center? If you know the TEP Center, can we see a show of hands? If you know TEP Center. How many people? Okay, I reckon pretty much everybody. Pretty much everybody. Awesome. So if you're here, we're guessing that you're in the education sector, right? And there are some things that obviously bother you. How lots of people, how lots of children don't have access to quality education. How you've created a solution, but it's almost impossible to scale it, right? So those are some of the things that we want to address here through our different panelist discussions and through the different speakers that we have. It's important for us to leave here with new partners, leave here with different ways to address the solutions that we have, and even maybe this is going to be the beginning of your own solution. So it's important to also mention that this is an international conference. So we're going to have people seated here today, but in addition to that, we also have our wonderful audience online. We see you guys. Thank you for joining. And I think the last thing we want to also mention is that we have a hashtag for the event. Yes. So the hashtag is what?
NEDIS 2022. NEDIS 2022. So if you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram, TikTok, what's up?
What's up? Even if you're on Facebook, you can also use the hashtag. And we came up with some really creative captions for you guys. So
we're outside.
So you can, everybody says that we're outside. So, you can use that. But most importantly, I think even if you know people who can benefit from this conference but can't make it down here today, please tweet about it and let them see the hashtag. And then also on our pages, you see the link to join, because we're live streaming this on YouTube. And it's also on Zoom as well. So welcome again, everybody. It's really good to have you here, and we look forward to having an amazing, amazing event.
Absolutely. So get ready to network, get ready to collaborate, get ready to learn. It's going to be an amazing event.
Yep. So I see some kids here. Hi guys. What school are you from? Manual College. Awesome. Welcome. It's good to have you guys here. So I think that it's 10:07, so we might as well start. So are we ready with the welcome address? Oh, that was a very loud yes. Thank you. Awesome. So the welcome address will be taken by Modukwe Adefeso. So it will be taken by Modukwe Olateju Adefeso. So if you're in the audience, don't worry, we have it figured out. You see like a halo, like a hologram, and she'll just appear. And we'll start it. I'm kidding.
Absolutely. Mo is the MD of TEP Center, and we're ready to hear from our right away.
So please take it away, Modukwe. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Wow, it is absolutely amazing to be here. To think that this is the 7th NEDIS, and we are delighted as the Education Partnership Center to welcome you all to this event. For the last 7-8 years, we have hosted NEDIS as an act of faith, and that's what it has been. What we are convinced of as an organization and as change makers in the education sector is that the conversations that we have at the annual Education Innovation Summit are conversations that are important. They're important to be had, and they are important to be heard. This year, we're going to be focusing on skills. So what does this portend for us? When we think about skills development, when we think about being able to contribute to vibrant economies, when we think about being able to contribute to meaningful development, when we think about being contributors to our own progress as countries and as a continent, it means that this is the time for us to begin to think strategically and to think together. We are absolutely delighted that you're able to join us. We have a wonderful speaker lineup, and I know that it's not too early to say thank you to all of our speakers who are joining us, whether in person or remotely, and to everyone who's also joining us on this. Most people that are joining us on the live stream are actually joining us remotely. Thank you very much. So what do we expect today? We expect to have vibrant conversations. We expect to have the kind of conversations that we hope you will go away and ponder over for the next 1 year. We are also excited during this NEDIS to welcome young people. And at this point, I think I need to pause and just ask for a round of applause for every young person who has either joined us in person or has joined us remotely. Can you please give them a round of applause and give yourselves a round of applause as a young person? Why is this important? It is because we often talk about the future of countries. We talk about the future of nations. And the reality is that young people represent the future. And so today we will be hearing from young people themselves. And we anticipate that they will be frank and they will be candid with us. And they will tell us what they expect for the future that they want to live in. Furthermore, we're also going to have an invigorating fireside chat, and we're excited about the sort of lively, relaxed conversation that will happen there as people tell us about their own personal experiences, their journeys in education, and what they hope and expect for the future. At the back of the hall, we also have an exhibition booth, a science exhibition booth, particularly curated, for young people. And we hope that everyone who's in the hall will be able to visit that booth, participate in that fair. And we also hope that all of our sponsors who have their materials in the exhibition booths as well will also have you visit them. A huge thank you to everyone who has supported NEDIS this year. The P in our name is partnership as the Education Partnership Center, and we don't take that P lightly. And so we'd like to extend a very special thank you to our friends at the British Council Nigeria, at Owanda Foundation, and at the FCDO, that's the UK Government Development Organization's PLANE program. We want to say thank you for walking alongside us this year, for supporting us, for encouraging us, and obviously for funding us as well. to every single person who is speaking today, who is participating in the exhibition, and to everyone who is a delegate to this conference, I'd like to say welcome. Welcome and thank you for being here. We hope that you will find this event truly rewarding. One of the things that we're particular about at TEP Center is that we don't like talk shops. We like talk and workshops. And so we hope that this will be one of those events that gets us not just to talk, but invigorates us as we begin to work for the future of our young people. We are going to be touching on conversations that have been held within the international community and also in the national space this year, and they have been many. And we're going to be drawing out those conversations and focusing very clearly on what is important for us as people to be able to identify as our priorities when it comes to skills development. So once again, I'd like to say welcome. Thank you very much for being here, and we hope you have a wonderful and invigorating time with us today. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. You will agree with me that we are facing uncertain and volatile times. The global challenges that we are facing is ever increasing. The climate crisis, the humanitarian crisis across various regions of the world, including the African continent, illiteracy, unemployment, just to name a few. Our young people are increasingly getting engaged in solving many of these problems, and they need to build their entrepreneurial and leadership skills in order to solve these ever-evolving global challenges. Africa boasts one of the highest rates of entrepreneurship, and so this offers our youth, the continent, great opportunities in terms of these skills. It is therefore important that we build the underlying leadership skills for our young people to be change makers, the entrepreneurial skills, the growth mindset, the creativity skills, the resilience, and the courage that they need to face a lot of the challenges that we're facing and to support in addressing the SDGs. I therefore believe that if we invest significantly in this great opportunity across the continent for our young people to build their leadership skills and their entrepreneurial skills, we can then begin to maximize the opportunities that we have across the continent. My name is Nike Akerele de Souza. I'm the co-founder for Teach for Nigeria and Integrate Youth UK.
Hello, I'm Foluika Fakre with the Global Partnership for Education. Congratulations to TEP Center for hosting NEDIS 7 and consistently creating the space for us to have the most important conversations. Africa has the youngest population in the world, and this means that the workforce of the future is going to be coming from Africa, and that workforce needs to be educated, skilled, and prepared to engage with 21st century economies. So this focus on bridging the skills gap that is the theme of NEDIS 7 is absolutely critical. And the key to closing the skills gap and ensuring that all children and young people have the skills that they need to thrive in a dynamic 21st century context is building a strong education foundation. We wouldn't build a house without a solid foundation, and we cannot expect children to thrive without solid foundational skills. Unfortunately, we are experiencing a learning crisis that has been exacerbated by COVID, leading to millions of children not building the strong learning foundations they need. So as the education community, we need to increase access, quality, equity, and financing for basic education and ensure that every boy and girl is equipped with the knowledge and the skills that they need to realize their potential. As a partnership, GPE supports more than 80 partner countries around the world and 40 in Africa to build resilient education systems that provide the early learning, foundational skills such as literacy and numeracy, the socio-emotional skills, and the wider range of skills necessary to prepare students for the 21st century. Improving foundational learning requires a system-wide approach with stakeholders working together at all levels: classroom, school, community, state, national, and global levels to eliminate the barriers that keep children not in school and not learning, We need to get children learning equally, learning early, and learning well. Best wishes for an amazing, productive, and engaging summit. Thank you.
Lovely.
Thank you. Thank you, Modukwe, for that powerful, powerful introduction. Thank you. We'll move very quickly now to the keynote address. And the keynote address is on spotlighting Africa's progress towards sustainable development using learning outcome data. And the speaker for the keynote address is?
It's Dr. Manus Antoninas, UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report.
Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause
to our speaker.
Okay, awesome. So we're...
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was not allowed to come live. It's a real pleasure. Thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to address this year's NEDIS. We have been following your work for a long time, and we have also had the opportunity once to send one of our team members. It is really extremely important for us to be able to share with the Nigerian education community our perspective on learning in Africa in general and in Nigeria in particular. And let me share my screen in order to be able to take you through, if I am allowed, share my screen to be able to present the main findings. Let me first of all start with saying that the Global Education Monitoring Report is the tool of the international community to monitor progress on education in the Sustainable Development Agenda. And this year we're celebrating our 20th anniversary. And it's important to say that the report is
recording in progress,
not just one report that comes out every year or so. It is also a big set of activities that we carry out around the world. If I may ask once again, would it be possible to enable me to share my screen so that you can better follow my presentation? And I'm going to take you through our latest work on two areas that are particularly important for Nigeria. The first is the work we have done to estimate how many children are out of school and how many children complete each level of education. And the second is a report that we launched just last month called the Spotlight Series, together with the Association for the Development of Education in Africa and the African Union on the state of foundational learning and universal basic education completion. Let me start with the statistics first, while waiting for my opportunity to share my screen in order for you to also better understand what has been happening on that front. The first thing to note is that after 2015, the international education community and the United Nations in particular have urged those who are responsible for producing education data and statistics to use as many sources of information as possible. And in the case of Nigeria, we know that for quite some time, it has been quite difficult to report progress on education based only on the national school census and the information that it produces, because Nigeria has a complex structure. In fact, I can share also that I worked on that structure about 15 years ago, and I'm quite familiar with the challenges that are involved. So what we have done, the Global Education Monitoring Report in partnership with the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, was to look not just at the administrative data, which, as I mentioned, in Nigeria is patchy, but to also look at survey data. And there has been a lot of surveys taking place in Nigeria over the past 15, 20 years, especially if you also add census information, and the two major surveys that are funded by the United States Agency for International Development and UNICEF. So looking at that, one can see that essentially there has been very limited progress in the primary out-of-school rates, which remain stubbornly over 25%, and potentially a trend for increasing out-of-school rates in among lower and upper secondary school age children. So I'm glad that I can now share my screen. So here is the picture. You can see how over the last 10 years there has been, in fact, a growing trend in out-of-school rates. You can find these results in the VIEW website, www.education-estimates.org. And what is the implication of these rates? Well, it means that the out-of-school numbers have been growing in Nigeria almost continuously in the last 20 years. In the case of primary education, almost 10 million children are out of school among those of primary school age, and another 10 million among those of lower and upper secondary school age, adding up to a total of 20 million children, adolescents, and youth. And I understand this has been a major issue that is contested in Nigerian society over the last couple of months. And it is indeed an important pause that calls for reflection and action. Of course, it's important to recognize that we still have relatively few sources for out-of-school estimates, and it is important to continue efforts to improve our administrative data systems. But let's look also at the completion rate. That means how many children actually manage to finish primary and secondary school. And you see from this graph here that overall progress has been very slow years between 1990 and 2020. That's before even the COVID-19 pandemic struck. We have seen very small improvements in primary completion rates, which really today are just a little bit over 80%. That means 1 in 5 children in Nigeria do not complete primary school. You also see that in secondary education, and that's when we combine, as you see, multiple information sources, there's also a bit of a stagnation after 2005 in secondary completion rates, which do not exceed 60%. So ultimately 4 in 10 young people in Nigeria do not complete secondary school. That's one of the motivations why we recently looked at the state of completion, but also of learning in Africa. This, as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, is a partnership with the Association for the Development of Education in Africa and the African Union. And the objective of this exercise is to look at national level what efforts countries have made to improve learning outcomes, and through that to support policy development and advocacy. But more importantly, and that justifies the collaboration with two continental institutions, to look at good examples from different countries and to support a peer learning mechanism so that the issue of foundational learning comes at the top of African policymakers' agendas. The format of the Spotlight series is a 3-part cycle of reports and engagement with countries. In each cycle, and the first of those has just been completed with the launch of a continental report last month in Mauritius at the ADEA Triennale, is to look at 5 countries in depth, 1 for every region, and to have country reports in collaboration with the governments. In addition, we also have case studies, and you see here that in the first cycle that has just been completed, we had 2 countries from West, Senegal and Ghana, as focus countries, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Rwanda, and Mozambique, where we looked at all factors that affect foundational learning and universal basic education completion. But we also looked at case studies, for instance, learning assessment in Sierra Leone, the language of instruction in the Central African Republic, early childhood education in Sao Tome, teacher training in South Sudan, district education officers in Kenya, textbooks in Malawi, school feeding issues in Madagascar. And we're now about to start the second cycle, where we again look at, we're going to look at six, in fact, different countries around the continent. And we look forward one day to also work at least with some states in Nigeria and hear their experiences. And as you gathered from the examples I shared, we look at multiple factors that really affect learning. Whether government, first of all, has a vision, sets targets, and communicates those to all levels. Whether there are teaching and learning mechanisms ready to support foundational learning, especially the language of instruction, the textbooks used. The third is teachers. Are they prepared to really focus on the specific challenges that relate to early grade learning? Fourth, how are school leaders prepared to be instructional leaders? Fifth, how district education officers, local education leaders perform the same task. Sixth, how communities and parents are involved. And seventh, what is the learning assessment mechanism that helps inform all these actors to focus on learning? So looking at some data, it is difficult to assess levels of learning in Africa with accuracy. Overall, though, as this schematic map of different countries around the continent shows, in most countries, fewer than 1 in 5 children achieve minimum proficiency in reading and mathematics at the end of primary school, if they reach the end of primary school. Since 2015, only 16 countries in reading and 18 countries in mathematics have reported data, and these are mostly from Francophone African countries. Household surveys, and especially the work of the PAL network, has been instrumental in providing additional information on the state of learning. One major source of information is the UNICEF mixed surveys that have introduced learning outcome information asked directly at the household level. And from there you see, as in this graph on the left-hand side, that even after several years of school, very few children in a large sample of about 13 African countries achieve the minimum, minimum level of proficiency, being able to simply understand a very small text and answer a couple of questions around it. After 3 years, only 15% managed to achieve that level. Less than half have such capacity after 6 years of primary education. And that's a quality of text, the simplicity of text that is suitable just for grade 2 students. Citizen-led assessments, as I mentioned, the PAL network's work, and of course, what happens with the TEP Center in Nigeria, has been very important to monitor by age and grade and over time. And these suggest very low levels of learning in some countries, where even at the age of 11, there are a majority of students in countries like the Democratic Republic of the Congo cannot even recognize numbers, as the right-hand side graph shows. Now, one question which is very important is, often this is described as a crisis. And the reports looked at a very rudimentary definition of literacy. Here are a few examples of very simple sentences. And we saw how many children who finish primary school and then leave school after 5 or 6 years managed to read such a sentence. And you see here that we identified 3 types of countries, those that have a relatively high ability to make such learning possible. Not all children, but at least 60, 70, 80% do so. That's about 7 countries. And then you also see in this graph, let me show it again so that it's a bit clearer for you. You also see that there are some countries where very, very few children really achieve such a level. These are the countries here at the bottom with the pale purple. And that includes countries in Anglophone Western Africa. And then a few countries where levels of learning have deteriorated, but these are not the majority, which means that the problem of low learning levels has been with us for quite some time. So, what we observe over time, we see, as this graph shows, the comparison between world levels of minimum proficiency in reading. You see at the top here at the end of primary education, globally about 60% of children achieve minimum proficiency. Only 16% in Africa, if you look at the bottom part of the graph. If you also consider that in Africa in particular, 1 in 4 children do not finish primary school, that means that only about 12% achieve minimum proficiency in reading by the end of primary in sub-Saharan Africa, which means children in Africa have 1/5 of a probability to achieve that minimum level compared to the rest of the world. At the same time, we see that levels are growing, they're not static, there is an improvement, but it is slower than that is observed in the rest of the world. Coming towards our challenges in having enough information, because as I described, there are a lot of gaps in what we have. Many countries continue not giving sufficient attention to the type of data that we really need to understand what is the situation. Countries tend to privilege examinations over assessments that have fixed standards over time. So we need much better assessments to really know what's happening. And for instance, the recent review of the assessment program in Nigeria showed that the quality of the assessment was not really good enough to give enough guidance to policymakers. We also see that countries do not participate a lot in cross-national assessments. There is a program in Anglophone Africa called SACMEC, which has struggled over the last few years. And we also see that the other major cross-national program in Francophone Africa, PASEC, has been doing much better, but still needs a lot more support. And yet, the support that is provided by international funders is often not good enough. It emphasizes short-term projects and does not help build institutions. It does not coordinate enough. Donors' funding is not really well geared to ensure that every country develops its assessment system so that policymakers can be informed. And often, as this graph on the right-hand side shows, there are a lot of assessments taking place, but very few of those are actually available ultimately to policymakers, and that's a major gap. To conclude, the report goes, as you see here, cover the 5 countries. There are 5 country reports, as you can find. It has a set of recommendations that may seem obvious, but our analysis showed that they're really, really critical and remain and have not been resolved. All children need to have a textbook. We know that in overall, 3 children have to share a textbook in most countries. Children need to be taught in their home language. Even countries that have only one national language still prefer English or French or Portuguese. And yet there is evidence that such programs that focus on at least bilingualism have been very effective. All children need to have a school meal because so many arrive in school without proper nutrition. Only 1 in 3 children benefit from such programs currently, and many are externally funded. That needs to change. Countries need to have clear plans to improve learning. This is only slowly changing, and it cannot change rapidly unless there is better quality of information. Teachers need to be developed and supported, especially with better teacher guides, to receive the support that maybe they did not receive in their initial education stage. Instructional leaders need to be supported. I heard already in one of your introductory videos, leadership is an issue that I know this conference promotes, and really much more attention, because our head teachers are not always ready to support teachers to focus on learning. And aid, as I mentioned, need to focus on institution building and not on short-term outcomes. Finally, and that will be my closing slide, we also need to ensure that countries and everyone learns from each other. We have partnered with the African Union in order to ensure that countries around Africa get together as part of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa structures and share the experiences that they have acquired on how to improve foundational learning. There are many very interesting initiatives, but countries need to come forward and share that experience with others, because we really need that discussion to take place. And I'm grateful for your invitation to also share with you the lessons that we have learned from our work in the Spotlight series. That brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you once again, and I wish you success in this 8th edition of NEDIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manos, for that great presentation. Thank you very much. Can we have another round of applause for him? Awesome. I hope we all found it helpful and also the great data that he shared with us. Before we move to the next presentation, we will be sharing a goodwill message, a short goodwill message, and then we'll move to the next presentation by Dr. James Fadokun. So sit back and enjoy.
Yes, good day, everybody. My name is Dr. Adebola Olatunji. I am the founder and the principal provider at Fort Worth Internal Medicine in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm also the founder of Advanced Body Works. I'm a practicing physician in internal medicine and aesthetics. I do liposuction, fat transfers, Botox, fillers, lasers, and several other hormone therapy IVs. I'm also a full-time hospital doctor. I take care of patients in the hospital. I want to say a hearty congratulations to TEP Center for everything you are doing, both in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. I see your contributions towards making sure that the children of Africa are better educated. Many of us have had this opportunity to see the potential benefits of great education. And if you want to build a nation, you have to build a solid educational system. I want to say a big thank you for what you are doing. We are hoping we'll be able to produce more brilliant individuals that will help us make Africa as a whole a better place. Kudos to you, and I pray that God will continue to increase you and reward you for all your works. Congratulations. Thank you.
All right. Once again, you're welcome to NEDIS 2022. Right about now, we're going to be moving to the next program on the agenda. We'll be having a presentation on non-state schooling in northern Nigeria, implications for regulations and partnership. And to take that session is
Dr. James Fadokun, who is from FCDO Plain Program. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes on stage?
Let's celebrate him as he comes up on stage.
Welcome, sir. Yes. Yes. Can we please put up his presentation on the screens as well? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be part of the NEDIS conference. This is my first conference anyway. I'm happy to be here. And I also bring greetings from Plain FCDO. Plain FCDO is a 7-year project that is taking place in Kaduna, Kano, and Jigawa states. And we're also extending to the southwest and southeast. So very soon, we'll have office in Lagos and Enugu to be able to reach out to the southern part of Nigeria. So the presentation this morning is the socio-demographic survey that has been conducted by TEP Center on behalf of Plain. And the essence of the survey is to actually give us situation analysis of the non-state schools in KKJ state, that's Kaduna, Kano, and Jigawa state. Plain is supporting public schools, but at the same time, we want to reach out to private schools and integrated Quranic schools. So that was the reason why we decided to actually ensure that we extend the research to private schools and IQS schools. The purpose of the survey is to look at the size of the schools and the reputation of those schools, the challenges facing poorer private schools in improving services they offer. Okay, maybe I should just look at the one being projected so that we'll be on the same page. So the size of the school and the reputation, the challenges facing poorer private schools in improving service they offer. That is, our major focus is on low-cost private schools that are offering and complementing what government is doing. We also attempt to reach to the poor, the curriculum, and the quality of service delivery. The focus of the survey is also on school governance. Next slide. So looking at the personnel audit of 2018, I tried to look at what is the projected ages, children ages 3 to 5 in Nigeria, and what are the challenges? If you look at this data, you will discover that there are a lot of challenges. In North Central, for instance, where you have 2,465,000, the gross enrollment there is 899, and net enrollment is 656,722. The gap there is that we've not been able to reach out. There's still a lot of gap, because overall as a country is only 36% that are having access to school. Nationally, it is 17,366,668, and only 41% that are being reached out to. So that means that there are a lot of massive opportunity for non-state schools to be able to reach out to the balance. And that is a big concern, because for us as a nation, we've been talking about so the implication is that as a nation, we are still going to have challenge with out of school. How many of us can tell me the number that is out of school in Nigeria today? I know there are a lot of controversies, something 12, some 50.6. What's the latest from UNICEF? 20 million. 20 million. 10.5 from public primary schools, then 5 point something from GSS, and another 5 million in senior secondary school. So the implication of that is that there's still a gap, and we will begin to see how government can create equitable access. Next slide. So the research questions are as follows. To what extent are the expected statutory and non-statutory record available in our registered school? We try to look at these schools that are not registered. Are they actually complying with government regulation? And in trying to look at the way they keep record, are they actually on track in terms of how public schools are doing? What is the status of unregistered school in Nigeria? What are the different types of non-state schools in Kano, Kaduna, and Jigawa State? What are the various sources of funding available to unregistered non-state schools? What is the level of awareness of school proprietors on guidelines of school registration? We are trying to look at the guideline that the government have put in place. Are they aware of this guideline? To what extent are they complying with the registration and licensing procedure? To what extent does the various enumerated factors inhibit or affect school registration? Because these are actually schools that are paid to register. They don't want to actually come out for government to be able to see them. Then what are the human and material resources available in a registered school? We will try to look at this, to look at what are the minimum standards that have been put in place by government, and are these schools actually complying with this regulation, so as to know the level to which they are concerning the regulation parameters. So in terms of methodology, we actually looked at, we put the methodology into actually looking at the Kaduna, Kano, and Jigawa State. And the population of the study is 7,583 unregistered schools. 7,583 unregistered schools. That's the massive numbers of those schools that have not registered. The sample survey, we actually look at 24 local governments. Next slide, because of our time. So looking at this particular table, for Kaduna, we have registered schools are 8,630. Kaduna has 1,115. Jigawa has 2,934. And the total for all the registered schools are 12,579. So looking at what has been put so far, go back to that slide, you will see how we spread it. Eventually, we were only able to do the survey in 1,138 schools out of the 7,000 that I told you. Next slide. So we are also trying to look at the strategic framework that inform this particular study. The strategic framework is looking at 3 particular areas. Number one is regulation and accountability. We are trying to look at to what extent are these schools following the regulation mechanism put in place by this state government to ensure that private schools are getting registered. And the regulation system has clear standards, improved licensing procedure, and appropriate quality assurance and accountability. That's the focus of what we intend to do as a project, trying to ensure that if government is going to regulate schools, the criteria should be very clear to everybody. It's not that today you come up with a criteria and next tomorrow you come up with another criteria to say you are closing down schools. So we want to ensure that the criteria is open to everybody, is inclusive, and is something that is acceptable by all stakeholders. The second pillar is looking at collaboration. We are trying to see the framework linking regulation to collaboration. That is, there should be a kind of public-private partnership between the private schools, the Quranic schools, and government, so that they will work together and ensure that government is also supporting private schools and to some extent supporting in the area of training and financing. The next pillar is investment and financing. Some of these private schools are having a lot of challenges, and I'm happy that this is Lagos. We have a lot of promising practice coming from the DP project that was here for 5 years and was about to be replicated in Kano and Anambra State, but it could not happen. But Lagos definitely have that experience of ensuring that the state government is able to provide enabling environment for low-cost schools to have access to inclusive loan and to have access to a lot of mobile money services, which a lot of private schools in Lagos actually enjoyed at that particular point in time. Then the next one is improved learning outcome and more inclusive school. That's the essence of the whole thing. Looking at what Anthony just presented from the Global Monitoring Report, we will discover that there's a learning crisis in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. So we need to address it. The whole effort of government should not be about encouraging schooling, but we should begin to emphasize learning. We've done a lot to create equitable access, but a lot of children are still out of school, but those that are in school, are they actually learning? Are they gaining anything? From the survey that has been done, from the multi-cluster survey that has been done, there's still a challenge. From other surveys that are done globally, you will discover that we are still having a lot of challenges. So the effort of the whole thing is to ensure that private schools, IQS schools, public schools are all an avenue to ensure quality and not just to create access. Next slide. So I will quickly go to the findings so as not to bore you with a lot of background information. After the survey was conducted, these are the following findings from the survey. 718 school owners, that is 70% of those that we interviewed, do not belong to any association. And that's an opportunity for private schools association to be able to network with them, because for them, they are just establishing school, no network, no linking up with government, and so they are not traceable. It is very difficult for parents to actually have any challenge with these schools and go to government or any association to say this happened in a particular school. We all know of the situation in Kano where a young girl was killed, and at the end of the day, the associations were saying that the school proprietor is not one of them and all the rest, and it was even difficult for government to be able to trace them. So that's a challenge for us as policymakers. We need to begin to look at how this private school association should be under a network that could be traced and be supported, because the essence of the whole project is to ensure effective collaboration. 715, 69% of the sample schools were yet to be approved, while 311, representing 30% of the school, we are in the process of approval. So some of them are actually on track of getting approved, and what we are trying to do is to see how the private school association and government needs to come together to hasten the process of getting schools approved, because the licensing procedure is cumbersome. There are a lot of taxation here and there, flying here and there, that is making it difficult for these private schools to get registered. And it's not to the gain of government. If we have children of school-going age and Nigerians in these schools and they are not traceable, it's really going to be problematic for Nigeria. And as a result of that, it will have implication for the the so-called number that we have been mentioning about the heart of school, most of the children in these schools, nobody have data on them. It is not in government record. It is not in the education management information system of the state. And that's not too good. It's something that government needs to ensure that we capture the data of the children that are in those schools. Building structure requested by the state government for school registration top the major roadblocks to school registration. There are even schools that are operating in bakery. It's bakery in the morning or in the night. Then when you just go around morning time, you won't see any signposts, but when you go there, you start hearing some noises and you'll be surprised that that place is actually a school. So those unconducive environments is what government should actually monitor. Yes, we appreciate the effort of the proprietors to be able to create equitable access, but the teaching and learning process should happen in a decent environment. 543 non-state schools had PTA, which is good, 280 schools with school-based management, which is also commendable because these are platforms to encourage parents to be involved in school governance and to know what is happening to their children and contribute to school improvement. Next slide. Since the establishment and inception, 103, that's 10% of the owners or head teachers have reported receiving state or non-state support, which is also very commendable. That when we interviewed some of these private schools, they told us that, yes, government is supporting them. A lot of funding support from UBE, from the State Ministry of Education. During COVID, there were a lot of teachers that were paid as a result of government intervention at that time, which is commendable. And that is what we are trying to encourage in the public-private partnership for government to also show interest in supporting private schools because Nigerian children are there and they deserve to be supported. 43% of non-state schools with pre-nursery classes charge less than 10,000. We also try to look at the amount to be able to classify which of these schools are low-cost school, middle-level school or high-school school, because our major concern is to support these low-cost schools because they are actually trying to create opportunity for parents to bring children to their schools, spend less, and also provide quality. Those are the kind of people, the kind of schools that we want to support. The three-state combined gender parity index was 1.069 in pre-nursery, nursery schools, which similarly indicated a gap in favor of girls, while in primary, the gender parity index was 1.0. It's still okay to some extent. Next slide. Teachers in 500 and non-state schools, which is 50.4, did not receive salary at the end of the month. And these are majorly the integrated and Quranic schools. And you'll be wondering how they are surviving. It is just when the children come, Kudi Laraba, they give something like 20 naira, 10 naira, and all the rest. And so, well, it's encouraging that they are trying to bear it, but we are encouraging government to actually see how they can use the UBEC intervention fund to be able to build the capacity of this teacher, try to ensure that they are being provided salary and enabling environment so that they can put so much commitment. There are a lot of volunteers from the community that are supporting this school. We appreciate the effort of UBEC in integrating core subject and posting teachers to those schools, but we need more because there are still a lot of teachers that are not being paid. The non-state pupil classroom ratio across the three states stood at 81.1, 81 pupil to one teacher. 91% of the classroom are unusable, with analysis of state to state shows that Kano State pupil ratio is 1 to 121. No, ratio 12 to 1. Kaduna 13 to 1. Jigawa 154 to 1. I was in Jigawa this year when we were doing a kind of study tour. In Jigawa, I was there in 2009. At that time, I saw 120 and I was scared. And I was imagining how teachers are responding, how teachers are going to actually ensure teaching and learning. But this time around, I saw 180. In February, when I went to Jigawa, 180 pupils in a class. And that's serious. I don't know how that teacher is going to manage. So that's a challenge to enforce the minimum standard that has been put in the national policy on education is a serious challenge, and that's what the quality assurance officers will need to do. I'm already putting up some recommendations. I'll go to the recommendation part. 229 school out of 1,026, representing 32.1, have school health facility. Next slide, because of our time. You are going to have access to the report. We also try to do a graded assessment, which is a quality assurance tool of this school, ranking them. How many of them are at establishing level, how many of them are enhancing level, and how many of them are excelling level. We have different dimensions. For school administration, those who are under under dimension 1, which is 0.1, the figure is there. Because of time, I will just quickly explain the parameter and move on. Then 2 to 3, you also have the figure. 4 to 5, those are at the excelling level, and you can see the figure that is there. It is actually showing us that the grading is showing us that there is a need for us to actually see how we can improve these schools, because most of them are not being quality assured by quality assurance officers. So there's a need to actually look at it. And what we intend to do is generate school report card concerning each school along the parameters, and what they've been able to score. We will generate a school report card that will be given to the proprietor of that particular school, so that you can see on a page, on a page, the analysis of where you are as a school and what you need to do. And this is what will inform the school development plan process that the school will embark upon with their school-based management committee. Next slide, because I have just like 2 to 3 minutes. I hope I'm right. So skip this because I've explained that. So recommendation. We are trying to recommend that government should ensure that there is accountability in place. Government should conduct a downward review of current guidelines and reflect on it and try to create an enabling environment. We've been talking about ease of doing business. The private schools are also business owners. There are a lot of loans, there are a lot of support for small, medium enterprises across Nigeria, but most of them hardly target private schools. So that we want to commend what the central bank is doing, but we need to do more than that. The contribution of non-state school is invaluable, so government needs to take advantage of that. And we are also supporting that there should be SBMC in some of these schools to be able to do a kind of plan for their schools and ensure that things are in order. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. We also try to ensure that there should be free e-service training. We are trying to encourage collaboration, that government, as a matter of concern, should show interest in the capacity development of these private schools and ensure that they also have what we call inclusive financing, like the model that Lagos did, which is something that we are proud of and we are trying to replicate in other parts of the country. The non-state needs to be equipped and supported in record-keeping training and infrastructure. These are some of the things we are looking at, and we are trying to disseminate this report to quality assurance agency to be able to look at it critically and see what they need to do to ensure that these schools are complying and they are doing the right thing. Lastly, to realize inclusive education in Nigeria, it is expedient to identify potential approaches to improve the roles and duty of stakeholders. These stakeholder engagement and collaboration are inevitable. If government want to reduce out of school, it is possible if they collaborate effectively well with the non-state school, because there are a lot of children in those schools that are not really being targeted. And government can support it to widen the space for more inclusive and creation of equitable access to education and ensuring quality. Nigerians are in these schools and they deserve to be quality assured so that the customer, which are the children, can have access to quality education. Thank you so much.
My name is Adenike Adeyemi, and I am the Executive Director for Faith Foundation. Faith Foundation is a non-profit that supports people with educational training and resources to start and build sustainable businesses. What I think that the education sector and stakeholders in the space should focus on, for me, which is critical in terms of the work we do, is really expanding financial literacy and digital literacy, right from primary school level all the way up. For people to be able to have aspirational dreams, vision, innovate, and have ideas that can empower themselves by creating income opportunities for themselves and also create jobs for others. They also need to have the basics of the fundamentals of what it takes to translate an idea into a marketable business. These are skills for us that are not just skills that anybody who is an entrepreneur should have, but any individual who is going to grow up and explore economic and income pathways. Financial literacy from primary school level has to be practical, it has to be relevant. People have to be able to attribute it to even how they take care of themselves and personal financial management skills. It has to come with tools using resources and easy to learn and easy to adapt materials and real life learnings while also making it indigenized. So if I'm taking financial literacy classes at primary school or secondary school, I should be able to take it in the context of my own experiences as a young Nigerian living in Nigeria. That's something that I can even see that I missed out on going through school. I read linguistics in university, and I probably would have set up a linguistics practice if I realized just how I could translate my course of study into creating something that I could establish a business and be able to provide services. So that will be a key focus for me, and even in terms of our work, financial and digital literacy expansion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. James. Can we have another round of applause for him, please? I think we can all agree that we have a lot of work to do, right? And, you know, I find this very interesting because just before he came on stage, you know, when we were asking about what we intended to gain from this, you know, someone did mention, you know, how she left here, you know, knowing that we have a ton of work to do. And I think that has come up today. But we also have to thank Mr. James because he didn't just tell us the problems, right? He also told us how to solve them. So I think we're in a good place. Thank you so much, Dr. James. This has been amazing. Okay, so I think it's important that we can quickly mention that we have an exhibition going on behind. So you'll see people from LMU World, and then we also have Kunda Kids, we have FCDO, and we have the Orlando Foundation all at the back. There's an exhibition going on. So when we do have breaks, we can feel free to visit those. Moving on quickly, so we can ensure that we get in all the panel sessions today and we benefit from everything that we plan to. We will now announce our very first panel session. And the panel session, yes, please go ahead.
The panel session would be on moving from ABCs to a highly skilled workforce. And the panelists are Mrs. Adekanle Adegoke from Orlando Foundation. A round of applause for her. Please come on stage. We have Mr. Tosin Thomas Okeje from Niche. Can we celebrate him? Okay, he'll be joining us virtually. And then we'll also have Santos Akilele, Human Capital Africa. And to moderate the session is Miss Gokwe Onebajo from Africa Practice. Can we please celebrate them? Give them a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, panelists. My name is Bokwe Onigbanjo. I'm an associate consultant from Africa Practice. Africa Practice is a strategic consulting firm that operates at the nexus of industry and government. We also coordinate the Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Hub. This is a hub of 10 partners working to increase the political salience of foundational literacy and numeracy in sub-Saharan Africa. With that, I will pass the microphone to my guests to introduce themselves.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adekola Adegoke. I'm the head of Owando Foundation. Owando Foundation is a charity. We were established by Owando PLC over 10 years ago. And during our decade intervening in the education space, what we have done is worked with public primary schools across Nigeria. We've been implementing a holistic approach to improving access and quality to basic education, also advocating changes in policy across the continent and drawing on international partnerships to work in this space in Nigeria. I'm happy to be here today, and I'm hoping that we can learn from each other and also contribute to the future of education in Nigeria and Africa at large.
Good morning, everyone. Well, my name is Santos. I'm Communications Associate from Human Capital Africa. Human Capital Africa is a data-driven advocacy company that works directly with policymakers and governments, trying to make them prioritize foundational literacy and numeracy. Just last month, we created a Human Capital Africa scorecard for country-level advocacy, so where the governments can track their education indicators at the macro and micro level. It's been accepted and adopted by 6 African countries already, and as we go on with this conversation, I'm sure we'll shed more light on that.
I believe we also have a panelist attending online, Mr. Tosin Thomas Okoje. Can we have his introduction, please? Until he joins, the first panel of today's plenary is moving from ABCs to a highly skilled workforce. How can basic education systems help to maximize the potential of Africa's workforce? Some context. Sub-Saharan Africa reports the highest level of learning poverty. 1 in 5 primary school-aged children are still out of school. This speaks to the statistics that we heard from Nigeria alone, where more than 20 million children are out of school at the moment. We also know that our primary message, 9 in 10 children in Sub-Saharan Africa are unable to read with comprehension by the age of 10. Children who are unable to read with comprehension by the age of 10 are often unlikely to learn anything else in the rest of their lives. We also know that around the world, the learning crisis has been compounded by COVID-19 related school closures. Data from the World Bank, UNICEF, and UNESCO shows us that this current generation of students risks losing up to $17 trillion in lifetime earnings because of the associated learning losses that they are victim of at this point in time. Moving to my panelists, I am very interested to hear how you feel that we can begin to think about moving from ABCs, the level that we are at the moment, to becoming a highly skilled workforce. What are the skills that you envision that children will need to adopt very quickly for us to get to this place? How long do you think that might take? And also, what do you think about the current levels of learning that we have achieved? So I'll start with you, Ms. Adekola.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, the topic, when I saw it, was moving from ABCs to a largely skilled workforce. And like I had mentioned earlier, we've worked in this space for over a decade. The very concept and notion of Owando Foundation was because the government in Nigeria called in 2007 for corporates to be involved in the basic education space. They asked for corporates to support schools across the country. And quite a number of corporates signed up. Owando PLC was one of those corporates. But what happened at that time was all the corporates basically supported infrastructure. And we know today that just supporting infrastructure does not move the needle. What it does is create a conducive environment. Obviously, children would be willing to come to school, teachers will be willing to come to school, but does it increase the quality of education in that school? It may or may not, depending on the quality of teachers and quality of all the other ancillary requirements when it comes to supporting basic education. I think for me and for Oando PLC, that was a pivotal moment, in the sense that in 2007, the notion of the foundation started. The foundation did not start until 2011, but basic education had started to be supported. The needs in the space, as our first two presenters have shown us, are huge. And not one company can support the huge need in that space. But for a corporate to decide to support basic education, set up a foundation dedicated to basic education and education at large, is just one thing corporates can do to move, to contribute and try to move the needle from moving from ABCs to skills for the workforce. Another thing that has happened over time is we found that we've learned that whilst implementing the holistic program to support foundational literacy and numeracy, it's not just basic education skills that are required for the future workforce. So you can build on those skills, however, you need to introduce quite a number of things. And one of those things we've learned with the advent of COVID is we need to move nimbly. We need to set up structures that would ensure that skills that are garnered today actually contribute tomorrow. So for instance, you'd have digital literacy skills, but not just learning how to move a mouse by rote. The children nowadays are born with digital devices in their hands. Even if you put a digital device in front of a child today without teaching that child, you would see that they would be able to, at some point, learn by just poking and prodding. So we've got to be able to ensure that children move from just learning the basics to ensuring they have the digital skills to thrive, and also using those digital skills to garner critical thinking skills for the future. We'll have quite some time to work together and to learn from each other this morning, so I'll just stop there.
Thank you for those very concise remarks. We completely understand now, or have a better understanding of what the Oando Foundation has been doing in this space, which is good, I think, for a number of us who might not have been very familiar with what that has looked like over time. I'm going to move on to Santos before I come back to some of the points raised on digital and critical skills and supporting children beyond just providing infrastructure. But Santos represents Human Capital Africa, one of the organizations advocating to increase learning outcomes for children in Nigeria and in Africa. I know that recently HCA has released a learning scorecard to support countries in moving the needle forward on learning outcomes. I'm wondering what you think the role of government, donors, development partners, and the private sector is to help us transition from ABCs, the very basic levels of education, most of which are missing at the moment, to developing this highly skilled workforce that is equipped with the digital and critical thinking skills that businesses will need in the future to survive.
Thank you for the question. So first things first, I think that the government, the policymakers, and the private sector need to understand that this is an emergency. It's a crisis. If you tell me that 9 out of 10 children can't read with meaning at the age of 10, it's self-explanatory. That's dangerous. And so it means that our education does not educate, right? And we can't stand that, especially when we create human beings at scale. In 2050, 68% of the global workforce growth would be from sub-Saharan Africa. So it's a global problem. If we're creating human beings that are substandard, with all due respect to the children, right? So first of all, we must prioritize the problem. So if you find someone who's passed out and you're trying to put pills in his mouth as opposed to, you know, shocking them out of the problem, you're doing it wrong. You'll be like, this doctor has a problem. This is an emergency that needs, you know, critical work. So first of all, we need to prioritize. The government needs to put that in front, spend enough, and spend intelligently on it. You know, the Dakar Pact says that every government needs to spend 15 to 20% of their budget on education. Nigeria spends around 5 and 6. So first of all, we are very, very far behind. And then we are also spending wrongly because we are not prioritizing foundational literacy and numeracy. If your children can't read at the age of 10, like Bope has said, they can't learn anything else. You know, and when they can't learn anything else, most times they drop out of school and then become those children who do child labor and all those things. And those who remain in school struggle all through school, which is why we have graduates who are not educated today. We see it everywhere. You know, so first of all, we must prioritize fixing that from the foundational level. How? There's so many ways, you know, we can talk about this, and we can spend 2 hours talking about it. But then we're in a region that is very, very poor. We have to admit that, you know, maybe 7 out of 10 Nigerians are living in poverty, which means they can't even access private schools and the expensive schools. And we all know that there's a huge disparity between the private schools and the, you know, the public schools. Children learn more in the private schools. So if the government prioritizes making the public schools give quality education, then you are reaching a bigger mass. And then, you know, you're shocking us out of that problem. You know, there's so much I would like to say about that, but, you know, let's just keep going on with the conversation.
Thanks for that contribution, Santos. You mentioned quite a few key things, and I think that we know some of the things that work to improve learning outcomes for children. We know that governments have to invest in teachers. Teachers need to be supported to pass across education so that children learn. We know that minimum requirements have to be met in schools. Children have to be comfortable. A lot of the time, school feeding plays a huge role in keeping children in school and ensuring that they are learning. We also know that it's important to adapt curriculums to the level of children's learning, right? These are some of the things that all of our stakeholders can get involved in ensuring that we move that needle forward. And then coming back to the role of the private sector, as Santos noted, there's a huge discrepancy in public and private sector, in public and private-led education systems. I'm curious to understand how the Owando Foundation has been able to support schools in Nigeria, which schools have been prioritized, and like you said before, you've moved beyond just providing infrastructure to actually supporting the development of other critical skills. I'm curious in the ways in which you have done that, and also in the people that you have been able to work with along the way. What has your relationship with government looked like? Are you working with other foundations as well in this space? And how does that all come together to help us to get closer to where we're trying to get to, is my question.
Okay, so that's quite a number of questions in one. So what have we done over the years to move the needle to work with other people and other actors in this space? And like I said, first of all, we always say in Nigeria, and this is a phrase we always hear, that government needs to provide the enabling environment for private sector or for the economy to thrive. So I had mentioned before that one of the things government did was call for private sector actors in 2007 through the Support Our Schools program. At that point in time, it just wasn't the federal government, it was also at the state level. So UBEC and the Federal Ministry of Education had a stance and had a framework for a call for private sector to support or intervene. And this was across the whole country. Okay, so Owando Foundation signed up, or Owando, before the establishment of Owando Foundation, signed up, and quite a number of other organizations signed up as well. In intervening in this space, beyond infrastructure, what we decided to do was to support or establish an initiative called the Adopt a School Initiative. And this initiative has supported over 80 schools over the past 10 years. what we did was did quite a lot of learning from actors who had gone ahead of us to try to frame how exactly to support any school moving from point 0 to point 100, for instance, for a school that otherwise either did not have teachers or had teachers who were not teaching properly or adequately, had low learning rates, low performance rates, low learning outcomes, to try to ensure that they improved over time. So we implemented a holistic program and multifaceted program that involved infrastructure I'd mentioned before, building the capacities of the teachers in school, trying to move them from learning or teaching, being teacher-centered to learner-centered, moving from being from teaching by rote to actually changing their practices within the classroom practices they had. We also worked with the school-based management committees, had a program for the quality assurance officers to build their capacity, had another same program for the local government education authority to gather data and use this data in decision making. And we also instituted scholarships for the best students to transit from primary education to secondary and tertiary education. Some of our scholars, I'm proud to say, are well amongst the best in their when it comes to their grade points averages in university. We have a scholar in the north who actually is at the moment has a first class and is on track, to graduate with a first class. What we've also done with all our learning over the years is advocate at various levels. We currently are part of the private sector advisory group on the SDGs. We lead a cluster, the education cluster, and work with other partners to ensure that we share our learnings, but also can partner with governments to direct policy. And I'll say some of the lessons that we've learned over the years when it comes to partnering with governments is it's not easy. First of all, governments change. You have to build those relationships once again, once the people have moved on. However, the basis for that is trying to work with the civil servants who are mandated or saddled with the responsibility. So whilst the politicians would move, we also have relationships with the civil service in every state and at the federal level. Once again, I'll stop there.
Thank you. That was actually a fantastic answer. It covered several important points, I think, that anybody working in the private sector and looking to move education forward can learn from. So provision of incentives, I noted, was a very important one for the students as well as for others. Learning data was also something that you mentioned, which I think that has been proven to, there can be no improvements without having the requisite data and conducting assessments to know where learning is moving forward and where it isn't. And also collaboration, I think that's an important part as well, working with other members of the private sector, education clusters, collaborating effectively with governments and sustaining those civil servants relationships beyond just changing officials. Thank you very much for that. And we have a new panelist. I'll just let you introduce yourself.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Owolabi Falano. I'm a permanent board member in SUBEB. So I'm here to represent the chairman of Lagos SUBEB, Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board. I'm in charge of quality assurance.
Welcome, Mr. Falano. We've just begun our conversation, but I think there's an important role for you to play as our representative from the government. We're keen to understand how we can begin a transition from simple ABCs, moving from children having very basic levels of education and very basic levels of learning to having highly developed skills to enter the future workforce and add value, essentially. I'm curious to see how Lagos State is moving towards that. I know that in 2020, there was an education transformation plan that was put in place, which part of which I'm sure is to address this transition that needs to happen. So So far, what has the Lagos State government done to improve learning in basic education, and also what needs to be done? What are you looking to do in the next 5 to 10 years to make sure that our workforce is more skilled?
First, I would like to apologize for coming late. I listened to some of the things that she was talking about public-private partnership. First, we have a platform to start with called the Co-Excel now in Lagos State. It's being operated by New Globe. So the entire process of teaching and learning process as regards what's the tools that are going to be used by the teachers is in the hand of the private sector, New Globe. So we have tabs now that we use that all the contents of the curriculum, from mathematics to English to all those things, right from the early childhood development stage to primary 6, in those tabs. And those are the things that are being used by the teachers to take care of the teaching and learning processes from Monday to Friday. Secondly, I lead a department called Basic Education Quality Assurance. Our objective in that department, our core function is to be able to monitor the teaching and learning process and also organize periodic trainings for the teachers. So in addition to the monitoring aspect of it that is being done by a Co-Excel, for example, is that for my office, I have a dashboard that I can know when a particular teacher is already on the seat, because there is a local area network and there is a SIM card in those tabs that they use to teach those kids. And then there are a lot of games, a lot of things that are in line with the next industrial revolution that you see in those tabs, that these pupils can, sometimes they have some schedule of, in their timetable, they have some sections, sometime maybe 30 minutes or 1 hour that they can watch some documentaries, watch some videos and all that, and also play some games and all those things. Now, in line with what is being expected in the post-2025, now Lagos State government, we just finished an education summit, whereby it is now compulsory that you have a degree at least of vocational education now being part of the basic education curriculum. It's being worked on. We had the education summit in September. So now we have started with comprehensive schools in secondary schools, whereby kids, the students can also do hairdressing, do a lot of vocational, not only hairdressing, coding and all that. So we are bringing it back to the basic education sector, the primary school and all that. So we are planning now to change the face of the form of the basic education, not only on just the normal routine of mathematics, English, and all those subjects, but to also have vocational training. Each school now, they are to have a computer center, they are to have home economics center in that school, whereby they will have a schedule specifically on Wednesdays for all these subjects, so that they can be infused to what's the daily the teaching and learning process. Then also exposing the teachers to periodic training about the new trend. That is why the curriculum is being tinkered with as we speak, to expose the teachers with the new trend. That's why we are partnering with the Finnish government. The ambassador and the minister for education were part of our education summit, so that we can take some things from them, because Finland today, they have one of the best education system in the world. So we are having a knowledge transfer and exchange system, whereby we can also tap into their teaching process. There are a lot of things about their system that we are taking away from them, and we are having a collaboration on that regard. I think with all these processes and the transformation that is coming with digitalization of our teaching and learning process, we need the next 2 years, we'll be talking about having new set of challenges entirely. That is, having how we can also influence our curriculum system even at the tertiary level. Because one of the disincentives we see regarding the recruitment of teachers is that we notice that over time, most of the people that have NCE or they have BSc education, they are the people that could not meet up with the cutoff mark in the university system, maybe during their JAMB, UTME, and all that. So if someone wants to study engineering and the person is not able to meet up, maybe it's 280, that is the cutoff mark, and the person was able to gather 250, so they now send them to engineering education, something like that. So that's one of the engagements we are also planning to have with the relevant authorities to see that people who are going to be teachers, in addition to all these initiatives I'm talking about, there are people that really want to do it. There are people that from the beginning, they have this.
Yes. Strongly agree. Thank you for that rundown. It was very comprehensive, especially your point on teachers. We had spoken about how supporting teachers is very crucial for ensuring that children can learn. I have a question just based on what you mentioned about the Eco Excel program and supporting students with tabs. Could you speak to the role of digital technology in improving learning?
Sometimes when I also have my kids, when they can visualize things, they tend to understand those things better and they tend to remember those things. Unlike when you are just in front of them, explaining to them, this is how you walk, this is how you speak, this is how you do this. But when you are showing them, when you are displaying those things to them, maybe they are watching those things in a tab or in a kind of a digitalized way, kind of in a visual way, they get to know all those things better. That is one. Secondly, it has helped me with monitoring and supervision. Considering the fact that sometimes, if I have a timetable for a whole week, I can't get to all these places that I want to go to. But sometimes I can look at the dashboard and look at the particular LGAs. We have 20 LGAs in Lagos State. LGAs are Local Government Education Authority. In those LGAs, we have quality assurance officers in those LGAs, an average of 10 in those LGAs. So we have an average of 200 people working. Now, if I want to monitor the level of efficiency and effectiveness of a particular local government, so before going there, I will have seen from my hand, from my back hand in the office, we have a situation room, how many teachers were late this week. I can see, because there is a local area network whereby they are signing using those tabs. And I can see that, okay, how many teachers, apart from the head teachers, how many teachers have been able to deliver on those subjects, the number of subjects that they need to deliver on in a week. Then from that, I can now decide that, okay, I don't need to go to Badagry. Let me just go to Ekpe where there are gaps and I can monitor the process there. That is one. Secondly, a lot of our teachers before, they were not used to all these digital devices and all that. Right now, 95% of all our teachers are techie savvy. They have access to these tabs, they have continuous training and all that, and they are passing it on to the pupils. Because if you don't have the know-how, you cannot also pass it across to the pupils. So there is improvement, and with all the trainees and the relevant trainees that they are having now, we are seeing noticeable improvement in the teaching and learning process. And from our own hand, we are guaranteeing quality by monitoring what they are doing in a seamless manner and from our control room in Subeb.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I agree with most of what you've said, just about how digital technology is important for increasing the effectiveness of administration, for also supporting children's learning by supporting them to visualize and develop those digital skills needed to become a highly skilled workforce for the future. And I think we can actually come now to Santos, who is working both with the government and with education funders. So what are the critical steps that you think these stakeholders should take to improve learning and development in Africa?
Okay, so I had stated earlier that first of all, they need to commit. And so when you commit, what do? You look at your own specific situation. It's not enough for us to most times look at what someone else has done without first testing, the intricacies of our own environment. So you measure at the macro level and at the micro level, which is exactly what we are doing at HCA with the Learning Scorecard. And so I'll quickly introduce that. What the HCA Learning Scorecard does for countries is tell you how well you are doing on the macro level and also allows you track on the micro level. I'll explain. So on the macro level, you have indicators like your net enrollment, your minimum proficiency levels of literacy, your minimum proficiency levels of numeracy. But you would all agree with me that these are indicators that shift maybe every 2 years, 3 years, 1 year, sometimes if you are really quick. So to make your curriculum adaptable, to make your curriculum fluid, you have to test things every 3 months. Every month, what did I do here that worked? And what did I do here that didn't work? And if you do that every 3 months, you can do something that is very fluid to your own system, right? And then helps you create something that moves things faster. So if you look at a clock and you can only see the hour hand without the minute or the second hand, you never really know that there's movement. But if you can see the second ticking all the time, you can then make progress with that. So data-driven approach is exactly what we think the government needs to prioritize. They need to align what works, improve what works, reduce what doesn't work. So we allow for, with the scorecard, we allow for the government to track things like words per minute, multiplication tables, like how well are your children learning this every 3 months. Also, we have an adoption tracker that you can use to track how well you've, adopted these new strategies. If you say to yourself that, we have shared textbooks, so it's fine, but then only 10% of your country has textbooks, you haven't really done much. But if you can track that, you know how far you are away from achieving, your very next step. If you know that your teachers are trained 25%, like he has said, 95% of the teachers are trained in Lagos, that tells you, I need to fix the remaining 5%. That way you are sure that as you're producing human beings at scale, you're also educating them at scale. Because if you're producing 10 people every second and you're educating 1 every second, you're still taking 1 step forward and 10 backwards. You would agree with me. So with the Human Capital Africa Scorecard, we hope that many governments adapt. We hope that they adopt and use this process. We hope that everyone begins to be data-driven. Because we're in a world where without data, you can't solve problems.
Thank you, Santos. Like Santos said, there are numerous organizations working to support governments and education practitioners. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can reach out to the appropriate technical partners, and they can in turn give the guidance needed to help increase learning outcomes. My final question for Ms. Adekonla, I'm wondering how you foresee the evolution of basic skills to where we're trying to get to, which is a completely new and improved workforce that is educated, both with the foundational literacy skills and everything that comes after that, the digital skills, the critical thinking skills, the social-emotional intelligence skills as well that are needed. How do you see that evolution playing out in the next few years? And what does that look like for Africa?
I'll say, how do we see this playing out? All the speakers before me have said we're basically, for lack of a better word, in a catastrophic state. And they provided quite a lot of solutions as well. For the private sector, we see it playing out, and I'm speaking, this is me sitting or wearing 2 caps as an organization that was founded by a corporate, even though we're a charity. The private sector spends quite a huge budget on research and development and also innovation. I think what we need to do in the education space is work with private sector actors in ensuring that, let me dial back. What we did during the COVID lockdowns is work with private sector actors to develop and innovate quite rapidly solutions to support basic education because we didn't have a choice. So I think we should think of ourselves right now as in a lockdown. We need to innovate rapidly. And how do we do this? We have teacher training institutes, we have research institutes, we have curriculum that has started to be tweaked. But this is not rapid enough. So to do this, there are all sorts of platforms, all sorts of consortia where private actors meet and have conversations around what can be done. What we need to do is ensure those conversations are taken up by governments at the federal level, at the state level, and not in silos. So it's all well and good, and this is me saying thank you very much to Lagos State and Edo State and even Kaduna State for, taking the bull by the horn and running with it. But it can't be done only at a state level. Every country has a philosophy for moving the education space forward. In Philippines, what you have is education is a way of life. And based on education being a way of life, what you have is every single, either from the budget to the frameworks for development, are hinged on education being a way of life. We need to translate that. What's our philosophy in Nigeria before we go to Africa? What's our education philosophy? How do we rapidly transform from where we are right now to where we want to be in our heads? What do we have written down? So not just to have Lagos State having a transformation plan, but the whole country having a transformation plan. And are private sector actors ready? Yes, they are, but they also need a call. So I think it's the call to action from governments, private sector actors, and education foundations such as ours are ready and willing. We have groups where we work. We have individuals identified across the country, most who are in this room. But I think the last thing I would say before I cede the mic is sometimes we get caught up in talking to ourselves. So we're all education actors in this room. We all talk on education platforms, but then we're preaching to the converted. When we're setting the budgets for, or trying to advocate for the redistribution of budgets, what I read recently is it's not redistribution of budgets that's required, it's pre-distribution. So you have the economists, you have the finance people, you have the people who otherwise would not be in this space, converted and setting the tone for education. And how can we do that? We need to have a platform where we are speaking to them about what the requirements are when it comes to the frameworks to be set up, the budgets to be made, and the actions to be taken. So I think that's how we can move things forward.
A very important note to end on. And on that note, we will open up for Q&A to the audience. Can I just show of hands to ask a question? Any question? Yes.
Thank you so much. I would really want to appreciate the speakers. My question is to the Oando representative. I know we've worked in the past during the ESPN in Ilorin, and I'm quite impressed with what Oando has been doing. But I'm just trying to ask a question on the coverage of Oando Foundation intervention across Nigeria. Is it covering the northern part of Nigeria, especially Kaduna, Kano, and Jigawa State? Thank you.
That's it. I see Abuja as well, so I see a conversation to be had. Yes?
Very well done to the panelists. I'll direct my question to the HTA representative, and that's because I find that the learning scorecard is particularly interesting. But when you were sharing, I know that the primary reason for that scorecard was to pull government actors, right, to use the tool. But I know that you're aware that across Nigeria, most private and non-profit organizations as well work hand in hand with the government to support them, again, to move the needle forward in removing this learning gap. And I wonder, is this tool open to the public? And I don't know, to what extent have you had, non-profit and other enterprises come together to use this tool and, actually see if this has moved anything in any of the practices?
Thank you for the question. So yes, absolutely. First of all, the tool is open for everybody. And we work with not just the government stakeholders, private funders, private organizations interested in education. Every soul that has any interest in making our children learn, we're open to doing that. And the scorecard is going to be launched sometime at the end of the year and at the AU Summit also next year. So you're going to have public access to it, to every single indicator, the micro and the macro ones. So thank you very much for the question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluwakemi from Bumi Adedayo Foundation. It's quite interesting to see that there are several stakeholders in the room. And for me as a person, I think my question is, so I don't know who would answer it, to be honest. But then this is my question, and it aligns to what you said, Ma. These conversations needs to be had at the federal level with people who are not in this room, like you said, who are not converted. Is there any coalition or anybody or any group of people who currently push advocacy at that level, whether it be at the federal level or the state level? Because a lot of people are doing so much in their individual space. How do we consolidate this result in a way that it has a more unified impact as against each person doing these things in individual circles? Thank you.
I think if I can attempt a response, there are a number of organizations currently advocating to the federal government for education. HCA is one of those organizations. In a way, you can think about the work of the Owando Foundation as also doing that. In terms of advocacy, I believe that there's a number of organizations working to hold the federal government's attention and to hold them to account. This is ongoing already, even though it might not be visible to you. I believe that you can reach out, maybe possibly to Santos, who is working for one of those organizations, and to hear more about the advocacy work that they're doing. The Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Hub, the FLN Hub, is also a coalition of partners working to do the same thing, not just in Nigeria and on the federal level in Nigeria, but across sub-Saharan Africa. I can give you more information about that, and you can have a look at the Twitter page at FLN Matters. FLN Matters. Yes.
And in addition, we also have worked with the Civil SECEFA. So that's a civil society platform for education actors who are supporting education for all. And if you are a part of, or if you get in touch with the Nigerian network of NGOs, they would be able to provide a bit more information about who's doing what where, especially if you're working to advocate at the federal level or within the states where you are. For the foundation, we have a number of other platforms that we participate in as well that advocate at the federal level and globally.
Do we have time for one more question?
Good morning, everyone. My question is to the panelists. You said during your conversation that children who are unable to read a comprehension at the age of 10 are likely unable to learn any other thing for the rest of their lives. So my question is, those children, is it their fault for not being able to assimilate what they are being taught or the educational system?
I would like to say that we have failed those children, and it has nothing to do with those children. You know, we live in a population where 41% of the human beings here in this region are between 0 to 14. This is the majority of the human beings that we have. And if they are not learning, we are doing something wrong. So it's absolutely not the fault of the children. It's the fault of the government, it's the fault of the private sector, it's the fault of all of us. And hopefully, we'll stop failing children.
So initially I said there's no follow-up for that, you know, but then something did occur to me. Whilst we know we failed the children, we also know we have to put solutions in place to support the children. So for your peers who may not have had the best of education at a certain level, and when they were meant to have that education, there are solutions for them. So there are walk-in centers, there are accelerated learning centers, there are all sorts of opportunities for them to learn and catch up. The foundation supports some, but I know there's quite a lot of good work that's been done by different actors to support them, so that they not only can catch up whilst they're in school, they can catch up if they've left school and want to go back, and they can even catch up while they're adults as well. So please don't think it's a lost cause if they haven't reached that level as they should and when they should.
I also want to add to what she said. In Lagos State today, we have a program called Project Zero for people that, some of them, especially those hawkers, those beggars out there, there is a program whereby we are integrating them back to the school. Secondly, there is also, we have adult learning centers everywhere now that we are building, and we are also expanding. This is also for people who are not able to get access, who are not able to have access to quality education at the elementary level. All those things can also complement all these efforts, and they are up and running. We also have inclusive schools now, cut across Lagos State for people with disabilities and all, and they are being equipped, and with the support of various organizations and NGOs, we are putting those places in shape. And with this, we are also contributing from our own hand towards this challenge.
Thank you, and thank you very much to everyone that asked. Online, okay, can you hear it?
So we have questions from our online viewers. This is from Ujunwa Umeokeke. Is there a need for different FLN curriculum? FLN mean foundational literacy and numeracy, dedicated to ensuring that FLN is prioritized at the basic levels to equip children with these life skills. All right, so FLN here stands for Foundational Literacy and Numeracy. Is there a need for a different FLN curriculum dedicated to ensuring that FLN is prioritized at the basic levels to equip children with these life skills?
So basically, I don't think there is a need for a different FLN. What we normally have in Nigeria, the challenge we always have is that it's not as if we don't have standards or some set out curriculum or basic parameters that we have to follow in, especially in the education sector. I think just the challenge we are having is the implementation. For example, in Lagos State, we have the ECCD, that is Early Childhood Development Education Plan, and all those things. And I think what we need is to be able to improve on what we have on ground, ensure that we follow up with the guidelines and so on. We have, if you look at our respective schools today, when you visit the office of the head teacher, you see three different sets of curriculum. the question is, are we following it up? Are we having the teachers following up and also taking their time to do there's something they do a day before the class, looking at what they are going to teach the following day and all that. Are they following up with all those things to be able to see that they have personal relationship with these pupils to bring out the best from those ones that are having lapses and all that? For me, I don't think we need a different curriculum from what we have today. But then, if there is need, just I have observed that there is a need to have an holistic view of our entire education system. It is not going to be peculiar to Lagos because we are operating a national curriculum. These are the kind of conversations we can have, having relevant stakeholders in place like UPEC, like Ministry of Education, state SUBEBs, and so many other state ministries of education, and also private sector actors to be able to look at what we can do, deviate especially from the present approach we have towards education and come up with something that can, and for me, I think what we need to look at critically now is on how we can have a kind of a curriculum from primary school, not focusing on secondary school, that we have vocational training such as coding and all those things into the curriculum.
All right, thank you for answering the question. That particular question was from an online viewer, Mrs. Ujonwa. We also have another question. Where should, from an online participant, where should we put most of TYE funding? Early years, secondary or tertiary?
I mean, I think it's very evident that we need to put most of our funding on the early years, because that's the foundation. Without a foundation, then there's nothing else above. So if you get it right there, then every other stage, just flows. But those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you so much for answering the question. Over to you.
Thank you to everyone who asked the question and to all of our panelists for this very insightful discussion. I believe we've learned a lot about what the government is doing to improve learning outcomes already. We've learned a lot about how private sector and donor and development organizations are partnering to put together a collaborative stance on moving the needle forward in education and improving outcomes. We know that to get to a point where we have a highly skilled workforce, we need not just the basic education skills to be strong, to be concrete from the foundation. We also need digital skills, critical thinking skills, socio-emotional intelligence. All of these matters to getting to the point that we want to be at, which is having a highly skilled workforce. Thank you again for all your contributions, and thank you everyone for attending.
All right, can we celebrate them one more time? A round of applause for our panelists. All right, we'll be taking pictures right on stage. Can we just take pictures? All right, one more time, can we celebrate our panelists? Thank you for that wonderful session. I hope you learned something. Was it a good session? Thank you so much. All right, I'll be handing over now to my co-host.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a really good session. Another round of applause for them, please. Can we have a show of hands if you found this event beneficial so far? Can I see your hands if you found it beneficial? Awesome, awesome. Pretty much everybody. That's good. So just to recognize our sponsors, we have Orlando Foundation, and we also have the British Council here as well. Thank you for your support and for making sure that we're able to put this event together. At the back, you also find out that apart from our sponsors, we also have exhibitors. We have Kunde Kids, that's an award-winning edtech, children's publishing and media company based in London. And we also have ELIMU. I apologize, I murdered their name the first time. So we also have ELIMU, which is a leading edtech company that provides fun, accessible education for curious children across Africa. So moving very quickly now, we'll go to our next keynote address.
All right, which is Rethinking Africa's Workforce, Challenges and Prospect. And to take the session is Ms. Fahana Dots Mohammed, FD Consulting, University of Toronto.
So please, can we bring her up? Thank you.
You can hear me? Perfect. Okay, well, I'm just going to bring up my slides. I am so excited to be here. Very glad to see the wonderful conversations that have already been going on. And I have a lot to say in a very little time, so I'm just going to dive in. Okay, so we're talking about Africa's workforce, and I think that there is a symbiotic relationship that the workforce has with education, at least in the way things currently stand, right? And across the world, students, I don't know if you're noticing this, but students are leaving high school or university, and they seem very ill prepared to enter the workforce. Sometimes they're also lacking the basic skills which would support them to navigate the world of work. So what are we doing in schools and in other education institutions to prepare our students for work? I'm going to ask you to just think about that for a quick second. What are we doing? What is our role? What are we doing as we're preparing students in school? What are we preparing them for? If you think about it, maybe some of you are saying, well, we're preparing them for basic literacy skills. You might be thinking, well, we're exposing them to different bodies of knowledge. Or you might be thinking, you know what? What we're really trying to do is to make them a productive member of the society and the labor force for the growth and prosperity for themselves, for organizations, and for the country. You've probably thought of some variation of all of this, right? If I was there in person, I think it would have been really good to be able to get some questions from you and answers from you. But at the moment, we'll just continue with this. As I think of this, there are two questions that come to my mind. If we're trying to prepare them to enter the workforce and for growth and prosperity, why is there a gap in the expectation of completing school and being ready for work? And a second question that I'm just going to be talking about in the background the whole time is, and I think one of the panelists just before I started speaking alluded to it, is that we need to really look at how we're teaching, right? And is our framework for what consists of work and what consists of education very narrow and out of date? So planting some seeds of thoughts. You may have already been talking about these, in which case we're just continuing the conversation. There may be some new things coming in. But what I'd like to continue to do is talk to you about this smart young man that I met in Rwanda in May of 2020, just earlier this year. So I can't tell you his name for privacy reasons, But let me tell you a little bit about what he did. And I have asked his permission, so he's happy for me to share a little bit of his story. So this young man started to develop websites. He learned how to create websites and develop it by going on YouTube at the age of 12. So he went online, he started learning it. And the reason why he did this was that, first of all, of course, he was interested in it. But the second thing was that he wanted to start working so that he could pay his school fees, because his parents could no longer afford to send him to the better school and were looking to move him to some school that wasn't as great. So at the age of 12, this little kid started to work. And the way he started to work was to learn something online. Now, after high school, he realized that he wasn't getting good job opportunities because he didn't have a degree. And so he decided to enroll in university. And as he enrolled in university, he realized that they were teaching him information that was out of date for developers. So what's really interesting, and this is the fascinating part for me, is that he would tell his girlfriend, now his wife, to sign his attendance in school and would only show up to do the exams in school. The rest of the time, he continued to learn everything online in his own time. And guess what? He was working at the same time. So he was learning completely on his own because what he wanted to learn was not being taught at the same level in university. So this man today is completely self-taught. He's a co-founder of a startup. And when I spoke to him earlier this week, he was saying that they just hired some more developers for their company because the company is growing. And guess what? When they were looking to hire, they weren't looking at who had a university degree as a developer. They were actually giving a task and having people complete the task and then looking at their logic to decide if this was the right person to hire or not. And one of the things that they realized was that actually the people who had the university degrees weren't doing as well. And one of the best developers that they found was a psychologist who was completely self-taught when it comes to development. And I'm sure each one of us knows someone who is self-taught because they had better outcomes that way. Now, am I talking about this from the perspective of saying no more university or no more education? Absolutely not. I'm a firm believer in education. But I will ask you this. Do you agree that soon more and more manual and low cognitive load work will be taken over by machine learning and AI? And do you agree that the current pace of upskilling and reskilling the workforce is not that great, and it's only going to get more hectic and unmanageable? And do you also agree that more and more youth feel disengaged with the education system and don't see the value of formal education beyond getting the paper? And you know what? This is our workforce of the future. So if we agree on these observations that we're seeing, which may be backed by data in different places, there is an employment crisis, isn't there? Because there is a skills gap. And people's jobs are disappearing, but you're not able to fill new jobs because the people who are losing their jobs don't have their skills to fit those new jobs that are opening. Workers who have jobs, who are in roles at the moment, are burning out because they're trying to keep up with the bigger need for business, and there's fewer of them who have the skills that are required, which means that they're working probably long hours, much longer than before. And there's a big issue of burnout and other mental health, of course. And students are just jumping through the hoops. They're just going through education, just trying to get that paper or that degree so that, they can move forward. But eventually they may refuse to attend formal learning education, and that's actually happening in many places. And then you have companies which are no longer looking for the degree, but they're looking for the actual abilities that someone might have. So we're in a very interesting situation, and I think that for the last little while, education has been at a crossroad. I think that the time that we needed to act and get something so that we were ahead of the issue, it has passed actually. And instead, what we're doing now is trying to catch up, and we need to catch up really quickly. So, what do we need to do to bridge this gap? Again, I'm going through this really quickly because I have very little time. I think these are just conversation starting pieces, and I'm trying to give you a little bit of depth in the next few slides because I think this is really important, but the conversation needs to continue and more in depth. So here's what I think some of the things are that need to be done. I think everybody is talking about how out of date the curriculum is. So update the curriculum. One of the things I really want to talk about today is breaking the unspoken rules of school that have become so entrenched in us that we can't even see them anymore. I want us to think about what is the actual function of schools. I think that we have made an error in making our education system so, lack of a better word, bland, because we have disregarded the wisdom of communities, the wisdom of our elders, and the cultures in learning. So we've tried to become almost robotic with the way we learn, and human beings are so rich in their own flavors and their own ways that is a big miss, and I think we need to come back to that. And then finally, and I think this wraps up all the things that we need to do, is we need to put the human being back in the center of our education systems, because right now, I don't think that they are. And that might surprise you because you're saying, well, we're doing all of this for our students. But I really want to challenge you to think about, are we actually doing this for our students? Or are we doing it for a broader, maybe capitalistic system that's no longer working for us? All right. So, in other words, I'm really pushing us to break the current paradigm. Because you know what? Look at this. This is maybe probably a little outdated, but the World Economic Forum identified some of the top skills we're looking at for 2025, right? I want you to think about the curriculums that are currently in place in school. Do we really think these skills, any of these skills, are being taught in a concrete way in your curriculum? I'll just leave you with that thought because that's an important piece of conversation to continue with. So, the reality is that we cannot keep the pace of the change in the world, and our curriculums as a result get outdated. And you know what? This is because we're working on the premise that we are still gatekeepers of knowledge. Guess what? We've lost the job. No one told us. Gone are the days when you could only get knowledge if you had access to an institution or some kind of place that housed knowledge. Today's world, we are getting knowledge out of the horse's mouth. We can go right up to the expert on YouTube or we look them up online and we can hear their thoughts. And we're getting it right up front and personal. So there's no more gatekeeping of knowledge. Knowledge and information is everywhere. That's not the problem. The problem is that it's just too much and we don't know how to actually digest it and all of that. But what I really want us to think about when we think about updating the curricula is not just about the pieces in there, but I want us to take a step broader. And we need to go beyond the 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic, or math, not because they're not important, but because our focus needs to be about empowering students to unlock their individual potential. We want students to stretch their imagination and define their own measure of achievement. And if we look at our schools right now, it doesn't matter where you are. That's not happening. So we're looking at how do we challenge and change the curriculum? by starting to go back to the starting point, but then now start to build safe spaces to foster and encourage experimentation, growth, and collaboration. You design the curricula for context rather than content, because right now we're just doing a content dump. And we put things like creativity, cognitive flexibility, emotional intelligence, alongside technical skills such as financial literacy. There was a question earlier about financial literacy. I think that we absolutely need to put it in, but not as a piece of content, as a piece of context. Imagine if you were to learn history, but in a way that made you think through what were the pressures that people were thinking and feeling at the time when they had to make that decision, instead of, oh, this date this happened, this date this happened, this date this happened. What's meaningful about that? Let's change the way we're giving meaning to our learning. And then finally, orient the content from push to pull. You know what? We can find any information these days online. Let's put the students in the driver's seat to find information. And what we are doing is providing the space to share expertise and for practice. Next, breaking the unspoken rules of school. There's lots of unspoken rules of school, and they are malfunctioning. So the reality is that our mindset for schools is like it was still in the 1800s, and we need new rules to play by. In fact, I would suggest, controversially, we don't need a lot of rules. For example, we are taught in school for years that there is a right answer to everything. And then we leave school and go into work and suddenly realize nobody knows the right answers. Everyone's searching for them. But we're so used to that. And we're so used to assessments and being told that you need to get a certain percentage to put a value on your knowledge. And guess what? When you go into work, nobody's telling you, hey, you know what? Today you had an 82% day. Good job. Oh, you know that presentation that you did? Actually, that was about 57%. You need to really up your skills. You know what? Nobody's giving you percentages. The world of work is very gray. And in fact, if you are not doing that great, you're probably going to be the last person to find out that you're doing poorly as they're kicking you out of the door. So the way we're teaching people and they're molding the expectations and what they're actually experiencing in reality is very, very different. And then finally, I've put some of these things together because I don't have a lot of time, but I think each of these pieces are important. But I will say that, in one of the biggest pieces is that there has been a lot of work that has been put into building the value of schools and education over decades and over century. Let's use that value to shift from just teaching people how to have good careers to teaching them how to live a life. If we put the human at the center of our education system, then we change how we run schools. And if we do that, then we start learning that great schools embrace broad purpose. They build mastery and creativity, and they support the whole student. And don't you think schools should be focused on teaching the art of shaping our lives? A place where we continuously, collectively spend time focusing on the world's future, the unmet and unimagined needs to create solutions, rather than the ho-hum rote that we are experiencing at the moment. And I'll leave you with one last thought. And this is a very interesting thought for sure. Earlier this year, I heard Professor Magobe, who is a brilliant man. He's a professor of philosophy, who was saying, I found it very powerful what he said. He was really, before I say exactly what he said, one of the things is that education, unfortunately, has not missed the varnish of capitalism. Most of our education systems are very capitalistic if we think about it. And we're teaching people to gain jobs, which is good. There's nothing wrong with it. And I think it's very important. But the question that I want to leave you with is that the education system that you work within Is it education for servitude or education for liberation? And maybe you can say, well, we are educating for liberation because we are doing, this is helping get closer to financial freedom. But what other freedom are we sacrificing as a result? And a lot of times, our a more human education system. I'm sure many of us in this session are working on something similar. You know what? Let's connect our brains and work together. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Farhana, for that beautiful keynote address on rethinking Africa's workforce. That was really powerful and pretty insightful. So how's it going? Hope you guys have been learning a lot. Hope you're gaining a lot from these sessions and you're taking notes and also thinking of how you can work through the different challenges that we are facing in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for being an amazing audience. And we also want to say a huge thank you to the people online as well who are joining us from different parts of the world. We know we have people from America, Canada, different parts of Africa as well. So major shout out to the online audience. We see that you guys have kept it in there. You're engaging, you're asking questions, you're commenting. So this has been fantastic. It's been a good show so far. Thanks, everybody.
Awesome. So right about now, we're going to be taking a short break, 10 minutes. So this is the time to network. This is the time to get those contacts, meet the panelists. You can take pictures, and of course, be sure to tag TEP Center. It's the same on Instagram, across board on all social media platforms. So please, let's take our short break right now.
Yeah, remember the hashtag is NEDIS, that's NEDIS, and just 2022 at the end. So you can share on your Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and what's the last one again? What's up?
What's that, our favorite one again? What are we putting out there?
Exactly, we're outside. So you can put all the information there. And I mean, this is your time to meet all those people that you really wanted to meet, right? So we'll do 10 minutes. Remember, the convenience is at the back on the right. So let's be back in time, for the next panelist session. So have fun, take loads of selfies, and we'll be back soon.
All right, then.
Hello, my name is Olutomi Ojo. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts on what I believe the educational community needs to focus on at this point in time. For me, I would like the educational community to focus
Bottle of water. Thank you so much.
Particularly because we're in a country that you constantly have disruptions to educational continuity, especially at the university level. That it's important that teachers are well trained, well remunerated, and yield good services, educational services to the children. For the children, particularly, I would like there to be a focus on soft skills, because apart from your routine subjects that are offered in schools, I think it's important that each child is exposed to soft skills that they need in the world of today. So they need to know how to communicate properly, they need to know how to think critically on issues that arise. I believe also that there should be an emphasis for all children on extracurricular activities, exploring the creative nature of things, because I believe that these things help to give balance to a child and, stimulates learning ultimately. So I will end on this note and wish you a successful summit. I hope you come up with action points that you ultimately implement for the good of our children.
Hi everyone, my name is Capatillo, and I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today. But today I'm going to speak about what steps we can take to improve learning outcomes at scale in Global South countries. And I'm going to share specifically about some lessons from a success story in a small city in a rural area of Brazil called Sobral. So the first lesson from Sobral is about political will over multiple decades. So essentially, for any kind of reforms to start in the first place, basically you need politicians to actually value education, right? And so this is what happened in Sobral. There was a mayor who decided he wanted to focus on education, even amongst, healthcare, housing, all these other issues. And because of the way the city is, he was able to basically keep control. He and political parties that he was close to were able to keep control of the mayor's seat for about 25 years. So he was mayor, his brother was mayor, someone else that they knew that they picked was mayor. And because of this, they could really design reforms with a long-term view in mind. And so that political will is really almost the first kind of ingredient. And the second is coaches for teachers. So I visited Sobral last month, and what I saw was that in one primary school, they had 4 coaches going around who were observing teachers, helping them plan lessons, and helping teachers improve. And this, I think, was really important. Essentially, they decided, even if it meant that they were going to have fewer teachers, they wanted more coaches. They were going to invest more in the salaries of the coaches, even if it was higher class sizes. And, this is really important for teachers to actually have support to improve. The third thing that's important is they depoliticized principal hiring, or what you might call head teacher or school leader hiring. And so, like many places, Sobral had a system where these positions were for political reasons. So like if you were very involved in an election or you were helped organize teacher strikes, basically you would get rewarded by becoming a principal, which had a higher salary and a lot of benefits.
Yes, good day, everybody. My name is Dr. Adebola Olatunji. I am the founder and the principal provider at Fort Worth Internal Medicine in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm also the founder of Advanced Body Works. I'm a practicing physician in internal medicine and aesthetics. I do liposuction, fat transfers, Botox, fillers, lasers, and several other hormone therapy IVs. I'm also a full-time hospital doctor. I take care of patients in the hospital. I want to say a hearty congratulations to TEP Center for everything you're doing, both in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. I see your contributions towards making sure that the children of Africa are better educated. Many of us have had this opportunity to see the potential benefits of great education. And if you want to build a nation, you have to build a solid educational system. I want to say a big thank you for what you are doing. We are hoping we'll be able to produce more brilliant individuals that will help us make Africa as a whole a better place. Kudos to you, and I pray that God will continue to increase you and reward you for all your works. Congratulations. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Olutomi Ojo. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts on what I believe the educational community needs to focus on at this point in time. For me, I would like the educational community to focus on ensuring that we have well-qualified teachers, both in private and public schools, to properly teach, children across board. We have quite a few private and public schools in Nigeria, right from the primary level to college and then universities. But one wonders occasionally the level of or the quality of education coming from those schools. So I think it's important that, particularly because we're in a country that you constantly have disruptions to educational continuity, especially at the university level, that it's important that teachers are well trained, well remunerated, and yield good services, educational services to the children. For the children, particularly, I would like there to be a focus on soft skills, because apart from your routine subjects that are offered in schools, I think it's important that each child is exposed to soft skills that they need in the world of today. So they need to know how to communicate properly, they need to know how to think critically on issues that arise. I believe also that there should be an emphasis for all children on extracurricular activities, exploring the creative nature of things.
Hi everyone, my name is Capatillo, and I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today. But today I'm going to speak about what steps we can take to improve learning outcomes at scale in Global South countries. And I'm going to share specifically about some lessons in a small city in a rural area of Brazil called Sobral. So the first lesson from Sobral is about political will over multiple decades. So essentially, for any kind of reforms to start in the first place, basically you need politicians to actually value education, right? And so this is what happened in Sobral. There was a mayor focused on education.
Hi. Quick announcement, amongst, everyone.
Healthcare, housing.
Just as we're networking, please can we be conscious of our personal belongings? Please make sure you have your bags and your phones or any of your devices with you.
He and
very
political
important.
Parties that he was close to were able to keep control of the mayor's seat for about
Please can we make sure we're conscious of our personal belongings? Please make sure you have your phones, your personal devices with you, and your bags
because
as well.
Of this, they can
very
really
important.
design reforms
Thank
with
you.
a long-term view in mind. And so that political will is really almost the first kind of ingredient. And the second is coaches for teachers. So
we also only have 3 minutes left for the break. So we might want to get those contacts and get seated in the next 2 minutes so we can go on.
Who were
Thank
observing
you.
teachers, helping them plan lessons, and helping teachers improve. And this, I think, was really important. Essentially, they decided, even if it meant that they were going to have fewer teachers, they wanted more coaches. They were going to invest more in the salaries of the coaches, even if it was higher class sizes. And this is really important for teachers to actually have support to improve. The third thing that's important is they depoliticized principal hiring, or what you might call head teacher or school leader hiring. And so, like many places, Sobral had a system where these positions were for political reasons. So like if you were very involved in an election or you were helped organize teacher strikes, basically you would get rewarded by becoming a principal, which had a higher salary and a lot of benefits. And
we know that foundational skills form the basis of all learning, and that if children attain basic literacy, numeracy, and socio-emotional skills, they stand a much better chance of remaining in school and living out their potential. The last 2 years have been devastating for early learners. Around 105 million primary school children, many of them in Africa, missed at least 3/4 of classroom instruction time during the COVID-19 pandemic. Sadly, all too often, it's children already disadvantaged before the pandemic. Children from the poorest household, girls, children in rural areas, children with disabilities, who have paid the heaviest price from education disruptions. Only 1/4 of children between the ages of 36 and 56 months attended early childhood education program in sub-Saharan Africa, despite the mounting evidence that high-quality early childhood education gives an excellent start in life. Added to this, access to remote early childhood services was very limited during the pandemic, making the transition from home back to school especially difficult for young children. But there are some clear signs of hope for foundational learning on the continent that we need to embrace. There are benefits to applying interactive approaches in early education systems, teaching children in a language they understand, and equipping teachers with the right tools to be effective in the classroom. Learning from what works and doesn't work can only help us accelerate foundational learning improvements. At ADEA, we are committed to deepening dialogue to improve education outcomes. The rainy season has started in my home country of Zambia, and yet every day, rain or shine, the streets swell up with children of all sizes making their way to school. Some walk on their own. Most are in small groups. Some walk with more purpose than others. I'm guessing this is a familiar picture for many of us living in Africa. Despite the difficulties and disappointments, despite policy reforms and policy reversals, there remains a relentless hope in the promise of education. May we match this enduring faith in education with the determination to improve.
Once again, this is the NEDIS Education Innovation Summit, and really it's a platform that has been set up to highlight the role of education innovations in solving challenges facing the delivery of accessible and high-quality education. As we all know, there really isn't any progress without education. And this is something that we have to take very seriously, and we also have to deal with in the most creative and strategic manner possible. That being said, I'm excited to announce the next session. Okay, so this session is called Much Ado About Literacy, 21st Century Skills and Green Education. Ibrahim will announce the speakers, but it's also important to note that we will take questions after the panel discussion. So please jot down the questions, and if you're part of the online audience, please drop your questions in the comments box. We will track them and we will make sure that they are attended to. So please, let's go ahead with our speakers.
All right, the panelists for this session, Miss Tonia Odiomo from Ohando Foundation. Can we please celebrate her? A round of applause for her. Mr. Fanwashik Daniel, British Council. Can we please celebrate him? Mrs. Ayokbejun Idiaka from Notcho House Consulting. Please, can we celebrate her? Can we celebrate? A round of applause for our panelists. And to moderate this session is Miss Joy Obara, Teach for Nigeria. Can we please celebrate them? Celebrate this wonderful panelists. Thank you so much.
I'm very excited to be moderating this session titled Much Ado About Literacy, 21st Century Skills and Green Education. And I'm excited that I won't be doing this alone. I have with me very seasoned resource persons from different fields and walk of lives who will be sharing their experiences and wealth of knowledge to the topic. So I'm going to quickly ask my panelists to introduce themselves very quickly. Let us meet you. We could start with Ms. Njideka. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope this works. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayope Njideka. I'm a teacher. That's how I love to introduce myself. And I lead an organization called Nurture House Consulting. We work with schools, we work with teachers. The idea is to ensure that everyone is able to build capacity in education. We also provide solutions to problems in education. And I'm a credentialed coach with International Coaching Federation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tony Auduimo. I work with the Owando Foundation. I lead the programs team. I wouldn't want to belabor. I assume that quite a number of us were here when the first panel held, and so you've heard a bit about what Owando Foundation does. And I'm glad to be here. I look forward to an exciting panel. Thank you.
Thank you. And to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kwanchishak Daniel. I'm the head of programs, English programs for the British Council. The British Council is a very big organization as it is in Nigeria. My role in the organization is essentially working with teachers and in school, particularly in the area of teacher education, training, and capacity development. We also work to support state governments and the federal government also in the areas of policy, gender, quality and inclusiveness in education in general. I look forward to the session.
Thank you very much. You would agree with me that we have very rich individuals here who would be, again, sharing their experiences. So I would like to say that this is a learning session, okay? I want us to all please listen carefully. I'm also going to be learning from these individuals here. And like you've heard before, if you have any questions, please just note them down. When it's time for us to call for questions, you will get the opportunity to ask your questions. So I'm going to go right ahead and just, read out the description of what this session is about. So this session basically would explore the growing tensions and the priorities of what education systems should focus on and how education curriculum should actually prepare learners for the future. Now, we all saw how the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted our world. We had many systems shut down globally, including the education system. And what this made us realize is how the education system cannot continue to exist in a bubble or in isolation. We all need collaborative work from government, from individuals, to be flexible, to be innovative, to continue to do research, and be responsive to challenges that would arise. Okay, so with that being said, the world has moved past the pandemic, but we also know that there are crises looming every now and then, which we as educators need to continue to innovate solutions to addressing some of these barriers to learning. And I'm going to start with a question that is, directed to anyone who is led to really answer. So first of all, even by the session titled Much Ado About Literacy, 21st Century Skills and Green Education, do you think that the curriculum, the Nigerian curriculum, is solely focused on increasing academic outcome of learners and perhaps neglecting the holistic formation of our children? Anyone? Yeah.
I can give that a shot. Definitely, I'll say yes. If we look at the curriculum from the content perspective, absolutely. But the other side that I believe is critical is the side of the teachers, the implementers of the curriculum. There are times where it's really not about the content alone, but the people who teach it, the way they teach it. I think that's one of the major challenges we have. So the curriculum doesn't focus on the holistic side of education. The other side is who put the curriculum together. That's the big question, another big question we need to look at. I remember some gathering I was at and we're talking about this. And we all agreed that if we don't speak up, if we allow professors who haven't been in the classroom for ages to go ahead, have this meeting and decide what we will teach the children, we will continue to have this. Absolutely, is a bit academic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, your question just made me spot another question in my mind, which I think is directed to you. When I hear you talk about the work that you do and how you support federal government or government generally towards driving, fostering, quality education, I wonder if it has anything to do with the curriculum. I heard you talk about policy. To what extent does your work inform or drive, seeks to increase or improve the curriculum that we have in Nigeria?
Thank you so much. So maybe just to pick up from where she left, who is responsible for the curriculum and why are those people responsible for the curriculum? And I think it's a lot complex because, like she mentioned, the curriculum does not exist in a vacuum. It has to exist as a function of the society. So when we say, is the curriculum sufficient enough, when we say, is it sufficient enough, we mean, does it cater for the needs of the society? And as it relates to the topic that we are looking at, is it 21st century compliant? Is it green compliant? Is it functional? And I think all of these things are interrelated. So how does the British Council support? Now it goes back to the policy and the conversations that we started in the morning. We have people who are in education, but are they the right people to talk about the curriculum? Are teachers and parents and students themselves saying enough? And I think for me, the critical point and the missing link is the labor force itself. So in our various workplaces and in departments and so on and so forth, what kind of skills do we want students or graduates to come out with from schools? Most organizations, we don't input that into the curriculum. So you have professors, like she mentioned, in education, and you have policy people in government design curriculums the way they see best fit. But is it suited for the labor market? Is it suited for that? Now, most of the work that we do is to create opportunities for this kind of conversations. We sponsor a lot of both national and international forums like this to elicit this kind of conversation, and we hope that from the feedbacks that we get from here, would infuse that into the development of the curriculums and the conversations that we have about education in general.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm going to follow up with another question. As you speak about us having a sect of people who work on the curriculum and that being done from, I guess, one lens, how important is inclusion in creating or restructuring very critical components of our education system like that?
Yeah, so I think a lot is changing now, because when you talk about inclusion, I'm thinking that you're talking about getting all the sectors of the society involved in the process. And like we mentioned in the morning, a lot of us are not doing enough to get ourselves involved in these conversations. So when the National Assembly or the NEDIS, for example, is doing a public debate on education reforms and so on and so forth, a lot of times private schools, parents' organizations, and even student unions and the labor market is actually not directly involved in that. The UNICEF presentation in the morning, for example, talked about the large percentage of schools that are not registered, one, and schools that are registered but do not have structures that interface with the government. Now, those are the gaps that we have, and until we can address those gaps, the conversation is always going to be one-sided. People in curriculum development and design are paid by the government to do their job. And if we don't speak up about what we want to see in the curriculum, then of course they will just do their jobs and that's the end of the conversation. But I think a lot of that is changing, and like I mentioned earlier, conversations like this are very, very critical to the process. And I think what NEDIS does at the end of every year is to put together the reports of these conversations and use it to network and to converse with other stakeholders to ensure that the next time we have an opportunity, these conversations are brought up. It's a lot difficult when you have just maybe private schools alone speaking, or you have just parents alone speaking. Now, it doesn't really make it holistic, and it doesn't really make it enough pressure point that the government would want to listen to. But if we have a holistic approach, I think we would be on the path to actually engaging with the government and with the system to improve on the system.
Thank you very much. I mean, I completely agree that to realize the change that we hope to see in our education system, especially with our children and learning, it needs to be collaborative instead of one-sided. And so this is a call to every person, non-state actors, individuals, private organizations. We need your voices here to really drive this vision of ensuring that our children are learning adequately. So to Ms. Tonia, I'm going to ask you a question now. What are the challenges or opportunities that you see with leveraging technology in education?
I guess everyone who has spoken very well regarding the current curriculum that we have and the gaps that exist. With Nigeria, I think we're doing fairly well with policy intents. The gap has always been with implementation, largely. And so COVID-19 pandemic helped us see that learning can occur beyond the traditional means that we've always known to apply learning, meaning within the four walls of a classroom. And that's where digital learning or digital technology, you will note that a lot of children in private schools during the COVID-19 pandemic were able to keep up work to a large extent compared to their counterparts in the public schools. And the reason was simple: access to technology and connectivity. That's the reason why they could. And so even though the learning slide within the public school system, children in the public schools, the gap is larger compared to what you have in the private schools. We have also learned that there's certain things that we can do to change the narrative. So speaking about the challenges, it would seem like emphasizing the already known challenges that we have, challenges around access for the children to digital technology equipment, challenges around connectivity, broadband internet that is not cheap, because most of these softwares and solutions are online and you need to be connected to be able to access them. Challenges with the teacher capacity to be able to move from a traditional teaching system to a blended learning approach that incorporates digital technology. So there are obvious challenges. And of course, we can't overemphasize the challenge of funding at scale to deploy these technologies across the various schools, especially the rural areas, targeting the children who are not even within the schools. So these are challenges that we all know. Are there opportunities when it comes to digital technology? Absolutely. Let's start with the teacher. We know that there's a gap with career progression is really not linked to, it's not linked to development, to teacher development as it is currently. So a teacher can be in level 8, and we do not have standardized ways of ensuring that they move from one grade level to another. And so there's no incentive for them to even apply themselves to development. What technology does is it bridges the gap of waiting for the state actors to provide training opportunities for you. Now you have access to technology, and you can take on responsibility for your personal training because the opportunities are there. So that's for the teacher. And it also improves their ability to transfer 21st century skills to the children. So it's learners are adapted to learning technologies that are forward thinking and are looking to the future, not just the traditional opportunities that a classroom space can provide. For the children, I think one of the key benefits of, or the opportunities that digital technology brings is personalized learning. So I'm in a classroom with other children,
teachers in public schools are largely overwhelmed, and so there's no opportunity for personalized learning or individualized learning for the children. But when I have access to technology, I can learn at my pace, and I can learn as quickly as I want to learn, and I can measure and assess my progress as I move forward. Those are a few of the challenges and opportunities that I see.
Thank you very much. That was very comprehensive. As you were speaking, it made me now start thinking about the challenges even beyond technology and what is now looming, which is climate change and how it's affected learning now. I mean, we all know about the crisis, environmental crisis, you know, in the southern part of Nigeria, where currently students are not learning because of what has happened. And it's now making me think about how we need, collectively, how we need to now become even much more conscious about green education. And I think my question will be back to you. How is the Owando Foundation, is there anything currently that Owando Foundation is doing with regards to climate friendliness, ecosystem, environmental learning, you know, in this regard? Yeah.
Okay, this may come as a strange question for those who already know that the foundation's work is centered around basic education access and quality. However, there's been a slight shift. Even though this has not been publicly announced, but through our engagements, I'm sure people who follow us will have noted that increasingly there's a gradual shift. We're not going to forsake our focus on basic education. That's the core of our work, and that remains the core of our work. Even though with wisdom, we're increasingly deprioritizing our focus on infrastructure and focusing more on learning quality. But to your question, yes, there are a few things that we're doing around green skills education. The first reason is that we all see the effects of climate change today in our society. In Lagos State, we see it evidently. And so we cannot shy away from this challenge. Education remains one of the key ways that you build skills, values to support the individual to also contribute to national development. Education at an early level or at an early stage is critical. It's critical for lifestyle changes. It's critical for continued learning. It's critical for these children who will reap or who will be a part of the future of what the environment is today in a worse state than we are currently, for them to be prepared to handle the dangers that will come or the ripple effect that will with the unhealthy choices that we're making today that's affecting our environment. So what is the Owando Foundation doing? Oh, well, I told you there are two reasons why. So the first is because education is critical, and so we want to infuse green education or environmental education into the work that the foundation is doing. But secondly, because I'm sure, like you know, even though we're a charity, we are affiliated to Owando PLC, that's an oil and gas company, and increasingly organizations are moving beyond corporate social responsibility to ESG considerations, and ESG is environmental, social, and governance considerations. And so because of the nature of our parent company and the business that we do, it's critical that we're contributing in a significant and meaningful way to preserve our environment and reduce the impact of the business on the environment. As a business also, we do have, not here to speak on the PLC, but we have another initiative called the Owando Clean Energy that is targeted towards business initiatives that improve or support the environment, even though there's a business background to it. But to your question, what we're doing is across the schools that we support, we have fashioned out
a project called the Clean Our World Project. In Lagos State, we've run 2 phases of that project. Now we're about to start the 3rd phase. And what we do is specifically supporting awareness creation and sensitization at school and community level. What do people know about climate change? What do they know about environmental education? What do they know about waste management? What do they know about recycling and upcycling? Education is critical, and so for us, awareness and sensitization is priority. And then we're also training the teachers who are with these children to ensure that periodically, Lagos State, for example, has in their timetable co-curricular activities. And we utilize this time to build skills, soft skills, around environmental education and environmental issues for the children. And then another critical area is recycling. When it rains in Lagos State, we all know what happens. Everywhere is flooded, the drainages are blocked. What we do in the communities, of course, working with the community, is to ensure that we have a system with the community that helps them to sort a waste problem. We have a partnership with recycling companies that come in to pick up this plastic waste. And at the end of the day, there's an incentive that's provided to the schools in form of school supplies to motivate them to do this more. And then on the upcycling side, we help them turn waste to wealth. We show them how you can use materials that you would have considered waste, like tools and co, utilize it to make things that are useful in your homes and in schools. And we have how they are making money from this. So one of the programs we had, one of the teachers was talking about how we taught them to use plastic bottles to make ottomans, and now they sell one ottoman for 5,000 naira. That's a wealth creation opportunity. So for us, we're not just taking a back seat. We realize that climate change is upon us. We realize that green skills are critical, and it's important for us to tag in. I wouldn't want to speak much about what we're doing for the youth in this regard, just to save time. Thank you.
No, that was so elaborate. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause, yes. I mean, talk about fostering creativity, world generation, whilst learning around climate change. I think that's very important to really mention. Thank you. So I have another question, and I think it will be to Ms. Njediaka. So recently, the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics released a report about multi-dimensional poverty index. And in this report, poverty goes beyond not just having enough money, but also access to education, healthcare, security, underemployment, and all sorts. Now, what do you think our current education system can do, or what role do you think our education system can play in getting people out of poverty?
Okay. I'll share one of the projects that I'm on. Lagos State has a project titled the Lagos State Comprehensive Schools Project. And I chair the curriculum committee, so I'm quite involved. And that started, the reason I'm sharing is sort of captures all you've mentioned. So right after COVID, in fact, before COVID, we'd had this conversation about out-of-school children and all that. But COVID brought a major to light that for some of those children, poverty is one major reason why they don't stay in school. Some of them need to fend for themselves, some of them need to fend for their families. And so there was some sort of research to find out where these children, where they were, what they were doing. And we found out that a number of them had taken up menial jobs, some of them were trading, some of them were doing all sorts of things. And some of them had gotten pregnant and gone off with their life. So what the state did was to partner with the industry. So what the comprehensive school is about is that for every secondary school ultimately, we started with just 12 schools across Lagos State. And the idea is to find out the children who are not necessarily interested in academic, because education, as we all noted, is really about liberation. It's not about books and all the academics. So what we did was to partner with industry to find out what sort of skills they require. And we got them to support these schools. So in all those schools, you have what we call the VTech department. So children will learn literacy, they will learn about entrepreneurship, but they will also learn about a trade. And I'll give an example. The construction industry, that's one industry that's been very supportive of this. And so they've been to those schools and they have different units where they're learning. Children can learn and then earn money from maybe like 2-3 weeks into education. Because the idea is if we keep them in school for 1 year and they can't earn, they will have many reasons to leave. So I think that sort of addresses that, and that's not going to stop there. We're looking at the creative industry. We're looking at a number of industries. And even in the area of sustainability, I mean, there's this, there are 2 organizations we're talking to, so I really can't disclose them at this point because we haven't firmed up agreements with them. So they're looking at circularity. So how can my output become an input for the next person such that where everything, we can generate wealth from it? So, and this is, I'm talking about this so that other states and even across Africa can borrow from this. So Lagos State is doing that, but Lagos State is not Nigeria. Lagos State is just one small part, but we do have a lot of citizens living here. So it would be great to see other states borrow from projects like this so that even in the eastern part, in the south where we have all those issues, yes, schools are closed down, but learning can continue. Again, for the comprehensive schools, entrepreneurship, literacy, and all those things are done via technology. So each child has a device and they get connected, they're set up. So it's a mix of many things, and I think those are the sorts of projects that will get us out of where we are to where we want to be.
A round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for mentioning. As she was speaking, it also made me remember the fact that at Teach for Nigeria as well, I think we also contributed to the recruitment and manpower planning for that project.
Yes, we did.
And it's just interesting to hear about the outcome of this program. Okay, so to my next question, and I think it also ties to her. She talked about how this is being addressed in Lagos State. But we all know how education, the idea of education is that it is one path to taking people out of poverty. It's a beacon of hope for many people. But with our current reality, and I'm speaking in general terms with Nigeria, do you really think that education is an equalizer between the less privileged and the really privileged people? Also bearing in mind how technology itself has also become a leveler for many people, especially those who didn't even go to school but are now leveraging tech, to advance themselves and their lives generally. What do you think?
So a lot of times we take these things so serious that we forget that they are really very simple. It's actually all about collaboration and communication. And collaboration and communication is, again, one of the key characteristics of modern 21st century education. It's not enough to just know how to read and write. What do you do with the knowledge that you have? And how productive is that knowledge? And how do you share that knowledge with other people? And how do you combine that knowledge and creativity to produce things? So mostly, I think what we're doing is, we've mentioned and we keep emphasizing this, it's all about implementation of the curriculum. How do you get an English language teacher, for example, to teach about the environment? You can write essays about floods and you teach your environment. So we don't need to go and change the curriculum, for example, to have that happen. And I think that's one of the areas where we're supporting teachers to be innovative about. Okay, you don't need to go back and get an NC in environmental education before you can teach green education. You don't need to change anything, but you simply need to be more creative about the resources that you have in the curriculum, and you will be able to engage with those things. The issue about poverty is, this popular saying, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. It's not just about wealth, it's about education itself. So if you feel that the opportunities in education are not good enough and you feel discouraged, then of course you're blocking yourself out of the chain. But if you take up the challenge, and as she has mentioned from Owandu, the challenges are there, but then the opportunities are there. And sometimes some of these challenges themselves become the opportunities. And I think we've all talked about that. COVID came, and COVID has now made all of us tech savvy now. Before now, all we will say is that we don't have electricity, we don't have computers, we don't have now, but COVID has shown us that every phone now, every Android phone, every mobile device is actually a computer. You can use it. A lot of people are online now participating in this summit on their phones and all of that. And we're teaching teachers how to access those resources for their own personal development and to also collaborate with teachers in other places. Lagos is a very good example, like you mentioned, but Lagos is no longer isolated because of the digital literacy that we have. Everything that happens in Lagos becomes an example, and what we're doing is creating opportunity not just for teachers, but also for learners to see those opportunities and engage with their peers. If you give an assignment in the class, for example, in the past, the child would work on it alone. But now he goes back home and he can WhatsApp his friend and say, where did you get this material? Can you send me the link? And so on and so forth. And those conversations are taking place even in rural areas where we're working. And I think we are all moving towards that. A lot of our poverty is going to change if we keep seeing challenges as opportunities and being creative about how we engage them and how we solve them. I think we'll be able to move the bar a little up towards equality. Thank you.
Yeah, a round of applause, please. Thank you. So you just addressed the mindset challenges here, and thank you for pushing the conversation forward. Completely agree with everything that you have shared. So my last question, just so that we can also give the audience an opportunity to ask their question, is now, Teach for Nigeria, we work towards ensuring that every Nigerian child has access to quality education, regardless of the socioeconomic background. And as much as we say this, sometimes it could fly over our head. It could be abstract, especially when you think about how feasible is this really. And so my question is to you, actually, Ms. Njideka. What critical skills do you think needs to be infused or incorporated into the curriculum to ensure that actually all children are learning regardless of their socioeconomic background, but not just learning alone, but also learning skills that helps them become competitive to address challenges that arise in this ever-evolving world? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take that back a bit by looking at teacher training curriculum first and foremost. A study a couple of years ago shows that the most critical factor in quality education is the teacher. If we get the teachers right, we'll get a lot more things right. Again, I will share from something we have done, because sometimes it's not just about theories, it's about what we have done, what has worked. So part of the difference between a regular classroom and the classroom in one of the comprehensive schools, that's the VTech department, is in those classes they don't have teachers. What we call them learning coaches. And I'm glad that British Council is well represented here, because what they did with the first set of coaches was to take them through the core skills. And so in those classrooms, you have a lot of collaboration between teachers and learners, or the coaches and the learners, on how they want to learn, what they want to learn, the goal, the objective of learning. So if we take that right back into other classrooms, we'll find out that even before we have the opportunity to change the curriculum, which will always take a while because of the bureaucracy involved, if teachers learn differently, learn pedagogy differently, and so when they go into the classroom, it's not about cramming to pass an exam, it's about enlightening children so that they can thrive wherever they find themselves, if we take it from that perspective. And then that means that by the time we're revamping the curriculum, we're putting in all those skills in terms of all the 21st century skills, collaboration, creativity and innovation, critical thinking, all those things, because those things cannot be taught as subjects. You can only apply them, and that's how learning takes place. So it's important that when we're expanding the curriculum, we don't look at just the content. The line of additional resources, the line of methodology or pedagogy is very important, it's critical. So it's a total, a change in mindset. Again, I'm not blowing the trumpet of Lagos State, but in a couple of weeks, they're going to unveil the new curriculum modules. British Council participated actively in that. You know, it's something they did well over a year, I guess. Different, in fact, it took them out of the country at some point, working with the Curriculum Services Department of Lagos State. So things are happening already. It's really about us asking questions and finding out, and of course implementing. Because even if we change everything, if we keep those models either on the server or on the shelf, then nothing will change. So I think that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you for bringing a live example to this question. At this point, we're going to leave the floor open for questions from our audience. Please go ahead. There's a question here and here as well. Okay. Can someone please hand over the mic to the audience? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really want to appreciate the panelists for a very great discussion. My question is to the British Council rep. I know that British Council has been doing a lot of fantastic work with the teaching at the right level in Nigeria education space. I really want to find out, in terms of massive implementation of the teaching at the right level, what do you perceive to be the challenges, and what's the way forward for the education sector in Nigeria? Thank you.
Okay, so teaching at the right level, I think we should not forget that is a remedial approach.
It's a remedial.
It is coming in because for some reasons the system is not working.
Yeah.
So in itself, it is not a solution. Yeah, so we need to be holistic in the approach to what we do. Now, if you go back again and you see where there is a need for teaching at the right level, you would find out that the political will and the environment actually does not support or encourage teaching in the first place. That is why we're having that issue. So a lot of the issues you find in such areas are issues that has to do with policy and the willingness, and maybe to some extent now insecurity that is also linked to the politics of the issue. But as an approach to teaching, it has been wonderful in solving a lot of the crises that we have. So what teaching at the right level does is that it moves children, irrespective of whatever grade they are, and rather focus on the skills that they have. So if a child can only go to school maybe 3 or 4 times in a term, for example, by the time he has 3 weeks intensive coaching, he will be able to acquire some basic skills that would help him survive the grade where he is and be able to transition. Yeah. Now, it is something that needs to be expanded across a lot of areas where there had been challenges. So if you talk about the South-South, for example, where they have missed school for maybe just 2 or 3 weeks, you can do a quick intervention there and quickly move children ahead so that they don't lag behind. It's part of the equality and inclusion that we mentioned here. While we are solving this challenge, another one is coming up here and there, and we keep turning in circles and in circles. But it's a good thing that we have interventions like that in place, and they are well packaged and well organized. And I think policy people should be able to quickly go on the shelf or go on the server and pick that up and deploy immediately, and which is where the digital literacy and education comes in. Yeah. Once you have your teachers at that level, they may not have access to the children because they may not have the devices themselves. But as soon as children come back, while you're running the curriculum, you can be supporting them with additional learning resources that would help them to continue to grow in that area.
Thank you so much. It's part of what we are already replicating in Kaduna, Kano, and Jigawa State. So, but it's good to let others know that that's a very, very good intervention that can help solve some of the foundational learning challenges that we are talking of. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we have a question from our online audience. Can someone help with that? A question from our online audience. If there is...
Thank you. So the question is from Temilayo Odufua, and what she's asking is, are the people in charge really listening to us, and are they implementing?
We can only hope, right? We can.
Can I speak to
yes,
that?
please.
I think a lot of times we don't even listen to ourselves, because I mentioned this at the beginning. How much collaboration, how much community synergy do we have as a people? Because if you do not hold the class teacher responsible for your child's education accountable for what your child can do, then it makes it a lot more difficult for you to hold the headmaster and the state government and so on and so forth. So it's a collaborative effort. We cannot just sit down and say, are they listening? What are we doing in our own little corners about what is happening? In urban centers, the challenge is that we're too busy. You don't even know what is happening in your children's school, but you just expect that somebody else should be responsible for it. In rural areas, they don't even know what questions to ask. So until we can get all of those things together, I think it's really going to be a lot difficult for us to hold the government accountable. How much do we hold ourselves accountable as parents, as students, and as a community where our school is located? If we start from there, we'll be able to build the synergy and the collaboration to be able to have a more challenging conversation with the people that we expect should be listening to us.
Thank you. Very well said. We all have a part to play, so this is not just for government stakeholders, but also ourselves. So any more questions from the live audience? We have hands raised up, please. Okay.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, my name is Andy Khan from Sudan Initiative for International Development.
Please be audible.
Okay, can you hear me now? All right. My name is Andy Khan from Sidani Initiative for International Development. I think this question is really towards maybe Owando, and maybe any other panelist can speak to this. So in terms of sustainability, we're looking at how can we ensure that all these initiatives we are creating are sustainable. Sometimes the reason why children are out of school could be tied to infrastructural gaps in their communities, for example. So in trying to achieve sustainable initiatives, how do we ensure that, for example, a student is not going to school maybe because he has poor access to water in his community, and because of that, he has to maybe go miles to look for water. You know, some of those things happen like in the northern part of Nigeria. And then that time he would have used to go to school, he has to do those things. How are interventions beyond just inside the classroom, around the classroom, but in the communities where these people are, how do we support such interventions as well so that it's sustainable? Because if a child has to spend hours, 5 hours, 4 hours going for water, you know, can we intervene in that so that he can now spend 30 minutes, 5 minutes instead, and then use that time to go to school as well? Is any of these organizations, maybe Wonder, for example, looking at such initiatives, and is there anything that we've done that can be translated, especially in the north, because most of the things you've said, you know, have been maybe in the south today?
Thank you for the question. I think I'd like to start by saying that there are legacy issues that have bedeviled the education system that we cannot solve in one day. There are critical factors that affect poor learning outcomes and even access to They have been with us and they'll remain with us for the foreseeable future because the government is not doing enough. And the non-state actors do not have all that's required to solve the issues. But to your question about how can we bridge the gap first and then ensure that initiatives are sustainable, I'll tell you an example of what we do And then I want to believe that other actors may also or are already doing those in terms of collaboration. So a good example is in the north, where we have almost half of our schools. We noticed that one of the reasons why children don't come to school is because of economic issues. So children would rather help out parents in the farm than come to school. And even if they come a few days a week. And when they miss lesson periods and learnings that ought to occur through those lessons, it affects their performance at the end of the school term. So what we do instinctively and strategically is to find partnership opportunities that address other factors that hinder children from coming to school beyond just the schools being there or access to a physical infrastructure. So where there are schools existing in these local communities, why are children not coming? And some of the reasons is because of economic issues around. Yes, we have the social-cultural issues, but largely economic. So what we did, for example, one of the projects that we did, we partnered with, so World Bank had a program a few years back, called the CSDP program. And what it was, they looked for local governments that they had categorized based on, they had their set criteria as the ones that were most in need of support, of socioeconomic support. And so they had funds allotted to those local governments, and they had state managers to help to manage, to provide projects, social projects that will benefit those rural communities. But the communities had to come up with counterpart funding to access the bulk fund that World Bank will provide. But most of these rural communities, so they would say, oh, you need to send in an expression of interest, you need to send. These rural communities, they don't know what you're talking about, okay? But because of our presence in these communities and the extensive work that we do with the communities through the school-based management committees, we were able to latch onto that opportunity and draw the partnership to the rural communities where we already had presence. So we supported them to facilitate the expression of interest, part of the engagement, and then to come up with counterpart support, working with ourselves and well-meaning individuals within the community who could support. And this helped them leverage the money. And some of the funds they used to provide classrooms or to renovate, some of the funds they used to build or to update or upskill their teachers, some of the funds they used for their primary health care center to renovate it. So this is the collaboration that we're seeking. Even though we do not provide economic support, we can look for organizations that we collaborate with meaningfully and strategically to support those communities. So what we will say to parents who have had access to whatever intervention World Bank has provided is, now you don't have an excuse, let the child come to school. That's a way that we think we can move this forward. For sustainability, I think collaboration is key, building community of practice. So I heard some fantastic things today for the first time that British Council is doing. There are learning opportunities from there that could support our intervention. Let's stop working in silos. Let's come together. There's power in synergy. When we work together, then we can come up with interventions that are sustainable. And let's not leave the beneficiaries behind. Let's not be prescriptive in our interventions. Carry the beneficiaries along because they'll be there long after you're gone.
Thank you very much. I see some hands raised as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Ms. Sayo. You said some of the children who are not interested in education, you partner with some companies to make them learn vocational skills. So what about those children who are not interested in education or learning vocational skill? What do your company or your organization intend to do about those children?
Okay, thank you. A bit of clarification. So those departments are in schools. So you have the departments where they're training them to sit exams like WAEC and all those. Now, those students also have some non-governmental organizations who work with them to provide them with vocational skills as well. But what we're saying is these other children, you know, the assumption when you're in any school is that WAEC is the only way out. So we're saying that it cannot be the only way out. There will be other opportunities. So it's not that we're disregarding WAEC or academics. No, that's not what we're doing. But even for those children, they need to learn, for instance, English, they need to learn business math, they need to learn a number of things. So we're also not disregarding academic totally in what they're doing. Idea is to raise children who can thrive. Some will thrive in academics, some will thrive in other aspects of life. So whichever area you want to fit into, we provide an opportunity. Does that answer your question? Good.
Okay, one more question. And okay, so I'm told that that's all that we can have for now. It hasn't, but there's okay, so we'll just take this one last question and that'll be all. Please.
Okay, thank you so much for the insights and the knowledge you've been sharing. My name is Adiola Adesule, and my question is that I want to know what can private sector players do to help when it comes to acceleration of learning when it comes to young people, because let's say the population of young people is high or is going to be higher in Africa as time goes. And when it comes to the reason for learning or the goal or aim, is if the goal and aim is for them to acquire skills that can get them jobs quickly, which helps to solve problems of unemployment and also recruitment of talent. So how can, you know, how can people or the stakeholders or what way, yeah, my question is for you, Mrs. Ayo. What way can, you know, private sector players collaborate with government, and how can this really be accelerated so that, you know, a lot of people that do not get access to this kind of knowledge?
Okay.
Because, you know, the actual things that people are learning now is changing when we talk about the emergence of the kind of tech that is coming.
Okay, thank you. Two things here. One, I love the fact that you mentioned the private sector. One thing the private sector is known for is creativity. That's the first thing. Two, the solution to where we are at is not only going to come from the four walls of a classroom. That means you need to go to where these young people are. And I know that organizations are doing quite a lot on social media in terms of learning. So I think it's all about even private sector thinking in a very different way. So I'm not sure private sector needs government to train youths. There are different organizations doing different things. But I also do not doubt the fact that when private sector, when they come together, because government likes to deal with numbers, they don't want to deal with one organization that can train 500 people. They're looking to train thousands and thousands. So when private organizations collaborate and say, hey, we're able to train 5 million people, I think that would be an easy way to connect with government. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So you would agree with me that this has been quite an insightful, informative session, right? Right? So that's obviously all that goes to the amazing panelists that we have here. Thank you very much, Ms. Njideka. Thank you very much, Ms. Tonia. Thank you, Mr. Daniel, for your time and for sharing very useful insight here today. Thank you also to our audience for participating and also asking very valuable questions. For me, my biggest takeaway here is the fact that there is power in collaboration. This work is not one that can be done alone, and also to say that the solution that you seek could be lurking right in front of you in your face, so you need to look around. And also the fact that we all need to really start to think beyond ourselves, beyond our own immediate survival needs. Thank you very much for listening, and hope to see you around. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. A round of applause for our panelists. Can we take a picture? All right. Can we celebrate them one more time? Was that an insightful session? Did you learn something? Thank you so much for that wonderful session.
Hello, this is Rebecca Winthrop from the Center for Universal Education at Brookings. It is a real pleasure for me to wish you a wonderful summit on an incredibly important topic, which is bridging the skills gap for Africa's children. The only words of advice I would have to say is to harness your incredible creativity. This is a massive issue, topic. It's not easy, it's hard. It's going to need absolutely everybody in the entire community surrounding a child, from teachers to school leaders to district officials to, yes, ministers of education, but also to family members, to caregivers, to siblings, to business leaders, to civil society community groups, to really partner in and coordinate promising pathways for young people's learning. This is something that we've seen time and time again in our study on leapfrogging inequality, of innovative solutions and places, even in the most remote and difficult to reach parts of the world, when they do deep partnership with absolutely every asset in a community, incredible things can happen. And one of the things that we've noticed is that there's lots of creative ways for thinking about building foundational skills, and literacy and numeracy are absolutely essential, but they should be the floor, not the ceiling. They should be the way in which young people build a foundation for lifelong learning, and you can certainly combine things like global citizenship, sustainable citizenship, climate change education, entrepreneurship into teaching basic foundational literacy and numeracy skills. A lot of it has to do with the teaching and learning approach. They are not mutually exclusive, so that is okay. I have more than one tip. The second thing I would say is harness your creativity in teaching and learning experiences. It is a false dichotomy to say we can either do literacy and numeracy or 21st century skills. Lots of places around the world have been able to do both, and the key is to try to scale those approaches. I wish you the best of luck and happy summit. I will tweet out some important links at Rebecca Winthrop on Twitter and LinkedIn that might be useful. Take care.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to NEDIS 2022, and congratulations to the TEP Center. My name is Nuruddin Lawal. I'm an Education International Development expert. And my thoughts around reimagining education means we need to think outside the box. We need to think and act contextually. We need to think and learn from experience. Reimagining education means taking corruption and politics out of education. It means focusing on the essentials of learning. Reimagining education means providing requisite skills for all children. Reimagining education means implementing the many policies we have and knowing that one size fits all is out of fashion. I once again congratulate the TEP Center for sustaining NEDIS, and I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Please don't forget that we're trending on Twitter, and the hashtag is what? Who can remind me again? NEDIS 2022. Can you repeat after me? NEDIS 2022. Fantastic, right? We'll be going to our next panel discussion, and the topic or the subject is on measuring progress towards sustainable development in Africa using learning outcome data.
And I'll be introducing the panelists. First of all, we have Mr. Chineye Umba Uzoku from Infographics Nigeria Limited. You're welcome, sir. We also have Ms. Rhoda Odegbo from Kizazi. We can see that Ms. Rhoda came with her entire cheerleading squad. Thank you, we see you. We have Mr. Armando Ali from POW Network who will be joining virtually. And then we also have Ms. Inyang Umoren from TAL Africa, who will be joining virtually as well. And this session will be moderated by Ms. Esther Adegunle from BAI. Welcome, everyone. Please take it away.
Okay, yeah, this is a lot better. So I said it's been an insightful one, and this is our third panel session. I know we've learned a lot, and we're going to be discussing something very interesting, which from the very beginning I heard, like data, right? So we're going to be talking about data and how we can utilize learning outcome data to actually measure progress in sustainable development across Africa. I want us to start by meeting our panelists in person, those that are joining us online. So yeah, let's start with you, Ms. Rhoda. Yeah. Tell us about you, what you do. You have fans here, and what you do in the educational sector, and if you do things relating to data, it will be good to hear.
Okay, so my name is Rhoda. Just like Ayokweju, I like to call myself a teacher. Actively taught in the classroom for about 2 decades, and then moved into consulting, and then started working with governments in a PPP arrangement, that's public-private partnerships with various organizations. Currently, I work with Kizazi, a British charity that supports NGOs across Asia and Africa to deliver what we call breakthrough school models. Did I work with data? I've always worked with data. Yeah, and I've always tried to be anchored on what the outcomes are saying to me to inform the kind of decisions I take, whether at the classroom level, the teacher level, or at the decision-making level.
It's great to have you on this panel. Thank you for coming. Let's appreciate her, please. Great. Okay, let me move to our online panelists, right? Before we move to you, sir. Let's meet. And I was excited when I actually saw their profiles, all of them, right? And Mr. Ali in particular, because I believe you are in Kenya. Okay, we can't hear you. I believe you are in Kenya, right?
Hello, everyone. It's such a privilege to be part of this special summit on education and to reconnect with so many friends in the panel and in the audience. I'm really very happy to be here today. Hello to Inyang, the organizers. Yes, I'm connecting a network of 70 cities in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, working especially to promote foundational literacy and numeracy. So it's a big privilege to be part of this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for making our time for it. Okay, so let's meet Ms. Ian. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Inyang Umaran. I'm the country manager for Teaching at the Right Level Africa, so TAL Africa, the Nigerian office. So I think centrally, the methodology TAL is built on assessment because it's the first feature of what the methodology is all about, which is the fact that children need to be first assessed to identify their levels before instruction is targeted to address their needs at the level at which they are. So yes, assessment, learning data is central to the TAL methodology, and we've been working in Nigeria across about 7 states now. So yes, growing the methodology in Nigeria. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, by the way. I wish I was there physically. I really wish I could be there. I just had to be in Yola today. So nice to connect. Thank God for technology.
Yes, yes. Thank God for technology. Thank you for joining us today. And our last panelist for today is Mr. Chinoye. Interestingly, I met him at the NESG Summit last week. Yeah, so you have been having conversations with the government. So anybody that has a question relating to the government, it can be almost a representative. No, not a representative, but are we telling the government what we need? I believe there are platforms that are doing that, and NESG is one of them that is doing that. But let me allow you to introduce yourself in your own way.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. Government is behind me, so if anybody wants to throw something like a rotten tomato, it's over there. My name is Chineye. I work in technology primarily, but over the past, I think, two decades or so, I've been kind of like focused on education. I started my first technology business I think I've lost some people. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, all right. I started my initial business in technology, specifically focused on education. I tried to do e-learning in Nigeria about, I don't want to give you the time because then you'll start calculating my age, but let's just say it was a long time ago, over 2 decades ago. And so you can imagine me trying to do e-learning 2 decades ago and failing, right? So I ran away, I went into other sorts of business. But found myself coming back to technology. So the name Infographics is actually because we set up this company at a time when technology was fresh for education, particularly distributed learning. And so I have about 2.5 decades of work in that space. I came back, I tried to be a teacher, I failed. Because I couldn't take the heartbreak, right? I was in school trying to teach, and I just couldn't understand how teachers could. So shout out to all the teachers in the house for their great stuff. You are people who are absolutely amazing.
Yes, very amazing.
I don't mind telling you, I cried so often in the classroom that I just said, I can't take this heartbreak, and I ran away. I went straight into corporate and did lots of work in corporate, but somehow it keeps tugging you back, and I found myself back in education. So currently, I run that company. I also do a lot of consultancy work, and my primary work these days is really around ERIT, which is the Education Reform and Innovation Team, which was set up as a collaborative to try to bring a lot of the independent voices and activities across the education space into one collective, and to create that one loud voice with which we could actually try and change things. And so we use that, and we use other platforms. I also work in NESG, so kind of like trying to retire, but not yet.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining us today. I'll introduce myself quickly. I'm Esther Adegole. I work with a great organization called DAI. We implement projects for various donors like FCDO, USAID, also the Nigerian government. So my colleague is here, and did the keynote speech. So the FCDO plane project is actually, of course, funded by FCDO, but implemented by DAI and many other partners, including our host for today, the TEP Center. I've been in the development sector for about 4 years now, and I currently lead business development and also lead the economic growth in my organization, the economic growth team. So I'm an economist, right? And I don't know if there are students here that are doing economics in school. Okay, yeah, there are 3 of them. One of the first things you learn in economics is demand and supply, right? And those of us that did economics before, one of the first things you learn is demand and supply. So you allow me to use that method today in asking the questions, right? We're talking about data. We're talking about how we can use learning outcome data to measure progress towards sustainable development. So we're talking about how we can use learning outcome data to measure progress towards sustainable development in Africa. So is there data? Is there a supply of the data? I was reading the Guardian newspaper today, and it's one of the headlines was saying that school inspectors have contributed to the collapse of school buildings because they fail to do their work of gathering data, right, and reporting the data. So I want to turn to you, Ms. Rhoda, to ask about the supply of data. Is the supply of data sufficient? There are different organizations collecting data. The projects my organization implements, we're collecting data regularly. We had the keynote speech from UNESCO that gave us lots of data, right? But based on your knowledge, your experience, do you think we're collecting sufficient data? Do you think the quality of data being collected is at the level that can be used for policy development and implementation?
What a question. That question is actually for Chineye, actually.
No, I'm coming to Chineye.
But let me attempt.
Okay.
You started with talking about demand and supply, and your question was actually targeted at the supply side
yes.
of data and the quality
yes.
of what that supply is.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of data being collected. Mm-hmm. That's just the truth. There is a lot. There is also a lot of data being supplied.
Mm.
Where they are being supplied can be questionable, because and maybe the language in which it's being supplied also is kind of questionable. When I say where and the language, I mean who is it speaking to, and how are we communicating it? Because data can be complicated.
Yeah, sure.
And it has many, many undertones and needs to be honestly unpacked for the users or the consumers to actually use it to inform decision making or next steps. So I think that's where the question is. Is there a supply? There is. There's a lot of, between Chineye and I, there's like a whole lot of data that's already been collected with 2 human beings sitting here, let alone, the universe of educators or education or the development space as it affects education. Because education is like, it's holistic. True. In the sense that we need to collect as many things. What is breaking down for the children is the big question we're all trying to find out, right? What's breaking, trying to find out. So we're looking at many things, and folks are collecting. Are there some data we have not collected? I do think there is. But I think there is supply.
Okay, look at that. You answered it so beautifully well. Thank you for answering it. So let's move on to the demand, and I'll move to our online panelists, right? Specifically, Ms. Inyang. So we're talking about the demand for this data, right? Is there sufficient demand from the relevant stakeholders? Specifically, the people that really will use it for the policy development and implementation is the government. So do we see that demand from the government for this data? Does the government even understand the importance of this data, or do we still need to continue to advocate for them to recognize that data is important? Learning outcomes data specifically.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I think before we go to, it seems you're out to get the government, but before we get there, I think that it's not just about data being sufficient. The question is, are we collecting relevant data? So if we're just going to focus on learning outcomes, there's also the question around what we are collecting, how do we plan to use it? What is the potential use of the data you're collecting? So beyond the government, we have seen a lot of other stakeholders very interested and keen to know what's happening with their children. So parents also need data. The communities need data, but essentially also teachers need that data as well, because what happens in the classroom can be changed based on the data that the teacher sees, right? But then also when you look at it at the policy level, the push for data has been growing, and I think the government agencies are getting more conscious about it. I think the question is around, are they part of the design in a way that lets them feed into what kind of data is being collected? If you see, we've had the UBEC, they call it NALABE, the national assessment. It hadn't been consistent. And how do you intend to use it? Because oftentimes data is collected. There's a lot of supply of data. The problem is sometimes this data ends up on shelves, right? So the big question is, how do we intend to use it? Because in terms of demand, there is a growing demand for data, but the big question is, how do we intend to use it? And that could vary very greatly. For me, my focus personally would be that as long as teachers are able to use data to inform instruction and improve what's happening in the classroom, because that's where it really hits the road, because that's where the children really get involved in benefiting from the use of data. So for me, it's about teachers knowing what's happening in their classroom with learning outcomes data and being able to use that to improve instruction, being able to use that to track the children's learning, for us to be able to ensure that we are having better learning outcomes at the end of the day. So that would be my point.
Thank you. And that's super, right? I like the point around the stakeholders being at the level of when it's being designed in terms of the collection. So we're not just having few people collecting the data, but there have been a collaboration and everybody has come to the table to decide which data is important and what the data will be used for. There's another level to the demand, and I think you touched on it, but I'd like to move to Mr. Ali to talk on it more and at a level of, Africa, right? In terms of acceptability of the data. So, just based on my research before this program, I realized that sometimes the supply is so high that by the time it gets to the stakeholders that need it, they're not necessarily accepting it. And the example the person gave me was that in Nigeria, for example, data collected that is not done in collaboration with NBS, that's the National Bureau of Statistics. Many times when it gets to the government table, they wonder, who did this? We were not involved in the process and all. So that's the feedback I've gotten. So I would like Mr. Ali to speak to the acceptability of the data and just based on his own experience in Africa, to speak to how we can ensure that the data being collected, and of course the demand that is there, by the time the data is collected, there's acceptability from not just the government, but from other stakeholders.
Thank you. Let me take advantage of the considerable number of youth in the room, just to say one statement that I believe many of you will relate with. During my childhood, if a teacher had told me, Armando, call your father, my immediate reaction would be, teacher, what have I done wrong? Because we always thought that the parents go to school when something is wrong with the child. So I will pick this point later on, but let me just discuss why should we be talking about this issue and what it takes to be acceptable. So you may agree with me that for many years, governments have been campaigning for children to go to school. And to be honest, it was not only governments, it was the entire society, because we all believed that going to school was equal to learning. But now there are many evidence that tell us otherwise. You see the current reports on learning, they tell us that only 2 out of 10 children in sub-Saharan Africa can read with comprehension. And we have 60 million young Africans that are unemployed nowadays. So what does it tell us? Let me go just one step back to represent the dimension of the problem. Our African population is basically dominated by youth. It's said that 60% of African population is under 25 years age. And yesterday here in Nairobi, where I'm sitting, an organization just published a report that has very disturbing findings that only 5% of adolescents in Kenya are proficient in problem solving. The same report also says that only 1 in 10 adolescents in Kenya are proficient in collaboration. So all those issues combined together with the poor learning outcomes and the huge unemployment and a considerable number of children that are estimated to be 20% of children in Africa who are out of school, they show us why do we need to have data that is meaningful for not just for governments but for us. Inyang was saying about the importance of data for teachers to better plan the instructions for their lessons. But before teachers, we also need to understand if parents understand the data. If parents who send their children to school, if they see any value in data, and if they can also participate in the production and consumption of that information that we deliver. So it wasn't never easy to emerge into the school system and bring data that speaks to the system. And I will share with you from our experience why it was not easy. One is the school was always believed to be a space for teachers. Even if you are in a meeting in the village and you complained about your child not reading or the methods not being the adequate, the first reaction in the past was, are you trying to replace the teachers? Those are the issues to be solved by teachers. But when we see where we have landed today as a continent and as countries, we have a big proportion of our population, majority of our population, without the necessary skills that will make them thrive and develop their lives. So to be systematic and to be heard by government and other stakeholders, and from the experience we have gone through, there are some few conditions that we need to put in place. One, we need to collect data that talks to problems that people can understand. When we say collecting data about basic reading and basic mathematics, it's not just because we believe that they are the foundations for children to learn better, it's also because we believe that anyone can understand. The child will understand, the parent will understand, and the school system will understand that we miss something essential, and no one can make progress in school if can't read. So picking contents and picking domains that anyone can understand. Two, is collecting data that will not inform just the system, but will inform also the parents. And our facilitator or moderator was talking about demand and supply in economics. So it's the same here on education. So at the end of the day, those children don't belong to schools or to the government. They belong to a specific parents, to specific households. If these parents and caregivers don't understand the value of education, the value of sending their children to school, they will not be engaged in the management of the life of their children. So the data we collect should not just speak to the system, to the most advantaged people, but they should speak to the parents to make them understand what is happening with their children at school. And the third content and condition to make this data to be allowed, to be accepted, is to be persistent. 20 years ago, when PAL network members started pointing out this problem of children going to school and not learning, no one listened to us, because the world, the big institutions, the World Bank, the UN system, they were all focused on access to school. They were all focused on improving school infrastructure and training more teachers. And when we started talking about this, no one really cared about. But systematically producing those data and informing at all levels, informing at the parent level, informing at the government level and the global level, that our children are going to school, but they are not learning, made some of the governments and some of the institutions to stop and start listening. But what are these people saying? And it's a combination of a movement that will start from the community, where people send their children to school, up to the global level, and make it systematically and produce spaces where citizens can be engaged with policymakers to make them provide the promises of a better quality education for all. So those my data is used to inform learning, but also to engage citizens in the learning process of their children.
Thank you. Thank you for that elaborate answer, Mr. Ali. And I like that you brought, in terms of learning outcomes, the data, that it shouldn't just be limited to numeracy and literacy. I like that you mentioned problem solving, collaboration, which is not something we normally hear until we get to like maybe university, but now is increasingly important for students to begin to at least improve themselves in these skills, right? And I like that you mentioned that. Thank you. I want us to move on to, and that's where I'll come to you, Mr. Chinere. Let's move on to the utilization and also the improvements of this data, right? And my question specifically is, what measures can be taken to validate and report accurate data on education outcomes in Africa? I mean, we can start with Nigeria and go to Africa, towards better accountability.
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry about that. So I really don't know how much time we have, because because what needs to be said. Okay, so what drove me away from education in the first instance was data. So I was teaching in a school. I got into the school, I was teaching junior secondary 2. And I found that the junior secondary 2 students didn't know what they should have known at primary school level. And so I chose to go back to go and try to close those gaps. And I taught them, JS1 stuff. The first assessment that we did, only 5 students out of 40 passed the test. And I knew that there was a problem, because if they're a JS2 and they couldn't pass JS1, then clearly what? So I went back and looked at the staff records. This is the data. So I went and called up the data, and they had all passed with flying colors in JS1. There wasn't a single person who failed, right, in JS1. But here I was teaching them in JS2, and they couldn't pass primary school, primary 6 stuff, right, because I tried it JS1, it didn't work. I went to primary 6. And so I started to teach them and try to close their fundamental gaps, right? As we went through the system, I'm sure all the teachers in this room would, I guess the sound that is coming means that you recognize what I'm saying is true, right? Because if you're in a public school, a public system, we just pass the students through, whether or not they actually get what is being taught or not. But this was about 20 years ago. And here's what happened to me. So this was youth corps. I refused to pass the children. I insisted on teaching them right. And at the end of my youth corps, the principal refused to pass me out of youth corps. And I was like reported, and I was forced to repeat my youth corps year because the system said that I was wrong, but I knew that I was right. You know, how did I know I was right? One of the children who had scored 70% in the year before, an average of 70% in JS1, was asked to write a simple, I said, the test was describe with a diagram the 3 levels of the Earth's atmosphere, which most of you have forgotten. But so one of the children drew concentric circles, and the first circle was Earth. The second circle was sky. What do you think the last one was? It was heaven. This is what happened to me live. I'm not describing what happened to anybody else. I saw that and started laughing, then I started crying. The second outstanding script was a child who wrote from beginning to end. There wasn't a single recognizable word, THE, AT, nothing. And this child had scored 80% on the average in the preceding year. So this is data. So I knew something was wrong. But you know, when I tried to fight the system back on behalf of the children, the system fought me back and taught me a lesson. So I went and appealed, and then they gave me 6 months instead of a full 1-year extension, and then I left and I ran away from education. But you know, it was a really hurtful experience because I think now to where those children are today, and I know that I did wrong. Maybe I should have, I don't know, burnt the school down or fought the principal or somebody, but when you give up, these things continue to happen. So what is the challenge that we have? It isn't so much that we don't have data, it is that the data is the real data. And let's be kind of like honest about that. I mean, I don't want to beat around the bush. Nobody wants the real data. And I'll give you very specific examples. Sorry if I can see some people smiling in the room who are probably, you know, they say I'm shaking table. That's what they call it. So one of the things I've learned as I've gone through life and consulting is, you know, that kind of like your client sometimes doesn't want you to say what you have seen. So unfortunately, I've not been very successful. So I keep having, because I say what it is that I've seen. So here's the reality. We had learning loss during COVID, right? Everybody agrees. Do we all agree? We had learning loss during COVID. Okay, so Nigeria produced its best results in 10 years in WAEC during COVID. Yeah. So I guess people shouldn't be going to Finland. They should be coming to Nigeria to learn the magic for how we produced 86% pass rate in WAEC during the COVID year, and how we produced 69% in 2020, which was the COVID year. So something about COVID that was killing people elsewhere was making our children smarter, or our teachers better. That's data, isn't it? Right? That's the data. So if you look at these, if you try to kind of like examine this data, you don't get what it is that is the reality. 133 million Nigerians are living with multi-dimensional poverty. 133 million out of 200. Correct? How many of those people at 60% should be in school? And how many do you think we have as dropouts? When somebody tells you we have 12 million children out of school, you just have to do the numbers and know that this is certainly not true. It cannot be true because between 40 and 46% of the cost of going to school is borne by the parents. So you have 133 million living with multidimensional poverty. 40 to 46% of the contribution to education coming from the parents. Clearly, all the children in that 133 million are not in school, or they're not getting any learning outcomes in school because their parents cannot afford it. It's just as simple as that. So what do we do with this data when the data is telling us the wrong thing, right? What do we do when the data says, for example, that a state in this country has adult illiteracy, that is the parent of the child, adult illiteracy of 82% in the state. If the parent is illiterate, 82% of the parents are illiterate, what can the child learn? We know that in our schools, about 70% of our children do after-school training, after-school lessons, right? Even the most expensive schools in our states and our communities do after-school learning. But nobody wants to admit that if they're doing after-school, then the question is, what are they doing in the school? If every child has to have after-school, then what are they doing inside the school? We also know, I'm sorry, I prefer to look at the data and then come from the data and then start talking about what we need to do. We also know that in most schools, most states in Nigeria, at basic education level, we have found from assessments that were done that about 20 to 25% of the teachers are qualified to teach basic education, meaning that they can pass the exams that they set for their own children. This is not odd because it's the same number in the north, it's the same number in the south. We also know that in this our country that some states send 25 students to take WAEC and JAM. 25. That when you do federal government admissions, you see people being admitted with 4, a score of 4, and others being admitted a score of 168. What does all this data actually tell us? Frankly, it doesn't tell us anything other than that we're a system that's in total crisis and that we are also largely dishonest around this, what the numbers, around what we're saying that we are concerned about. I think it's absolutely important. We have done a study, baselining, which Rhoda is aware of, and we have seen public data that says that 10 students who go into senior secondary 1, only 1 will pass at SS3. And only 3 actually will be left by the time they get to senior secondary 3. We know that our data is saying that our carrying capacity from junior secondary 1 into senior secondary 1 is 14% of the population in junior secondary 3. So let me just correct myself. Junior secondary 3, the carrying capacity of senior secondary is 14%. So 86% of the children stop education, formal education, after JS3 in Nigeria. So I know these are my enemies trying to keep me quiet, but I finished them in NYSC. I can finish them here. They can't stop me. Anyway, so I was just saying that, and I'm very sorry because every time we have this discussion, we talk about data. I have to be the bad guy in the room who tells the story as it is. It doesn't make anybody happy. But that's where we have to start from, by understanding where we actually are. And then we start to fix the problem. And the way we can tell ourselves the truth is to ensure, and this is why most times we only trust the data that is not coming from within our political system. We have to get external parties to tell us what is really happening in our environment, because the people who are in the system, apologies to all the teachers, particularly in the public sector, you do what you have to do. The reason why back in that school I was punished was because the principal and all the teachers are rewarded based on the numbers that they post. So if they post the real numbers, they will be told that they're not doing anything in the schools, and they will be punished like I was punished. But I was an outsider, so I could say what was real. I think if we want to use data, we must understand that every data point that we mention, behind every data point is a child, is a human being, flesh and blood. data is not abstract. It's a human being that we're talking about. And most often it is a child who is the most vulnerable person in our society. If we can lie about the children, then we will lie about everything else. So I think we need to come back to the point where we can create independent sources for data gathering, data verification, and then we as a people must decide that we want to tell the truth. We want to face up to the reality of what is there. Otherwise, we will spend quite a bit of time just, beating around the bush, no solutions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I like that you brought the need for us to continue doing the work we are doing, all the stakeholders, all the actors, and the realization that there's actually a crisis we need to deal with, right? And now we're going to make it open. I still have some questions, but I'm looking at the time and I know we also have online participants, just based on what has been said, questions you have. And also, if you were expecting to hear something today and you just haven't heard it, this is also an opportunity to ask the panelists. We'll do that for about 10 minutes. Then we'll also have about 1 minute each for each of the panelists to just give like closing final remarks, because I know there were other things that we wanted to say and there were other questions to ask. But yeah, let's move quickly to questions from all of us in this room and those that are online. Okay, I see a hand at the back. Now I'll try and take questions firstly from those that have not spoken in today's, all of the other sessions, right? Okay, so I see, yeah. So we'll start with the gentleman at the back here, and then we'll take the second. Please use the mic. You know we have people online too.
Yeah, my name is Tokpai Anisha. So, actually, I'm not trying to ask a question though, but she made mention of if we are yet to hear something that we probably would have loved to have heard earlier. So I think we need to start treating our problems like a business problem rather than just an emotional engagement or debacle. What I'm trying to say is you're talking about data now. If I'm on, let's say, let me use something popular, maybe Jumia. Those that work behind the scenes, what they look at is they are looking at what customers do. They have data of when you get into the platform, where you stop, if you're trying to order for a product, why you are not going to order, if it's that you don't want to input your debit card details, if it's that you want to do it like the local to local thing, you just want to make a call, you don't trust them, you want to pay when they bring the product. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they monitor all of what happens on the platform. I feel like Nigeria needs to get to a stage where we look at our problems as a business problem. For instance, if I give birth to a child or whenever I decide to do that, I'm not just going to let the child decide that they want to be a musician or they want to be a doctor. I'm going to sit them down and I will explain to them this is what the economic demands are at the moment. Just like someone said earlier, there's the theory of demand and supply. So you have to look at what is happening on the outside also, not just that you have a talent or you have a skill. So I feel like the business acumen needs to be taught in school. Everybody, it's not just commercial class or people that think they know maths or whatever. Everybody needs to understand business and history also. History, I know maybe I'm talking too much. For instance, yesterday I was reading about George Washington Carver, the black man that discovered crop rotation. Crop rotation is in agricultural science. They didn't tell us that in school, that it was a black man that brought that, a way of preserving nutrients in the soil. So he also discovered how to use groundnut oil or groundnuts to make shampoo and so many other things, even potato. They didn't tell us all of this. So we need to teach history as parents, as uncles, as older guys. We don't really need to rely on stakeholders that are teachers or educational professionals alone.
Thank you. Let me tell you what I got from all you said. Summary. We need to treat the educational crisis like a business that will give us returns, right? And we know that education will certainly give us returns if we can get it right. So thank you for that comment. Is it a comment or a question? We want questions. Question. Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Louis Adekola. I don't work in primary or secondary. I work majorly in higher education, so I hope my question or contribution will be relevant. I think that it's I want to start with just a little bit of comment so you understand where I'm coming from. I think it's important that we understand that if we try to keep racing after, say, Finland or whatever country, US, America, UK, whatever, we will not meet up. We just need to know that. So let's stop racing after them. Let's stop trying to use all the standards set to determine our progress, because the more we do that, the more we lament, the more we make little progress. The whole idea of development or theory of modernity is already flawed in itself. Let us not let that affect the way we engage with this emotionally. So my own question, which I wanted to ask the previous panel, and of course very relevant to this panel, is how do we then begin to recenter the ideology behind our education system and the processes? How do we recenter our cultural ideologies, following again to the idea of history? Some of the things that we're saying 21st century skills, they are skills that our forefathers have been using. All this idea of gender balance, they have been existing in our culture. It's just because we forget these things and they are telling us, and because of neoliberalism, they tell us, it's a foreign organization telling us, and then we take it as the holy grail. So how do we recenter culture and our own ideology in solving our own problems in a way that is sustainable and valued? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We can just take maybe one more question. Do we have questions online? And then we'll take one more question and we'll take it together. No question online at the moment. Or you have a question? So let's read out one from our online participants.
Okay, so the question is from Ngozi Okapala. It says data is generated by organizations, but how much of this data is made available and accessible for the state actors in education for its use, basically? Did you get that, or you want me to read it again?
Yeah, I think we got it. I feel like we've answered it, but yeah, we've actually answered it. Maybe the person typed it at the very beginning. Yeah. Okay, is there any other question online? None online. Okay, I can see. Okay, so let's answer the question that was asked, and then I'll just give the panelists 1 minute each to just round up closing thoughts.
To your question, how do we begin to trace back? My grandmother, and to buttress your point, my grandmother was a very strong woman. And my grandmother died at 103. And when I was getting married, which is almost 2 decades ago, she told me how she met her husband when she was also about 2 decades old, and how she used to travel so far away from her village, it's like over 100 kilometers, to do business and work and come back. So to your point, just to buttress, that we were empowered, women were empowered to a certain degree in certain communities across the country. Is it spread across the country? No. But did we have case stories or case studies of empowerment? Yes. How do we trace back? I've also said, I think for me, we're not really being honest about what we need. everything Chinaya had said with respect to how we use data is what should help us, help inform what we should be doing. If we look at the data still that tells us that 6 out of 10 children in primary school, in primary 6, cannot read and write, or at a comprehension level or a comprehending level, then what should we do about that? Should they progress to secondary school, or should we create some form of remedial program? That's what data does, right? To help to inform where you are. Meaning that if we know that all of that information about where we are, a lot of our children are out of school, X, Y, Z. I don't want to repeat what Chinaya said. But the important thing is, for us to trace back, we need to start telling ourselves the truth. And I'm going to go a little political. You are not electing the right people. You are not choosing the right people to lead you in your various leadership positions. It is square holes in circle. How do they speak the English? Round pegs in square holes. Leadership beckons on us, all of us here, to choose right. Who is going to take us to El Dorado? That is just my comment. Until we get there, until we make leadership right, we will continue to speak a lot of grammar. Because at the end of the day, it is the decision makers that help us to get there.
Thank you. Thank you. And I mean, that's a good way for you to give your closing remarks, because what we want and what I want panelists to focus on is that part of action. What do we need to do now? We've had this conversation. What do we need to do, the different stakeholders? So let's go online to Ms. Yang to just give, please, for 1 minute, just give your closing remark and let it be actionable. Okay, hold on. We can't hear you yet. If you can hear me. Okay, speak again, so we're just testing.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
A very insightful conversation, and I think I kind of agree with the panelists earlier that it's essential for us to take leadership seriously, because at the end of the day, the policy changes that we need to be taken at the leadership level very much. But then also, just going to the point raised by the last gentleman around stop trying to copy other countries or going with standards set by other countries. I feel like internally, as a Nigerian, or even from the higher education sector, I don't think that we are adequately allocating resources to research, right? How many of our universities are churning out research that have life learning data, right? Most of the data we have now are ones that organizations have generated. The higher institutions are really not generating. So maybe that's a question that he also needs to take back to the higher education community and ask them to start feeding into it. I know that sometimes lecturers will complain about no funding for research. So maybe this is also something that needs to be raised with the TED fund, right? But then at the end of the day, pretty much the development we want to see would really need live data. And if we want to take responsibility and ownership for the problems that we have and the solutions that we need, then we need to start collecting that data ourselves, by ourselves as well. So if it means strengthening the capacity of the higher education specialists, or just giving them that as some level of responsibility as well, it would be useful. But then again, going back to Chinaya's point around, is the data reliable? Are they generating one that is going to be for political use or for real use? You know, sometimes you go to places and they ask you, what type of data do you want? Like if you need it for finances, you get a different data set from if you need it for solutions or for any other reason. So they have different data sets. We keep having that come through even in annual school census reports. So the question is, can our own institutions start generating that data and the reliable data for us to use across Nigeria as a whole? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that final remark. Let's go over to Mr. Ali for his own final remark, and then you will end the conversation. Okay, Mr. Ali. Okay, while we're trying to bring him back, Ms. Rhoda just told me she hasn't given her own final remark, but I'm going to time you, right? Let's do it in less than 1 minute, please. Yeah.
So at Kizazi, we say that the problems in education are multi-generational and multi-dimensional. And many times, what we're trying to deliver as an education system, whether it's in data collection or instructional methodology or professional development, really aren't targeting the real problems that at these various levels people we're seeing. Well-being, trauma, poverty, all of these three buckets, health, have significant impact in education and the outcomes that come out of it. What is data doing to unearth all of those significant contributing factors to learning outcomes? Is the education space looking at those areas where we know that a strong social and emotional learning set of skills actually lead to a significant improvement in academic performance? Are we asking and searching for that, or creating an opportunity for data to speak to those? And the last thing I want to say, and it's kind of like something that is really upsetting to me, and I would like to say this, that I'm still struggling with the headlines of learning poverty, because I feel like it's a bit misleading, because it kind of, and I'm using my words carefully, places the blame theatrically on children. No, it is not true that the children cannot read. It is not true. They cannot read because it's an effect of a cause. And what are the causes? That the teachers do not have the resources, nor the capacity, or the competence to do it. That should be the headline, so that we can attack where the cause is for a different kind of effect. So let data think about the culture of its collection, the community of its collection, and the character of its collection. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if Mr. Ali is back for him to take his own closing remarks. Oh, okay. Welcome back. Yeah. So please, just 1 minute, right, for your closing remark.
Thank you. And I want to echo what all other panelists have said. And just to add a few calls, I just want to call upon you, Emmanuel, sitting there in the room. I want to call upon you, Godfrey, also following this conversation. I want to call upon you, Mary, Fatima, that we should change the focus. This is not about grades. This is about competencies. This is not about getting a diploma or a certificate of anything. It's about what you can do, not just in school, but in life. So as citizens, we need to focus on kind of data generated that is focusing to competencies, what we can do, what our future generations can also do. So the second call is to say, when the house is broke, you don't just cover the roof. It's good to see the structure, the foundations. And if we are not focusing on the foundations of literacy, numeracy, and life skills, any building that we will put in will collapse in the near future or the next wind to come. And we don't need to rush. We don't need to follow. Someone said that we should not just follow what the others are saying. Let's take our own pace, our African pace, Nigerian pace, and say, let's start from here. And in 10 years, we can build a different generation. We are in a position of the tools and the necessary information to build a new generation of youth in our countries. It needs courage, but it needs, first of all, a citizen agency to say, hey, we are here, we care about our children, and we want our children to have the foundations with quality, and we will reward quality. Teachers should not be rewarded by the level of progress of their children. They should be rewarded by the number of children who can read and do basic maths. Those are the small and firm steps that we can take. It's not easy, but it's doable. So we have all the necessary information to do that.
Thank you. Thank you for that call to action.
Can you hear me? All right, so she said 1 minute, so I don't know if you have your pens with you because you need to take some very quick notes. I'm going to call out some numbers very quickly, right? So we just work from the numbers. So first of all, just do a quick calculation. 200 million population, 133 million multidimensionally poor. What does that leave you with? Right? So that leaves you with a balance of about 67 million people who are above the level of poverty, right? And multidimensionally poor. So now, take another number. In the past 20 years, I hope we're together. I'm hearing some voices. I don't know if... Hello, sir. Sorry, I'm hearing you, so I can't even talk. I'm trying to get myself right. So, sorry. I just wanted to throw some numbers to you that you can take home, and maybe you can think a little bit about it, right? So we're all aware of this Japa story, right? So you may be surprised to know that in the 20 years of Nigeria's history, 20 years study, less than 0.7% of Nigeria's population have left the country. 0.7% have left the country. This Japa that we're talking about is not even up to 1% of your population over the past 20 years. In fact, every single year, the number has not exceeded 0.7%. What that tells you, and it's important for you to understand this, please. I just want to be a little bit quiet. Let me just drop my little grenades. What it tells you, as this country is shaking because these people are leaving, it tells you that the 99% that are left behind are unable to carry this economy. Understand, they take 1% out and the entire country comes to a point of panic. What it means is that we are graduating 450,000 students across all courses at tertiary education in Nigeria. 450,000. Every year, 1.8 million take JAM. We admit about 800. About 700 eventually resume. But at the end of each cycle, only 450,000 graduates. The total population in our tertiary education today is 1%. It's less than 1% of the total population of Nigeria. 167 tertiary institutions, 1.87 million students, total gross enrollment. Try to understand what these numbers really mean. What it means is that we can continue to chase what it is that we have been doing, and we will continue to fail. So we are on a path of failure. And the only way we can reverse it is by doing something drastic. And we have to do it urgently because the numbers are not working in our favor. The population is growing so fast and is so young that the burden in the education sector is increasing at a pace that we cannot reverse it unless we do something different. And so the call to action for me is this. And I can tell you now, if there's anybody in this room that can say how much it costs to educate a single child, through basic education, through secondary school, and into university, how much does it cost to educate a single child? Because if we don't know how much it costs, then we don't even know what we're supposed to invest. That's what data is saying. And I insist, and you may not like it, but the issue is simple. We are on the wrong path. The only way out is that we must radically transform the way that we educate our people. Because you take the last number I will give you, 40 students in a classroom, we need 1 million classrooms to educate 40 million children every single day. And yet in Nigeria, there are about 85 million who need to be in school every single day. Which means we will never have enough physical classrooms for the students to go to school, let alone to learn within the schools. The solution is not to build more schools. The solution is not to build more universities. That is what we have been doing, and we have been failing. The answer is to break education out of the traditional structures and the models that we currently have, and look for how we can take education to people wherever they are, under whatever circumstances, so that they learn wherever they are, at the level that they need to, individualized learning. And so if you ask me today what I would do, I would say, give every single child a tablet. Not send them to school. If you give them a tablet, they're already in school. But more importantly, we must educate the mothers. Because a child, statistically, will only achieve the level of the mother's education or higher, not the father's. If we don't find a way to educate our mothers, then generations to come will be stuck with this illiteracy. So let's face the issues and let's deal with it, because the data is very clear.
Thank you and thank you. I mean, I believe we've gotten a lot from this session, and it just tells us that data is supposed to make us act, right? And that's the only way we can make progress, by acting on what the data is telling us. Yeah, so I want to especially thank our distinguished panelists here with me, and those that have joined us online too. And thank you everyone for making this engaging. There's work to do, and we will do the work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we celebrate our panelists? Was that a wonderful session? Was that a wonderful session? Let's give them a round of applause. We would like to take pictures right about now, please.
Hello, my name is Obi Bridget Azubuike. I am a researcher and a doctoral student at the University of Bristol, United Kingdom. In my opinion, there are a couple of things that the education community can focus on for young children and youth in Africa to build important skills for the future. But one of them, I believe, is to get foundational literacy and numeracy skills right, because it's called foundation for a reason. This is where the building blocks are going to be laid for all other skills that are going to be developed for the future that the young children are going into. And so if we get this right, it becomes easier for other skills to be built on this. And secondly, I believe that things such as relevant curriculum in the educational system is important. The world where we live in, with talking about things like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, the Internet of Things, there's climate change, sustainable futures. All of these things have to be part and parcel of the curriculum that young children are learning today, because it's relevant for not just now, but for the future. But also, the curriculum has to be adaptable to the changes that would happen in the near future as well. Lastly, teachers have to be core and have to be a priority in the educational systems, because they are the ones who are able to transfer these skills, or who teach the children these skills. And so teacher development, teacher training, incentives, teacher motivation, all of these factors are important to ensure that the educational systems are doing what they are meant to do for young children and youths on the continent of Africa. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Please let's be seated. You can all agree with me that networking. So I think that the good thing is, and this is one thing that I personally like about NEDIS, it's not one of those events or summits that you come for and you leave and you're really sad and you're like, okay, we have a ton of problems. What are we going to do about it, right? You can see that every single one of the panelists gave us a solution to go home with.
Absolutely.
So the good thing is, as we know, this is not work that can just be done by the government or work that can just be done by the private sector, right? This is a combination of everybody. Everybody in their little spaces, everybody in their big spaces have to pick part of these challenges and see how they can chop at them, right? So we can get to our desired destination. So it's amazing, and I hope you guys have been having a lot of fun. I'm very happy that the children are in the house. Well done, all of you. You've been very well behaved, and you've asked the most insightful questions, the kids from slum to school. So well done. A round of applause for yourselves. Awesome. Good to know that you're invested in this too.
All right. I would like to make a quick announcement. If you're the owner of this car, Honda Accord, SMK 366GB, ash color, your trafficating light is on. Again, I'll call the number of the car, SMK 366GB Honda Accord, ash color.
Okay, amazing. So now we will quickly move to the next thing on our agenda. Thank you as well to the online audience. I was there for a bit looking through the YouTube comments, and it's so engaging there. You wouldn't even be able to tell that they were not in the audience. It was really good. Like, everybody's like, yeah, punchline, it's true, it's true, it's true. I'm like, okay. The energy was real. So now we will move to the next thing, which is a communique presentation. And TEP Center is going to be doing that for us. So can we please have the TEP Center team for the communique presentation? Please encourage them with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our audience, both in person and online. My name is Utibe Henshaw, and I'm Program Manager at the Education Partnership Center, and also the person you can blame for taking the entirety of your day today for planning and hosting NEDIS. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming and for engaging. I know it's been a long day. I can tell you right now, before I say anything else, that we're going to start serving some food, some snacks, and some drinks so that everyone has something to eat, even as we continue the conversations. We have two very interesting sessions ahead of us. There's going to be a children-led panel. The children are going to be the panelists, and they're going to moderate their own conversation. And we're going to hear directly from the horse's mouth. So I hope you're very excited about that. And then we have another panel coming up. It's called the Fireside Chat. We have two very interesting panelists. They're going to talk about education and the future, and creativity and innovation, and all those things that make us feel good, that give us hope, and how those things can take us to where we want to go. And then we have the awards. This award is focusing on teacher innovation, so I hope that you stick around for that. So far, we've had a very interesting day. If I could get the attention of the people in the room, please. We're going to have time for networking during the cocktails afterwards. So please give me some of your attention for the next 3 minutes. So we've had a very eventful day today. We've had 2 keynote presentations. We've had one very data-rich presentation from the FCDO playing program. And we've had 3 panel discussions. And some of the messaging that has come out, I'll share with you, first of all, the things that have struck me, starting with the most recent panel. Thank you for moderating that, Esther. So we need to remember that when we discuss education statistics, when we discuss education data, we are talking about human beings. Every data point is flesh and blood. I think it was Mr. Mbauzoko that said that, and that really punched me up. Because when we are talking about children, when we lie, if we know we are talking about human beings, we know that we cannot lie about the data. We know that we have to do our utmost to communicate this data in the most strategic and effective way possible. I think another thing that came out from that panel is the importance of owning our own research, owning the data that we collect, and owning the decisions that we make afterwards. I thought that was very helpful and very insightful. And then we move to the second panel. So I'm starting from the back. And so we have the middle panel from the day, the panel that spoke about much ado about literacy, 21st century skills, and green education. And I think that panel really explored how the curriculum needs to cover the holistic development of children. I'm so excited about the children's panel because I really want to hear what they have to say. You know, we have lived through a pandemic, we are living through a climate crisis, and we don't know what kind of crises are coming in the future. So it's become very clear that, you know, children, they need to be able to read, they need to be able to comprehend, they need to be numerate. However, those are not the only skills that they need to thrive. These are not the only skills that they need to survive, you know, in the world. So what other skills should our children know? And I think it came out in that panel about how green education and climate change is not something that, how many people are even aware of the information? And so we need to start back from there to make people aware and focus on the holistic development of children and also to focus on inclusion. Then we had the first panel, the second keynote, and that was a very interesting keynote because the topic was rethinking Africa's workforce. So somewhere from the first panel of the day, I think it's been very clear in NEDIS that when we talk about education, we talk about children, we're not just thinking about the now, but we're thinking about the employees of tomorrow, the decision makers of tomorrow. And so it's important that we do our best to make them ready to make those decisions. And so we have to be very clear. For some of us, I think analogies work very well to help us understand certain things, right? So you don't want a doctor that's his first time doing heart surgery, his first time ever practicing heart surgery, or his first time being in an emergency situation is when he's speaking to you. Can we have one house, please? And so we talked about updating the curriculum to meet the needs of the future and going beyond maths and English, but also breaking the unspoken rules, making sure that children have the freedom to ask questions, they have the freedom to be innovative, and that our system rewards innovation. How many of you have felt very bad when Mr. Chineye shared his experience about how he was punished for wanting to do the right thing in our public education system? I had a similar experience. I taught as a teacher during my youth service, and the school I taught in, ironically, it was not a government school. It was a private school. And this school owner just did not have the fear of God, you know. He wanted me to teach 2 subjects in 2 different schools without any regard for quality or if the children were comprehending. And then during exams, he wanted me to cheat for the children. At that point, I cannot spend my energy and my time teaching them and then help them cheat, you know. And at some point, he said, you know what, the NYC you have done is enough. You can exit. You can exit the system. And so we need to create an environment where creativity, innovation, asking questions, these things are rewarded as opposed to being stifled. And I think that that's not the responsibility of the children alone. We all need to have a paradigm shift. And then that brings us to the first panel that's discussed moving from ABCs to a highly skilled workforce. And I'm just going to collapse that with the first keynote. So we've talked about how data and statistics, sometimes they can be very debatable. 20 million children out of school versus 13.2 versus, 9.8, whatever helps you sleep at night. But at the end of the day, those millions are human beings, right? Flesh and blood behind every single data point. And so it's important that when we are discussing data and highlighting data, we understand the reason why we're doing these things, and also the importance of foundational literacy and numeracy. Please, if your neighbor is talking, can you just do shh? Thank you very much. Trust children. Put your hands together for yourself, children. They did that beautifully. One house, please. I know that we have all been here the whole day, so thank you for your patience. So we've had quite a lot to talk about today, and I just want to say that we will do our best to compile these learnings and continue to bring them to you. Repetition, I'm sure as teachers, as students, you understand the importance of repetition. We're going to keep repeating the messaging. We're going to keep engaging so that we all get to where we want to go. We all have that shift in our mindsets. So once again, I will say thank you very much. And that I hope you enjoy your snacks. At this time, I want to cue in the team from Slum to School Africa, because they are going to be hosting the children-led panel. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Uti, for that beautiful presentation of the communique. Okay, I hope everybody is doing well and having fun. Awesome. So we're going to have the children's panel now. The interactive children's panel supported by Slum to School Africa. Are we ready, guys? Okay, while we get ready, I have to tell you guys, this is like a full circle moment for me. Like, I feel like a mother. These young adults, because they are no longer children, I used to mentor them. This was in 2018, like 2018, well up to last year. So seeing them here today, do a panel discussion all by themselves, it's a full circle moment for me. I am so proud of them.
Amazing.
Amazing. So proud of you guys.
A round of applause for them, please.
They're stars, absolute stars. So who's coming on stage? I think you guys need one more chair, right? So, okay, so let's come on stage, please. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Please, let's encourage them.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olatunde Abibat. I am 17 years old, and I graduated from school last year in the year 2021. Currently, I'm interning in Slum to School Africa. So today, some of our beneficiaries from Slum to School Africa are here to talk about the theme of the conference, which is Reimagining the Education Development in Africa, Bridging the Skills Gap. So Slum to School is an organization founded in 2012 that's aimed in transforming the society by empowering children, underserved children, from remote and slum communities with quality education, psychosocial support, entrepreneurial skills, and skill acquisition programs to help them realize their full potentials and become social reformers. We envision a world where every child deserves and have access to quality education. So I would like you to welcome them with a round of applause as they come to the stage.
Okay, awesome. So we decided that because they have so much amazing stuff to tell us, we have to give them a little more time, and then we'll bring them on in a bit, because we really want to give them time to share everything they want to share, right? You guys are excited, aren't you? Is everybody excited to listen to them? Awesome, awesome. So we're going to quickly move to our fireside chat. Right? And the fireside chat is on education and the future, navigating creativity and innovation. And we have a couple of speakers, all who are here. We have 2 speakers actually, and then we have a moderator. So who's taking the session for us?
All right, so we have Mr. Jude Abaga, Task Creative Company. How many of you know MI? You all know MI. Can we celebrate him as he comes on stage? We also have Mrs. Olamido. Please come and say. We also have Mrs. Olamido Majekodumi Ogundoyin, Nexford University. Can we celebrate her as she comes on stage? All right, fantastic. And our moderator for this session is Mr. Okpeyemi Oluleye, Power Network. Can we celebrate him as he comes on stage as well?
Okay. I guess we're saving the best session for last. So for those who have left, you're going to miss. For those of us who are here, let's hit the road running. Should I say Mr. Jude Abaga or MI? Which would you rather call?
Whatever you're comfortable. Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? I'm excited to see the young learners come and do their thing later. I'm glad to be here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I guess what I would like you to, because we know MI the musician, we know MI the creative entrepreneur. So maybe we also want to know MI or Mr. Jude Abaga, who is here, in the capacity that you're here as Task, the organization, what the organization is about.
Okay, has anybody ever heard of Task here before? Okay, one or 2 people. So, I, as a young person in Nigeria, I believe that if you want to be an artist, you want to be a comedian, you want to be an actor, you want to be a DJ, you want to be an artist manager, whatever it is in that space, I believe that the journey to the top is too tough. It's too difficult. And I'm trying to create a platform that will be able to provide opportunities for creatives, young creatives at scale. And that's what Task is. Today what we do a little bit of agency work. We help organizations that want to reach young creatives and have great partnerships with them. We help make that connection, make it seamless. We're also building a label called Incredible Music. We're building a learning platform. This is very early on, so please don't ask me too many questions.
I won't.
But I believe that the older artists have so much to teach, and they can also make money doing it. And so, TASK, which is an acronym for Talent, Agency, Stories, Community, and Kinetics, which is the power to move something from one place to another, was founded 2.5 years ago, and we have no office. We're remote, but we're building up to the point to have a beautiful establishment like this. We're young creatives from all over. How many musicians do we have here in the building? How many young artists?
Aspiring.
I can see you in front, that you can come and have the same sort of resources like you have here for education. So that's our goal and our dream.
Thank you very much. I think that is, in all of these, what we then see, and which is also synonymous to the education community, is that you have a community that you're building, right? And in that community, there's a lot of networking. And so I want to ask this question, because when we look at the schooling system, it's also a form of community where we have students, children coming together to learn, to meet other people, learn other personalities, make friends, build relationships, and that also sort of connects them to the next level. It's the same thing that Task is doing, but at the creative level. So, do you think that the existing schooling system, do you think is a scam? Do you think that this has sort of avoided that creative aspect? And then what do you think the creative industry can even do in line with the education system, or even contributes to what we have currently, to ensure that by the time we have these people coming out of the education system, Now that we are speaking specifically to talent, they are not missing out on anything?
Wow, what a good question. So let me start with the scam parts. So education is not a scam. At the very least, it teaches you how to think. It teaches you about discipline. It teaches you about process, about systems, and how to analyze, you know. But I will say that there are many things about our educational system today that have collapsed, from my perspective and in my opinion. And those are the scams. So number one is like my own university experience. Largely, I'm sorry to say this, but I think most students in go to university. Most. I know that there's a lot of people that go to like private schools or go to school and have a great experience. But I think most people in universities, when you go to school, you're not supported. You're not given it's not a great experience for you. You're basically just trying to survive, to get a pass grade, to get an NYC certificate so you can get a job. And I think that that's evident when we look at the workforce today. I also think that there are parts of our natural giftings. So for instance, like geology, geography, those courses should be very high in Nigeria, right? We have a very high, we have very resources. But those are not like, what do you call it? Jobs, professions that are highly esteemed. Instead, what you see is like things that a colonial master would better use. Lawyers, accountants, bankers, shipping, import, exports. Those are sort of like the key things now that are like elevated. And I think that that's also scamish. But what is very clear is that Nigerian creatives are the best in the world. Nigerian young talents have so much energy, they have so much creativity, and they can conquer the world if they're supported. Like, whether it's people that have degrees, you look at people like NEDIS that have gone on to do so well, Banky W running for office, using his platform in that way. Whether it's people that are street kids, you can even look at someone like Portable, for instance, very controversial, but the talent and the drive and the energy is there. And that's how Nigerians are. Our young people are so talented. And for us not to be able to build educational systems that harness that energy and address the problems that we're dealing with, I think that that's also very scamish. And I think that the reason why platforms like this are important is because we need to keep thinking, how do we look at our educational system to make sure that the systems work, first of all, but secondly, that the systems address problems that are relevant not only to the country, but also to the young people that are within that country, and prepare them for global dominance, which is what they deserve, you know?
Thank you very much. And I think that's actually very key, because apart from the part that speaks to perception, there is also the part that speaks to the systems that are missing, right? And it is not something that we are unaware of. And by we now, I mean both the private sector and the government. And I think this will lead me to my next question around this perception now, or even a system. So let me ask the one on system first. How do you think that the creative industry, being aware of these loopholes, can sort of come in their own way, in their own capacity, whatever, recognizing the limitations now? How do you think the creative industry can either advocate or have a certain agenda that they drive to sort of change this and sort of build this structure, even though it might be difficult because you are building it from, like I said, there's a limitation, but how do you think the creative industry can actively do this?
I mean, that's why I'm here, right? These sort of platforms, like I was sitting over there, I wonder if he's still there, but I met someone and he told me I'm a ed tech entrepreneur, innovator. I was asking him questions, are you going to be CTO, CEO? And it was an interesting conversation because people like that, connected to creatives, connected to financing, connected to governance and policy, connected to health and community people, connected to people that are working in development and rural access, Those young people, if they're collaborating, will change Africa, will change Nigeria. And where do we meet each other? The legacy our parents left for us is that creativity should be far, religion should be there, school should be there, government should be there. But maybe the legacy we should leave for our children is that we're thinking in unison with a united vision of what Nigeria can be. Systems working together. And so in practical terms, how can the creative industry help? I think that first of all, we can be an off-ramp, an educational off-ramp for hundreds of thousands of young people. You don't need to go to a 6-year school for creativity if you're already talented. Maybe a 2-year program, maybe a 6-month program. That will allow us to generate revenue and allow people to have school, but also get employment. Because what we know is that the global context of the creative industry is that global creative economy is going to rise and rise and rise. We should be a leader. We should be a superpower of creativity. That's how Nigeria should think of themselves. Yes, there are superpowers when it comes to nuclear war. There are superpowers when it comes to oil. There are superpowers when it comes to agri. We should be a superpower of creativity. And I think that collusion of the educational system and the creative sector coming together to say, let's produce solutions for Nigeria will be impactful.
Please, if you have questions, you can prepare them, because I sit in here, save that I'm a moderator, I'm having a conversation with Emma and so because of what you have said now, if you were to pass on a message, which is basically part of what we are doing now, passing on a message to the government, because you look at the creative space now, and there is a lot of, there's the international recognition has grown, right? And we know the people who sort of set the foundations for the different genres that we have and the different acts. And it's a good thing that you're even one of these foundational pace setters. What message would you think the government should have concerning this? How to sort of explore more into this to ensure that, because at the end of the day, it's a win-win situation. You are growing the creative side, but also it is more revenue for the government. What message would you like to give, to the government on this?
Yeah, it's a great question. You're right. First of all, infrastructure. Infrastructure in the creative system, what does that mean? It doesn't necessarily mean physical buildings. It could mean funding infrastructure. I know BOI and a few other organizations have some sort of, but my experience is that funding isn't getting to actual creatives, right? How do you grow an economy? You got to grow businesses. You got to grow the private sector there. So the private sector actors, Olamide, Bado, and YBNL, Don Jazzy and Maven, Abuchi and IB and Team and Chocolate City, those businesses need the infrastructure, whether it's policy, whether it's to be able to blossom. And then we really need to look at our interaction with the West. We know that when our brothers and sisters who were taken as slaves in America started showing their creative power, what happened? White supremacy set up a system that milked it. And it looks like that's what's happening here. That's the place of governance. Governance is supposed to look at what is the structure by which these Western companies, these Western entities are approaching Africa to take our content. And is there a better way that we can frame this? They do so with oil. They do so with agric. They do so with other sectors. And in the creative sector, we're sort of just left to our own devices. And that benefits the West, and we lose out there. So maybe those will be the two pillars that I would say we need to start having immediate engagement around and start thinking about how can we improve.
Thank you very much. I understand we have Mrs. Olamidun online. Hello, Mrs. Olamidun.
I know her. I know her very well. She's an amazing entrepreneur, by the way.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, I was wondering if there are two Olamiduns. Hi, Olamidun.
Could you turn on your video, speak to us? We are expectant. Okay, whilst we wait for that, let me ask now the question on perception.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay, I can hear you now, but I can't see you.
Yes, let me turn on my video briefly. I'm actually on the road.
Oh.
We want Suya Bistro.
Hi.
Yes,
now we can see you and we
everyone.
can hear you.
Please excuse my tardiness. I'm coming from Lakwe, and we're a bit caught up. We're about 5-10 minutes away.
Oh, great. So maybe I'll just maybe you just introduce yourself. Tell us more about Nexford. I'm sure everybody here knows Nexford University, right? But just tell us a bit about Nexford University.
Sure, I'll be happy to do so. So I'm Olamidu Nogundoyin. Thanks for the introduction. And I'm the country director for Nexford University. Nexford, as we call ourselves, is the next generation American licensed accredited university, and we're here as disruptors. So we've created a workplace-ready university. So what that means is you're coming into Nexford to get the kinds of critical soft skills, hard skills that you need to succeed in today's workplace, right? So what that means is, we're always preparing for the future because the future is forever changing. The skills that you need today that are relevant today are going to be forever changing. And so that's why we remain nimble, we remain online, we're competency-based, and we prepare learners for the needs of today's environment.
Great, thank you. I mean, I think it's quite evident because of what we have seen so far over the last few years, especially from Nexford. And so now narrowing down specifically to the conversation we're having, which is really about filling the skills gap. How do you think unconventional institutions like yours are helping to fill this large skill gap that we have in the country right now, and even in the continent generally?
Yes, so studies shows that there's a massive skills gap, as we've already established. So we actually did a ton of surveys even before we launched Nexford officially. We're speaking to employers about the critical skills that they need, for graduates to have a crypto. Only about 11% of employers said that they felt that graduates were being adequately prepared for the workplace. And this is a global problem. It's not just in Nigeria. So what Nexford is doing is we're constantly refreshing our information. I just want to make sure I'm not missing my turn because I'm almost at the venue. But what Nexford is doing is making sure that we're always preparing our learners to be, top of the line, top shelf, make sure that they have the edge and can remain competitive in today's environment. So we're constantly analyzing data, having very close relationships with employers and making sure we're understanding the current skills gaps and embedding those into our curriculum.
Oh, great. Maybe this would also now take me to my next question for MI, because in filling this, we know that there is a skills gap, right? And in now looking, because we know also that a lot of, I'm sure even if we do a quick research of the school children we have here, we'll find out that there's a lot of talent. But there's also the gap which is sort of built because of perception, like you had alluded to earlier. Because, growing up, my father he knew how to play. He taught himself how to play the tuba, right? But he was an engineer. Yeah, he taught himself. But he limited that to the church orchestra. And so growing up in that kind of setting encouraged us to join the choir, to learn how to play an instrument. But the focus was to become either an engineer or a medical doctor or so. This is now sort of taking it back to the foundation, which has to do with perception, right? We know that we have these creatives. We know that we need to sort of merge this creative industry with the education sector so that we can then not just focus on a certain line of career work. How do you think the creative industry can sort of help to manage this perception? That is one. And then is a two-way question. On the flip side, how do you think that parents or communities, like the immediate communities, can help these children? And then maybe a three-way question, actually, which is then the schools. How do you think that they can also then encourage these children so that I'm not going into school with one mind Or you hear things like, oh, I had to go to school to study medicine before I then wanted to do what I wanted to do?
Wow, great question. I think on the perception side, entertainment has done its job. We have not just worked for internal communication and internal PR, which means that if you're young now, you tell your parents, I want to be a singer. Like you said, you want to be an artist, a musician. Have you ever said so to your parents? Never. But if you say so to them, do you think they're going to be upset with you? They will support you. See, when I was young, they'll be like, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? You understand? But that's because of Davido, Wizkid, Burna, Tiwa Savage, Tenny, Niniola, Asha, all these artists that have really done their job. Genevieve's, Omotolas, Moa Budus, Lida Ikeji's, Bella Nigers, Tajuddin Adepetu, all these people that have made this industry become full and something valuable. Not only did we do that, we went global and we told the whole world, if you don't know about Nigeria, watch our films, listen to our music, and now the world loves us. So on the PR one, I think that one we score 100. I think what needs to happen is that society needs to take a good look at itself. What sense is there in not having great football academies when we know that our physical talent is so high? What sense is there in not having creative academies when you know that the likelihood that Nigeria is going to continue to produce not just musicians, but video directors, managers, producers, engineers? Why not invest in that sector? It would provide employment, it would provide revenue, it would grow the economy, and it would allow young people to express themselves, which is a key thing in quality of life. So I think it's time for society to catch up. Entertainment has done its job, or is doing its job very well. Society needs to catch up. Governance needs to catch up. The private sector, especially in the investment arenas, they need to catch up as well.
Oh, it's fine. We're glad you made it.
Yeah. I thought you were done with me. Sorry. I thought you were saying hi. Welcome, by the way. You were so close here, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, but as I was saying, I think that creativity it has done its job for Africa, for Nigeria. It's put Nigeria on the map. It's opened doors. It's creating revenue. It's giving us a new face. It's raising our global profile. It's time for the country to catch up. It's time for us to get the support, the protection, the policies, the funding, and the societal respect that entertainment needs for it to truly blossom and truly thrive.
Thank you. I think that's actually... So these questions, the interesting thing about this conversation is that these questions are coming off from the responses that I'm getting. And just before I open it then to the House, this is a final question for both of you. This has to do more directly with the curriculum. Do you think that there should be a direct inclusion in the school, in the curriculum that we have currently in the education sector that addresses creativity or any other aspect of skill that is not the conventional ones that we are used to? And then how do you think this can be introduced? I'll let you go first. Allow her catch her breath.
I'll just run off. As soon as I answer, I'll run off so that I'll come back. I have to just do something. I'll run off and come back. But the answer to the question is yes. You spoke about your dad learning the tuba. How much did that skill and him sharing that and allowing you, how much did that deepen the quality of your life? Did it make your relationship with your dad better?
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, it's like music. Not everybody has to be a star. But people should learn, if they have a talent, to perform or to speak. You know, there's so many skills that when you're doing dramas, you're doing presentations, you learn. Teamwork, harmony, how to create projects together. It's so valuable. And I think every school should have a music program. Every school should have an innovation program, you know, where young people can get into a class and be like, hey, what are your ideas? And let's see what we can bring to life this year. Every school, every educational facility or every community should have, as was in our history and in Roman history, should have a center where people can come and enjoy art, you know, and people from the community should pay for art and should support artists. It beautifies our lives. It makes the world a better place. Like, look at this place with art. Sound systems, the backdrop, what we're wearing, you know, it's just so much context and deepness it adds to society that I think is really important. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You say we're still having you, or you want to take? All right. Okay.
Yes, so just make sure my mic works. Thanks for the question, and it was such a pleasure to be here. Again, excuse me for my tardiness. I think in any developing nation, you are very intentional about what you want your future to be like, and that depends on the skills that you're building today within your population. So in Nigeria, we've seen that creativity is at the core of who we are. We're entertainers, we're musicians, we're fashionistas, you know, we're extremely creative, we're entrepreneurial. And it is up to us to be as intentional about fostering that culture, about building up those skills, refining them, honing them, appreciating them, and educating people to be the best entertainers, to be the best creators, to be the best artists that they can be. Whether it's 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we want to be the leaders in the global economy when it comes to creativity. And so absolutely, to answer your question, is that yes, we must embed those into our curriculum, because we have seen that that's who our people are. Those are the kinds of skills that we naturally are inclined to. And so we have to take charge, be more intentional about how we're teaching and raising, you know, children in this economy to be the future leaders of what we want to see in the future. So absolutely, we're doing that at Nexford. And also part of my portfolio is I founded a performing arts school, and a lot of what MI was saying was really resonating with me. I did that because I love the fact that, you know, as a young adult, as a teenager, you know, I got the opportunity to, you know, explore myself, express my artistic skills, you know, through art and music and dance, you know, and I want to see that more in our schools. I want to see that more in primary schools, in secondary schools, K through 12, young learners embracing not just the academics, but also extracurricular activities, learning who they are, building skills from a very young age that they can take into the creative industry, apply that, and even grow the market, grow the economy even beyond what we see today.
Great. So I know I said that was the last question, but just to set Mrs. Olamido in the mood before we then pick questions. So if you were to quickly give 3 steps that you think the government needs to take to make this happen, what would those 3 steps be?
I would say 1, research. I think that's the first thing anyone needs to do to better understand what the current situation is. Understand the historical context, and then use that to be able to strategize what we want to do in the future. So 1, research. So based off on the research, we have the knowledge that we need to have. And then secondly is strategy. So taking time to build that strategy. So that's, you know, going back again to being intentional. So saying, okay, 10 years from now, we want to be able to raise our entertainment industry to be X amount of X contribute. Or we want to be able to raise the fashion industry to be X contributor of national GDP, right? So what do we need to do now to be able to make sure that that future would happen? So we need X amount of people, X amount of small businesses, entrepreneurs, creating jobs for the future, refining their skills, building talent, you know, perhaps building academies for that, and making sure that we're refining our own national talent when it comes to those creative industries. So that's 2, building a strategy. What is our future plan? And then 3 is communicating, right? 3 is communicating what the plan is,
and, you know, who are our contributors, whether it's public sector, whether it's private sector, you know, communicating and enforcing that. So do we need to set funds to be able to support entrepreneurs towards this goal? Do we need to create an enabling environment? Do we just need to communicate and promote this area that we're looking to go into? Do we just need to make a friendly sort of promotional campaign around it so people are more interested in these industries, interested in taking on these initiatives, and just know that, okay, it's something that the country is looking towards doing. So those would be the 3 steps. 1, research, which is understanding the context and where we're trying to get to. Number 2 is strategizing, building a plan around it, building a long-term plan around it. And then number 3 is communicating and enforcing that plan.
Please, you can clap. Yes, please. Do we have any questions? Any questions from the audience? Okay. We have a hand up there.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Well done on the work you've done. It's good to see people. It's good to have Nextford in Nigeria, and to see that as much as possible, there are alternative pathways to getting qualifications without having to go to the regular classroom. So this is my question, and I love the fact that you mentioned that you set up a creative academy. So my question is, if we were to, so back of my mind, this is what I think. You know how we have football academy for young kids that combines both the football training and also academics as well. 1, if we were to, as NGOs or as CSOs, if we were to leverage on such a thing, where would you ask us to start from? 2, what are the opportunities available to ensure that for those who know, if you have a 5-year-old who has a wonderful voice, like, you know, those star quality kind of voice, what are the opportunities available for such children when it comes to being able to get an education while still leveraging on their creativity? What are the opportunities that are available right now in Nigeria? What are the things that we can do as CSOs to ensure that we can create those opportunities for people and for them the less privileged things?
Okay. Please just hold on to the mic real quick. I have a quick question for you. So what standpoint are you coming from? For your first question, are you coming from a CSO standpoint or a parent or an
CSO?
CSO, okay.
I manage an education-based NGO that improves learning outcome. And one of the things I've observed is sometimes you have kids who have ADHD and are autistic, and they resonate well with arts, with creatives. So putting them in the 4 walls of a classroom is struggle on its own. So we don't have creative academies where you'd have said, oh, go and learn the basic things you need to learn using art. So for me, it's that thought process is, what are the opportunities available that we can create, not just for kids with special abilities, but for kids who we automatically know from birth that they are artistic in nature. Imagine saddling somebody who is artistic with maths. They will struggle. They might do well, but they will struggle. What are the alternatives for them? How can we as CSOs create those opportunities, create those programs that can benefit people like that?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question. And I'll start off just by saying that the industry has actually come a long way. When I started back in end of 2010 stroke 2011, if you search performing arts and Nigeria or search creative arts and Nigeria, literally nothing will come up. Like, it was so scarce, such an offering, you know, to be doing dance classes after school or instruments or drama or theater production. It was like almost unheard of back then. And if you search that now, several options actually come up, you know, so we have to, you know, even just recognize the fact that the industry has grown. it's becoming more embraced amongst our culture. Parents are, becoming more aware of the benefits of having extracurricular classes, raising children that are well-rounded, having well-rounded education, and, giving children opportunities to channel that excess energy into something productive, a way that they can express themselves. So I'd say, yes, we didn't start off with much. Even till now, there's abound opportunities. More and more people are coming into the industries. More and more activists are coming in and taking the stance. Like yourself, are doing more and more and giving more children the more opportunities to do more outside of the academic classroom. Because not every child is the cut and paste. You can't use cookie cutters for every single child. Everyone has different needs and different ways that they learn and different modalities. So one, we've come a long way. Number two, how we can offer even more. I say just by doing what we're doing. Now in schools, you're able to find other co-curricular activities. So look for a school in particular that offers what is necessary for that child. And even in the schools, offer different options, right? So you have dance classes, right? And then how many different dance classes are you able to offer, or how many different creative arts classes can you offer? And even with the instructors that we have, training them to understand that each child has different needs, so cutting our class ratios if we can, our student to teacher ratios if we can, so teachers can have more personal relationships with their students, so you can have a little bit more one-on-one time to be able to serve the students in the way that they need to be, so everyone can catch up and everyone has, that sort of direct learning opportunity that they can. I hope that answered your question. I feel like there was the last bit of it that I didn't quite touch on. Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, what are the opportunities available? I understand that certain schools, so like I said, we're CSOs, we're NGOs, we're not, this is not from a parent's point of view. Is there any academy right now that we can send kids or partner with to ensure that kids who cannot fit into the typical classroom can go to and leverage on their creative ability while getting an education? So I think that's the direct way into it. To say, are there institutions like that in Nigeria, or maybe even around the world, that we can partner with to leverage those kind of programs for kids like that?
Absolutely. I think Co-Creation Hub actually has one, STEM Cafe, right? So you're able to go there. There's multiple different options of activities that you can do. There's also lots of different like summer camps, holiday camps. During the school year, there's after school camps, there's after school activities, and several different ones that we can talk after this, so I can give you names and such. But then you even find more that spring up about during the holidays. So, aside from the academic calendar, during holidays, you can put your child or put a child into something that's, more, that will cater more to their actual needs during the holidays as well.
Okay, can I take one question from the children, from the school children? Do you have any question? Okay, we have a hand up there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Samuel Lokusu. Yeah, my question is similar to my question. Like, my question is, like, those in slum communities, like, they have these talents of acting and singing, but they don't have the opportunity to get to the top, like, to become the professional. So, like, what are the opportunities available for them? Like, what are things that they need to do to get there? So that is my question.
So you're referring to the steps they need to take to get there, as well as the platforms, opportunities that are available for them to take advantage of. Okay.
Yeah, so I think we've kind of addressed that a little bit. So yes, you have to find an institution, one. So, as I try to mention, there's multiple options. So you have to find one first, right? You know, a lot of them tend to be private. A lot of them tend to, you know, be costly from my own opinion, you know. So sometimes you're able to find something that's within your community, whether it's through your actual school or whether it's through a church program or like the YMCA or something, you know. So one is finding a space that has that outlet. You know, there's tons of them. It's just about doing the research and finding what's convenient for you within your own community. And then secondly is taking the time, I would say. So once you actually have a space, you know, some of them are refined, some of them may not be as refined, but give you the opportunity, right? So, you know, have one-on-one time with the instructors. Take full advantage of what you have in front of you. You know, you might not have as many resources. They might not be as sophisticated as we might find elsewhere in the world, but take full advantage. Get to the top. Get to the very best or the most you can get to within those resources. And then from there, you find that you know, doors would start opening up. You know, I've had children that have come to our space who at some point, maybe they've been with us for 2-3 years and have maximized their capacity within our own space, you know, and they, you know, go on social media, they're sharing their talent, we're sharing their talent, and then they find instructors, you know, or they find, you know, people like entertainers, people like MI, you know, that would take notice of them, you know, and help them hone on their skills, cultivate them a little bit more. And then from there, they're passing exams, global examination, but, you know, like Lambda, things like that, you know, and they're going from height to height, and then, you know, find out, you know, doors opening for them. I've had children that have traveled out, traveled abroad, found instructors who are interested in them, and are helping build up their talents one-on-one and start to compete on a global scale. So I'd say number one is finding a space that's convenient and, you know, within your community that works for you. But don't say, you know, if you're starting out, I wouldn't say be too picky or choosy about where you start off at. Just find a space that gives you that outlet and is a good environment for you to start building your craft. And you're building your craft, but at the same time, maximize your resources. So do what you can online. There's lots of teaching material, lots of things you can find, you know, even if it's on YouTube, finding resources, doing your own research. People learn online these days, you know, so do as much as you can personally. Find that outlet that helps you within your community and maximize the capacity that you can build within.
All right, thank you very much. Please give her a round of applause. And then one more thing before we go, I think I would just like to mention concerning this question that it's probably something that will then need to work with the NEDIS team, because these are practical and direct questions and steps. So maybe there will be probably a repository or a database of institutions or opportunities or platforms like this that exist currently that can be shared with everyone, just in case you know someone or you are one person who is also looking to groom or grow a certain skill within you. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us in this session. In the absence of MI, but Mrs. Olamidun present here, thank you very much for listening and enjoy the rest of the day.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Olamidun. Thank you, Okwe. Okay, so now we're ready for the interactive children's panel. Is everybody excited to see the children? How excited are we? Can we give a round of applause for them, please? And we also have to recognize the fact that they've been very well behaved and very quiet through this entire session. And they asked very insightful questions. Amazing. A round of applause for them. So can we please have the Slum to School presentation now? Please come up for your panel session. We don't have a lot of time, so we have to move very quickly. I think you've done the introduction already, so we can move straight into the panel discussion, okay? Please encourage them, please. Please encourage them.
and gentlemen. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aruna Shamsia. I'm 17-year-old and I'm one of the beneficiaries of Slum to School. Currently, I'm undergoing internship under the Field and Program Department in Slum to School African. So before we brief you on why we're on the stage today, I would like to give my amiable panelists who are thinking very hard about the future of our education system in Africa. Can you please encourage them with a round of applause? So let's get down to the introduction, starting from my right-hand side.
Good day, everyone. My name is Bolo Atifainu, and I'm an intern at Slum to School Department. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Hossein Abdul Malik. I'm also an intern at Slum to School Africa, and it's nice to meet you all.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ido Motunrayo. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. My name is Ido Motunrayo. I'm in SS1. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a Slum to School beneficiary.
Good day, everyone. My name is Hussein Mustafa, and I'm a field and program intern with Slum to School Africa. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Charles Susa. I'm 17 years old. I'm a pioneer beneficiary of Slum to School, and also a student in my final year at senior secondary school. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for the brief information. So ladies and gentlemen, read on as we lead you to the journey of why we're on the stage today. So our engagement today is just towards the importance of life skills in formal education in relation to the theme of the conference, which is Reimagining Education Development in Africa and Bridging the Skills Gap. According to an online report, the future success of African lies in its ability to hone the skills and talents for its ever-growing population. And as we all know, this is a world of rapid change, and young people need the right means of skills to thrive. Access to information is increasing, and memorizing of facts is less prioritized today than in the past. Although academic skills remains important, but do you know that they are not sufficient enough to foster thoughtful, productive, and engaged citizens? Young people all over the world need to develop the breed of skills to apply knowledge in ways that meet the new demand of our changing economic and social background. The skills like innovation, creativity, listening skills, and communication skills. These skills are referred as life skills. So now, I'll turn to my panelists to hear what they understand by life skills. Can anyone tell us what?
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah. In my own perspective, I think life skills are skills that we need to live. You agree with me that life skills are skills that we need for our day-to-day lives. They are skills that make our lives a lot easier and pretty much better. This means that people will need different life skills based on certain situations, like their geographical environment, where they live, their gender, so on and so forth. Let's say, for instance, okay, it's not really an instance. I live in Makoko, that is surrounded with water, and I live on the water side of the community. I have to adopt a life skills like swimming for me to be able to live in such environment. Whereas people that doesn't live there would either contemplate on whether to adopt such skills or not. In a nutshell, what I'm just trying to say is that we could say this is a life skill because it is a prerequisite that guarantees you to live in a place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles, for the enlightenment. I agree with you that we need life skills in our day-to-day activities. And I must confess that I like the example you give, that swimming can also be a surviving skills. So based on what Charles has shared, it seems we need life skills to survive. So, Abdul Malik, can you say life skills are also surviving skills?
In our day-to-day activities, and survival skill at the other end, these are skills that we need to scale through difficult challenges. For instance, let's say Shade, who is about to be molested in a room by a man, right? Does she need a life skill to overcome that challenge, or a survival skill? She needs a survival skill to be able to overcome that challenge, because if not, anything might happen. She might get raped, or she might receive any other sexual harassment. So that's the difference about it.
Oh, great. So, Abdul Malik, I understand the point you give that life skills is different from surviving skill. So, the example you gave, it means we need life skills. We need self-defense to survive. Thank you very much for the clarification. So, we have been able to establish that life skills is quite different from surviving school. So, Mustafa, what are the skills you think students should be taught while in school?
Okay, I think everybody needs different life skills depending on certain conditions which I was mentioned earlier. But before you can know the type of life skills that is essential for any student, you need to satisfactorily ask yourself some questions and answer those questions. Like, why is that student in school? What's their purpose of being in school? Because it's until you answer that question before you can know the vital skills that you can allow that student to acquire. But I think for students, the kind of skills they need are skills that will help them and prepare them for their immediate future, and not just some fairy tales dream. I think there are skills that will help them transition into responsible and productive citizens. The skills that will help them overcome problems that most adolescents are faced with. Because we have these economical and social skills, just like depression, teenage pregnancy, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, unemployment, and a lot of them. But as a student in Nigeria, top of the skills you need are the skills that will help you overcome problems, such as peer pressure and unemployment. And these skills that you need to overcome them are self-confidence and productivity. Thank you.
Wow, that's fantastic. I agree with most of the things you said. And I love the idea you give about students being taught the skills they need to prepare themselves for the immediate future, for them to go into a responsible adult. So now, Bolu Atife, what do you think? Are study skills life skills or survival skills?
Well, before I go more into that question, I would really like to explain what study skills are. To me, study skills is the mastering this act of study. To answer this question, this simply means study skills are survival skills. This is because a student can succeed without learning or being an expert or mastering the study skills. And survival skills are skills needed to survive a particular situation, So this brings me to say that life skills are survival skills. And study skills are survival skills. And life skills on the other hand is not a survival skills. So I would like to say that living our normal lives, we do not need to constantly have the opportunity to have a survival skills. A survival skill is just depending on some certain situation, which brings me to the conclusion that we should not be an expert at surviving, but rather be an expert at living. Thank you.
Oh, that is a grateful insight. So, Abdul Malik, do you have anything to share on that?
Yeah, it's a very interesting point laid down, but I think that study skills should not be focused on survival skill. So study skill can be a life skill, right? For instance, a student with learning disability in classrooms finding it difficult to able to prepare for exams or tests. You can actually call that study skill as a survival skill, because he or she have to prepare adequately. There is a challenge. The exam is the challenge. I have to pass the examination. But a student with who is not, doesn't have a learning disability, easy peasy. I don't have to even have to master the study skill before I pass my examination, because there are lots of friends in my school. Now after further maths class, integration, I still have to go back to after school I have to go back and learn and relearn. But a lot of them, after the course, he or she don't have to go back home. But at the end of the day, they perform wholesome and beautifully well. So I think we can conclude that study skill can also be a life skill and a survival skill, not only focusing on one.
Thank you very much, Abdul Malik, for sharing your opinion. So are you saying students don't need study skills before passing their examinations? Are you saying students don't need study skills before passing examinations?
Just like the example I just laid out.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I will leave the audience. Are study skills life skills or survival skills? I think I will leave the audience to deliberate on that. So Mustafa has raised quite a number of points about the essential skills students need. So Motuayo, as a student in your first year of senior secondary school, based on your experience, can you say these skills have been taught in school?
Directly, maybe not. But I think a lot of factors come into play when it comes to the teaching and gaining of these skills. And I believe these have been carefully considered and factored into the old school system. I mean the curriculum approach, policies, professionals employed, and all that. For instance, I think it is mandated for every school to have a guidance and counselor professional available to help students with not just academics, but challenges adolescent face, like the ones mentioned earlier. Also, consider the vocational subjects which have been introduced in schools in the recent years. Lots of students who finish secondary school cannot make tie and dye, bake, sew, and provide some sort of services, and some valuable products. However, I think the challenge we face is the whole education system being plugged with its own unique challenge that truncates its productivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Motuayo. That is awesome. So as Motuayo has said, if you can go beyond and introduce these life skills into like our educational system in Africa, our youth to be prepared for the skills they need to apply in life situation. So Charles, Motuayo has raised a valid point about the skills we need on the full functionality of our education system. So how do you think we can achieve this?
Well, it is quite simple and direct on how we can achieve this. We have heard of good policies, fantastic curriculum and impressive infrastructures, but there is a simple and approach to these challenges that have faced us, which I recall from what Mr. Santos said earlier, a prioritized education. Education should be made the most supported and invested sector in the country. Yes, of course, I might be too young to completely understand the complexity of government and policies and development, but I have experienced the forehand and the transformative power of quality education. I must express my sincere gratitude to organizations like Slum to School, who have, imparted, many communities across the continent, where they enroll children into school and also support them with, mentoring, counseling, and relief item, distribution. You will agree with me that quality education also, counts a lot, plays a very vital role in every child's life. Many young people like myself here.
Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you very much. I know you came fully prepared like a soldier going to war.
Yeah.
If I give you time to say what everything you have in your mind, you might not be able to live here tonight. So, Mustafa, Charles and Abdul Malik and Bola Tife has talked about the skills students need. Can you please help us bring these skills together?
Okay, in conclusion, I think life skills, they are very, very vital, just like Charles shared. They are very vital, and they are the one that rightfully fulfill the purpose of a child. It's not the mathematics we are being taught in school, it's not the physics, the chemistry, the biology, but these life skills are the one that prepare us for the future. So I think the basic reason why people just go to school is to know how to live and sort of have a good life. But I think it's better we start acquiring life skills that will help us in the future and integrate us to become responsible citizens. Instead of having, let me call it book skills, that will just help our smartness and intellectuals in school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. As Charles has said, though we are investing in education in African, but we are not investing enough. Please, let's try to invest in the education of our youth, and let's as the world is changing rapidly, let our education system to be updated. We have to go beyond the four walls of the classroom. Let's deepen the skills children need to apply in real life situation. Thank you very much today. We have loved to share a lot of things, but time did not permit us. Thank you very much.
Please, can we take pictures? Okay, can we take pictures? Does anybody else agree that Shamsia, the moderator, should probably take over this job from Ibiraya myself? I really don't know what we are doing here. She's a better timekeeper and a better host in general. Please, another round of applause for our stars of today. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, every single one of you. We're very proud of you. If not for Iberia, I just wanted to leave them here forever, to be honest. I was just there taking all the mommy selfie moments. I'm like, just leave them there. Well done, well done. I think it's beautiful to see that kids, guys, one house kids. I think it's really great to see children who know exactly what they want, who understand the challenges that the sector is facing.
Absolutely.
And, know what needs to be done both from a policy level and from a school level as well. It's really insightful. So major shout out to Slum to School Africa for the work that they're doing.
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. I think we will now move on to the presentation of the West Africa Teacher Innovation Prize. And it's important to note that this is supported by DRPC, Ford Foundation, and TEP Center. So can we please have... Okay. Can we please have Aisha Victoria Hashim up on stage and Zubaida Onono Abdul Salami.
Please, can we give them a round of applause?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to stand on existing protocols. And firstly, I would like to thank the TEP Center for their continuous collaboration with the DRPC in implementing impactful education projects. You can't hear me at the back? Okay. So I said I would like to thank the TEP Center. I would like to thank the TEP Center for their continuous collaboration with the DRPC in implementing impactful educational projects. My name is Aisha Hashim, and I am the Communications Officer at DRPC. The Development Research and Project Center is a non-profit organization that believes in building capacity and social capital for inclusive development. The DRPC was formed in 1994 by a coalition of ABU and BUK lecturers that felt that they needed to address the weak civil society presence in the development space. The vision for DRPC is creating an ethical, inclusive, and sustainable model for development, one that engages beneficiaries and other civil society organizations as a catalytic agent for change, while also engaging government agencies for ensuring public interest and public good. Currently, DRPC is implementing a project, the BUILD project, which is funded by the Ford Foundation. And this project has a component of school safety, which tries to increase the access to education for young girls especially, by keeping the schools safe and ultimately reducing the chances of early child marriage. I am standing in front of you today because we would like to celebrate and award some very innovative teachers for the work that they're doing in the education sector. So I would like to call Mr. Adekola Benjamin, who is the Deputy Director for the Senior Secondary School Department in the Federal Ministry of Education, to give us our special remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. An address by the Director, Senior Secondary Education, Federal Ministry of Education, Ajia Binta Abdulkadir, at the West African Teachers Innovation Prize Award presentation at the 7th Annual NEDIS Summit organized by Development Research Project Center, DRPC, and FEB in Lagos on 24th November 2022. Protocol. I am indeed delighted to be in your midst and to give a special address on this auspicious occasion of the NEDIS Education Innovation Summit. I have been reliably informed that the theme of the 2022 NEDIS Education Conference is Reimagining Education Development in Africa, Bridging the Skill Gap. The theme is apt and could not have come at a more auspicious time than now, when the need to reposition education has become paramount. In addition, the issue of skill gap has been on the forerunner of African countries. Nigeria is no exception. Globally speaking, the importance of skills cannot be overemphasized. Skill acquisition are vital to technological development of a nation. And that is why government is laying emphasis on technical, vocational, educational training, TVET, entrepreneurial skills, and trade subjects. All these form a catalyst for sustainable economy in which a country will be a producing one rather than a consumer-based country. Skill acquisition forms a bedrock for the country's industrial breakthrough, with its advantage of providing employment for its teeming population and reduce drastically the number of out-of-school children of learning age. The government, in an effort to standardize skills training to meet global competitiveness and industrial demand, has created National Framework on National Education, NQFE, which is domiciled in National Board for Technical Education, MBT, which has the mandate of assessing all skills in the country. This will go a long way in improving the psychomotor domain of learners. The federal government reiterates its commitment to partner with private organizations and NGOs willing to develop skill acquisition among the learners with a view to building a formidable nation sound in technology and technology development. For this reason, all hands will be on deck to achieve a common purpose of skill acquisition. I've been informed, and it is heartwarming to know that NEDIS is a birthplace of ideas and programs which will tackle the skill gap and improve our education sector. The Federal Ministry of Education will collaborate with the organizers in order to make this a reality. It is also a welcome development to note that in the course of the summit, that the Development Research and Project Center will be awarding 4 prizes to innovative teachers under the West Africa Initiative Prize WATIP. I've been informed that DRPC and TEP Center have developed the WATIP Prize aimed at recognizing teachers who have introduced specific innovation which impacted positively on girls' education. This is commendable. I urge them to emulate the gesture of DPRC and TEP Center. Let me reiterate here for the record that teachers and teaching professors deserve more recognition than any other profession on earth, as they were birthed by teaching profession. In a nutshell, the era where people say the teacher's reward is in heaven is now over. Teachers will start having their reward on earth as from now. That was why the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari came out with a bomber package for teachers. In countries like Japan, US, and Finland, teachers are highly recognized. Therefore, we should emulate this kind of gesture. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Education, I congratulate the organizers of this program, the Development Research and Press Center, the Education Partnership TEP, and other sponsors for packaging the 2022 NEDIS Education Conference. These organizations have been partnering with Federal Ministry of Education in moving the quality of education delivery forward. I also use this opportunity to congratulate all of you for being patient and for attending this program. I wish you well. It is my feel that other organizations will emulate this good initiative that DPR and TEP Center are carrying out in the country. Let me conclude by congratulating the award-winning innovative teachers. I enjoy all winners to keep the flag flying and see the award as a catalyst that will spur them for more actions. After all, the reward of hard working is more responsibility. I encourage others to work hard so that they will also leave that footprint on the sand of life. Long life DPRC, long life WEB, long life NEDIS, long life Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. He said we have to give our teachers their flowers while they are still around. So before we go into the award ceremony, Zubaida is going to be telling us more about the competition. Just so for the next time, maybe you would want to nominate one of your teachers, you know. So here we go, Zubaida. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you to our Deputy Director from the Federal Ministry of Education. Just before I go into the methodology of the selection for the WATIP awardees, I would like to urge the Federal Ministry of Education, the State Ministry of Education, from which these teachers, these innovative teachers have come, to please follow up to ensure that these projects benefit more students from the state and from the nation at large. My name is Zubaida Onono Abdul Salam. I work with the Development Research at Project Center, DRPC, as the Education Programs Officer and Safe Schools Team Lead. Just like we've heard from Aisha and the Ministry, DRPC and TEP Center called for nomination of teachers who have done specific innovations to improve the ability of girls to learn in safe and secure school settings since 2022. The call for nominations was first launched at the AROXA Conference, Association for Research on Civil Society in Africa Conference in Senegal in September 2022. Subsequently, it was advertised on DevEx and also across several social media platforms. Nomination of teachers were received from students, teachers, religious leaders, ministries and departments of education from the state and national level. At some point, we received self-nominations as well. In all, we had 25 valid applications after disregarding multiple applications and applications that were not in line with the focus of the awards, which is school safety, girls' education, and ultimately ending child marriage. I would like to just briefly run us through the assessment process. We had a team of 9 CSOs who voluntarily participated in the evaluation process. We had at the national level the policy advisor for SAKEFA, so Civil Society Action Coalition on Education for All. We had from Borno State the program manager for ROHI, Restoration of Hope Initiative, and who is also an outstanding Malala Fund education champion working in the area of school safety. We had from Enugu State, Society for Improvement of Rural People. We also had from Benin, the Afro Center for Development, Peace and Justice. From Ebonyi, we had the Inspiration, Generation and Humanity Society Foundation. Also in the Northwest, we had Apex Child Health and Wellbeing Foundation from Kaduna. The 7th was also from SAKEFA in Kano State, the state coordinator, and the Millennium Development Center, Gusau. Finally, we had the person of Mrs. Ronke K. Esika, who is the Executive Director for Talents Plus Resources International, Lagos. She's right here with us today to represent the team of evaluators. Mrs. Aderonke, thank you. Please, a round of applause for her. So the selection process took place from the 5th to 17th of November, where this team of education experts worked to assess all assessments, all applications, following the guidelines of innovative projects, which are specifically targeted to girls, the number of schools impacted and girls impacted, cost effectiveness. If this innovation was done to benefit schools, public schools in poor communities, how unique is it? And also, they considered the inclusiveness of community and teachers in the implementation of the project. Their assessments were collated to grade all 25 applications from the most ranking application to the least ranking application. And ultimately, the final selection was done based on innovations with girls as primary beneficiaries. At this point, we realized there were 4 outstanding applications or nominations which targeted girls as primary beneficiaries. And we thought it would be only fair to award all 4 applications rather than 3 out of 4. So briefly, I will just run through the names of the top 4 while I invite our partner from TEP Center to give us a brief speech, and then we go into the awards presentation. So we have Mr. Alebiosu Ola Kayode, who is the marketing teacher at Government Senior Secondary School, Osborne College Complex, Ikoyi, Lagos. We have Mr. Ibrahim Olawale Benusola, who is the subject teacher at Vetland Secondary School. We also have Mr. Umar Samaila, who is a class teacher at Lawal Danhalilu Memorial College Day Secondary School, Kasina. We have Ms. Aisha Jafar Suleiman and also Swanta Blessing. So I would like to call on Mrs. Uti for her brief speech. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very thank you very much. No speech, just to say thank you to DRPC for the work that they've done. We think that supporting teacher innovation is very important. Research has shown that teachers are the most important in-school factor for supporting learning, for children. And so we just want to take the opportunity with support from Ford Foundation to acknowledge these wonderful teachers and encourage their initiative. And in order to do that, I'm going to invite two very special people to help present the awards. We have with us in the house, she just joined us, and we're very excited to have her, the Director General for Education Quality Assurance from the Lagos State Ministry of Education, Mrs. Abiola Seriki Ayeniva. Just invite her to please come on stage. And we also have a representative from our partners and sponsors for the event today, British Council, Mr. Fwan Shishak Daniel. If you could come on stage as well. And so we're just going to together present. Please come on stage. And let's present the awards to these wonderful teachers. Thank you very much.
So supporting our special guest will be the representative of the Federal Ministry of Education, Mr. Benjamin, and also Mrs. Aderonke, who is representing the CSOs Coalition and the evaluators of the WATIP Awards.
So in the fourth prize, or fourth position, I'm inviting Mr. Umar Samalia. Please come forward. Come this way, sir. You're welcome, sir. Please. Congratulations. So congratulations. A round of applause for him, please.
On behalf of the DRPC TEP Center, supported by Ford Foundation, we are awarding Mr. Umar Samaila with the fourth prize of the West Africa Teachers Innovation Award of 360,000 Naira. So for third place, we have Mr. Ibrahim Olawale Benusola. Who's bringing it up? On behalf of the sponsors of the West Africa Teachers Innovation Prize Awards, were awarding Mr. Ibrahim the sum of 648,000 Naira as third prize. Does anyone want to help me out?
Okay, the second prize goes to Mr. Alibiosu Uluwakayode. The sum of 1,286,000. Congrats. The first prize goes to Ms. Aishatu Jafar Suleiman. A round of applause. With the sum of 1,944,000 naira. Congratulations.
Good day, everyone. My innovation has actually impacted on the girl child. And I'm giving this in memory of my late husband. Because ever since he passed on 2019, I decided to devote my time to this. And I thank God it has paid off today. And I also want to say that the girls that I have mentored with the foundation, Visiola Foundation, she was volunteering, but now she's now employed there. Then another one, Angela, she went to Kigali to present her robotics project. Then she also went for the scholars program in America. So the thing is, we need to give the girl child. Because when God created man, when God created all of us, he created man, and there was supposed to be a woman to support, not to be behind him. So we need to encourage our girl child. Ever since my husband passed on, I have been on my own. It has been an independent battle, but I thank God. So let us support the girl child. Thank you.
Please, can we have all the winners come up the stage?
Okay, so can we take pictures of the winners so we can wrap up for the day?
This year's NEDIS is focused on reimagining education development in Africa.
and bridging the skills gap. As the Director General for the Office of Education Quality Assurance, I've had the pleasure, the privilege to serve Lagos State in a very interesting capacity. Some of the things I've learned over the course of the past few years actually hinges on some of the things I learned very early on as an educator. Number one, it is important that we plan with the end in mind. Just like we encourage our teachers to think about the type of outcomes they expect of their students, what they want their students to be able to think, how they want them to be able to do that, we need to think as policymakers how our policy is not only going to impact the end user at the initial stage, but every other stage until the end. And what does it mean? Not just for now, but for years to come. All too often, we focus on the now and we're reactive against being responsive. In order for us to provide the type of education that we are able to reimagine and be proud of, we really do need to think about what we are expecting all of our stakeholders to be able to do at the end. Secondly, it's important that everyone within the education ecosystem sees themselves as a researcher. What does a researcher do? A researcher questions, a researcher collects data, analyzes data. It is not enough for this to only be done at the policy level. Everyone within the ecosystem has a part to play. How well are we playing it? We need to recognize that even teachers have so much around them that they can see themselves as researchers and that can yield results in their immediate classroom. Those of us that are in government, we have the same responsibility to all of our stakeholders. Third, reflect, reflect, reflect. I remember when I was teaching English in Queens, and at the end of every single session, students were always forced to reflect. And they always wondered, why do you always have us reflect? Reflection is essential to growth. It is not enough for us to just reflect when we have conferences. It is important that we see reflection as a powerful tool to change the system. This
Okay, just when we're enjoying the video. Okay. Okay. Okay, awesome. So.
All right, so we have a remark from Dr. Moore, the MD of TAP Center. Can we have Dr. Moore Olatunji first, all right, about now?
Okay, Mo, are you there?
All right.
Okay, great. So while we wait for Dr. Mo, I think at this time, just before she comes up, we can take a few comments from the audience. Can we have one house, please? We're almost done. This is the very last thing, and it's a wrap. You've all been fabulous so far. Just give us a few more minutes, and then we can wrap. Okay, so Dr. Mo is here. Can the ushers
while we wait for Dr. Mo, I think at this time, just before she comes up, we can take a few comments from the audience. Can we have one house, please? We're almost done. This is the very last thing, and it's a wrap. You've all been fabulous so far. Just give us a few more minutes, and then we can wrap.
Okay, on the bright side.
Okay, so Dr. Mo is here. Can And also, while we wait for Dr. Mo, I think at this time, just before she comes up, we can take a few comments from the audience.
Okay, I hope you can hear me.
Clearly.
Mo, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
I just really wanted to say thank you, and I know that there has been so much content shared today. There has been so much of a wealth of experience, a lot of data, a lot of evidence, a lot of passion. So many of our speakers brought the fire, and of course our young people, on the children's panel, showed us how to run a panel, and that was absolutely amazing. But it would really be remiss of me if at this stage I didn't, also say thank you from the perspective of those who have actually organized and done the heavy lifting when it comes to NEDIS, and especially when it comes to NEDIS 2022. And so it's my great honor to ask my colleagues, Utibe Henshaw, our program manager at TEP Center, and Fred Osheku, Senior Communications Officer at TEP Center, to please come to the stage. I think it's important for you both to be recognized for all the heavy lifting that you have done and for leading the team to where we are today, both in terms of our agenda development and also in terms of our logistics. And so if you are there, I can't see the stage at the moment, but if you're there, it would be wonderful if you could please come on the stage to be recognized. And then if every member of the NEDIS planning team, which is actually every single member of the TEP team, could also come on the stage, I think that would be absolutely phenomenal. So I'll give you a few minutes to do that. And once that's done, I think everyone can take a bow and we can resume with the rest of the program.
Okay, can we have the TEP members?
I would just implore you all to kindly assist me to give them a huge round of applause. There is a lot that goes into NEDIS every year. And this is a team that is a stickler for excellence, very committed, very hard workers, and will always go the extra mile to make sure that we have an event that we can all be proud of. So if all the members of the team, please come out, we can take a group photo, and then we can call it a day. So I see UT, I see Fred, Mofi is there, Godwin, I see Motunrayo, I see Toyin, Faith, Aminat, I see Anne, Shion, Esmo, Fumi. Yes. Great. And Zima. So I think it's a good time to take a photo. And again, please, a huge round of applause for a truly dedicated team. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you very much. I would also like to say a very big thank you to our Masters of Ceremony. They have been wonderful. Omodara and Iberiayo are passionate members of the education sector. Iberiayo is actually a coach, Coach IB, as many people know him, and they've given tirelessly to make sure that this event is well curated. Thank you so much for your support and for your assistance. Again, a humongous, humongous thank you to our funders, our partners. Massive thank you to the British Council, Nigeria, to the FCDO Plane Program, and to Wando Foundation. Without your support, we could not have NEDIS this year. Co-Creation Hub and all the partners that have exhibited in the booths at the back, thank you so much for making this even more lively and for flavoring the event more than we could ever have imagined. And to everyone who took the time to record a video, we are going to be playing the rest of the videos now. There is such a rich array of perspectives on what we should be doing to ensure that we can plug the skills gap for Africa's youth. And so I urge you, as you grab a pack for your late lunch and as we begin cocktails, to please listen in to the videos and share your thoughts and your comments as well on NEDIS. The formal part of the event is over, and I think it's really about listening, to our videos and also networking, which is part of the spirit and the heart of NEDIS. Once again, thank you so much for being here, and we hope that next year, when we call on you, you will be here again with us, celebrating NEDIS 8. Thank you so much, everyone, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you for putting this together and giving everybody a platform to showcase the great work they're doing in the education space. So I think we've finally come to an end, and I can see people who have been here from the very beginning to the end of the program. Thank you very much for your participation, for the great sessions. Thanks to everybody who supported. And we look forward to the great work that all of you will do in your spaces, because I think that's the most important outcome. How do we take all this knowledge and all these solutions, and how do we do things differently in our individual spaces? So I think at this point, it's time for us to network. We can wrap the session. I'm Omodara Adejiro. It was really great hosting this today. And he is
Iberiayo Amo, also known as Coach IB. And it's been a pleasure hosting this event with this wonderful and amazing lady right here.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening. And go forth and prosper. All right. So it's a wrap. We can take our packs of food as we leave. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.